Chapter 1406. Everyone was about to leave, but Ling Song suddenly made things difficult for them and made them stop. They had heard about the grudge between Long Chen and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Long Chen had even caused Wang Chao's tragic death in front of everyone. Of course, Wang Chao's death had nothing to do with Ling Song. This time, he was probably here because of Lingxi. Long Chen walked out from the crowd. He was calm and fearless. The god-slaying sword in his hand had once killed Lin Mo, an expert who was close to Ling Song's venerated swordsman. What was there to be afraid of? This quiet young man stood calmly in front of Ling Song. He looked straight at him and asked, "Venerated swordsman of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, what instructions do you have for me?" Ling Song's sharp gaze sized up Long Chen. He must have used his power. Long Chen felt a prickling pain on his skin, as if countless blades were stabbing into it. This should be a show of strength from the other party. "Senior, please speak your mind. Don't use such petty tricks." Long Chen spoke frankly, neither servile nor overbearing. Everyone was well aware that Ling Song had resorted to underhanded means. When Long Chen pointed it out, Ling Song felt humiliated. He let out a cold snort, which shook Long Chen's mind. Ling Song tidied up his clothes and said unhurriedly, "I hate and despise people who don't know who they are. If you are a toad, you should lie down. If you are a dog, you should bark. Don't do things that only exist in your dreams. Today, I am here to give you a warning. I have already said this much. With your IQ, you should be able to understand what I mean." Ling Song was overbearing, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Long Chen had told himself that he was Lingxi's relative, so he had to be more courteous to him. However, saying such words in front of everyone right now was a little too much. "Father!" Ling Xiao tried to stop him, but Ling Song glared at him. Everyone knew that Ling Song was a stubborn old man. Once he had decided on something, no one could change his mind. Seeing that Long Chen still hadn't given up, Ling Song mocked, "I know how shameless people like you are. You just want to climb up the tree and become a phoenix, using marriage to increase your capital, right? I, Ling Song, have lived for so many years. How could I not know what you're thinking? Wild brat. Let me give you a piece of advice. Putting aside the fact that Xueqi is already engaged, with your identity, your status, your background, do you even have anything on you that is worthy of her? Compared to her, you're not even comparable to a stupid pig." Long Chen had humiliated the Spirit Sword Emperor Palace in the Eternal Hell this time, almost causing them to lose everything. Ling Song said this because he hated Long Chen for ruining the Spirit Sword Emperor Palace's plan. On the other hand, it was because Long Chen was on his old rival Wenren Jingtao's side. Moreover, he had always doted on Lingxi. How could he have the heart to hand her over to this wild kid who came out of nowhere? "Have you said enough?" Ling Song spoke carefreely for a while. The first one who couldn't take it anymore was actually Li Xuanji. She was standing beside Long Chen, trembling all over. Her eyelashes were trembling, and her face was filled with resentment. "This is their own business. It's none of your business. Are your words worthy of your status?" She felt sorry for Long Chen. She knew Long Chen's pursuit and obsession. If possible, Long Chen couldn't bear to directly confront Lingxi's family. But at this moment, Ling Song's words put Long Chen in a difficult position. Feeling Long Chen's inner struggle and suffering, Li Xuanji couldn't bear it. "Who are you? What does our business have to do with you?" Ling Song was furious to be scolded by a little girl. Sword Qi burst out from his eyes and unexpectedly stabbed towards Li Xuanji. With his thunderous means, killing Li Xuanji was a trivial matter. Ling Song's cruel words indeed made Long Chen's heart struggle for a while, but he had already thought it through. At this moment, he stood in front of Li Xuanji and completely withstood Ling Song's sword Qi. At this moment, Long Chen slowly raised his head. His whole body was filled with an astonishing and terrifying willpower. This was the spiritual power forged by the inverse spirit skill. Everyone present was shocked by Long Chen's gaze. At this moment, he was no longer a junior, but an equal. He faced Ling Song, clenched his teeth and said word by word, "Since that's the case, I'll make things clear. I don't think the status you mentioned is important, but since you want to see it, I'll let you see it. It's still early, who can say for sure what the final outcome will be? Even if I can't do it today, I'll kill my way to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in the future. I'd like to see who has the ability to stop me." If you think I'm bluffing, then so be it. One day, I'll show you who Lingxi belongs to. He came to the 3 great emperor domains for Lingxi. At this critical juncture, how could he be frightened by Ling Song's words? Ling Song laughed heartily after hearing Huang Xiaolong's words. Truly a newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. Today, I wanted to persuade you to give up and give you a precious treasure, but it seems like there's no need to do so. With your temperament, you won't live for long. The true martial emperor palace actually produced a fool like you, haha. After being influenced by Ling Song, the others from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace also laughed. They thought that their laughter would make Long Chen angry, but they didn't expect Long Chen's face to be indifferent. He directly said, "Precious treasure, hee. Take it to Dread Dynasty. I hope he can reincarnate in the eternal hell." Swish. The faces of the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace changed. This young man was truly courageous. He even dared to say such provocative words in front of Ling Song. Ling Song was about to erupt in anger, but Wenren Jingtao didn't say a word. He punched out, forcing everyone from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace back except for Ling Song. He stood in front of Long Chen and roared in a booming voice, "That's enough, Ling Song. Can you stop being so disgusting? With your status and age, how could you go against a junior? Is that the magnanimity of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's people? Also, he is a member of my true martial Emperor Palace. No matter what he does, I will support him. I believe in him. Just wait and see. In any case, I'm already waiting. Long Chen, don't bother with this bunch of grandsons. The one we're fighting for is their daughter. Come, I'll treat you to a drink when we get back." Wenren Jingtao waved his hand and the people from the true martial Emperor Palace left in a carefree manner. The last sentence about fighting for their daughter made Ling Song and the others' faces turn ugly. Heh! Ling Song laughed. He didn't expect Wenren Jingtao to make such a joke. The true martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had been fighting for so many years, but a victor had never been decided. Moreover, among the new generation of experts, no one from the true martial Emperor Palace could be a match for Wang Chen. When Wang Chen and Little Shi arrive at the North Star City, your people from the true martial Emperor Palace and you, Long Chen, can only wait to cry. They will arrive within 15 days. Ling Song's words caused Long Chen to stop in his tracks. He turned back and glanced at Ling Song. He didn't say anything, but the killing intent in his eyes made Ling Song tremble. He felt as though there was a giant beast hiding in this young man's body. Let's go. The people from the 2 emperor palaces left, and the conflict dissipated. After returning to the true martial Emperor Palace's city district, Long Chen drank with Wenren Jingtao and the others. Seeing that Long Chen still couldn't let go of his emotions, Wenren Jingtao said, "Go back, there are still a dozen days left. Increase your combat strength. When the time comes, you must bring glory to us. I, your father, can't get used to the sanctimonious grandsons of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace." Long Chen was very calm. He stood up and bade farewell. Senior's kindness is this junior's obsession. So what if I lose my life? After speaking, he turned around and returned to his personal courtyard. Long Chen immediately entered the cultivation room. After today's events, the pressure in the future was greater than he had imagined. He had no choice but to make early preparations. This was the most exciting and dazzling moment of his life. "I came here for you, Little Shi." Before this matter was finished, it was impossible for Long Chen to think about the righteousness of life or other things. He hadn't forgotten the promise he made to that fairy-like girl. If it wasn't for that promise, Long Chen wouldn't have come this far. Moreover, Little Shi was already his woman. They had been together for half a year, and Long Chen had left his mark on her body. His woman, no matter what, had already been protected by him. Whoever wanted to take her away would have to exchange their life for it. Long Chen was very open-minded. It was just a matter of battle. As long as he had supreme strength, who could control his life? Ling Song or Wang Chen? Although he didn't feel anything in his heart, Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji were very worried when they saw Long Chen alone in the cultivation room. Especially Li Xuanji. She was completely stunned today, but there was always a trace of anger in her heart. She knew his promise and pursuit, so she felt special sympathy for him. "I'll go in and have a chat with him. Miss Li, you'd better use the goddess flower to restore your eyes," Mo Xiaolang said to the others. Thank you. Li Xuanji hesitated for a while, but her incomparably beautiful figure still floated away. Schemes were like shadows in the darkness. In the spacious cultivation room, Long Chen held the dazzling and domineering 7-star Dragon Abyss sword in his left hand, and the Slaughter Sword, Devouring Sword, and God-Slaying Sword in his right hand. He was wholeheartedly studying the dual sword technique. This was the most basic thing, and it just so happened that it required a long period of tempering and a lot of practice to learn all the techniques. He needed to integrate all the changes of the dual sword technique into his daily battles. In this short period of time, Long Chen could only control the dual sword technique in the preliminary stage. It would be very helpful to Long Chen to truly master the dual sword technique. Chapter 1407. Before Mo Xiaolang could start to persuade Long Chen, he saw that there was nothing wrong with him at all. Just as he was feeling confused, Long Chen put away the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword and handed a battle saber with only one Dao pattern to Mo Xiaolang. Big brother, what are you doing? Before Mo Xiaolang could finish speaking, Long Chen charged over with the God-Slaying Sword in one hand. The God-Slaying Sword slashed towards the top of Mo Xiaolang's head. Feeling the lethal killing intent, Mo Xiaolang was shocked and hurriedly used the battle saber in his hand to block. Dang! Long Chen's God-Slaying Sword was like a wild beast. It bit off a piece of the opponent's battle saber's power essence and gathered it into the God-Slaying Sword itself. Mo Xiaolang knew what Long Chen was up to. He knew many of Long Chen's secrets. For example, he also knew that the God-Slaying Sword came from the eternal celestial domain. All right, I'll help. The two immediately started fighting. After a while, the battle saber in Mo Xiaolang's hand suddenly shattered. A Dao treasure with one Dao pattern had been wasted just like that. If others knew about this, they would definitely think of Long Chen as a wastrel. But to Long Chen, he had obtained so many Dao treasures. The defiant god cult leader had quite a few, and he had no use for them at all. These treasures were still appearing continuously. With so many Dao treasures, it was just right to use them to feed the God-Slaying Sword. He had to figure out the secret of the God-Slaying Sword. Otherwise, he would not be satisfied. Otherwise, it would be a ticking time bomb. After shattering the battle saber, Long Chen handed the God-imprisoning demon lock to Mo Xiaolang. He no longer had any use for it. Just like that, under Long Chen's frenzied hacking, the Dao treasures were destroyed one by one in his hands. In the end, Long Chen was left with only a few dozen Dao treasures that he had picked out for himself or for the people around him to use. The other ancient Dao treasures were all used to feed the God-Slaying Sword. The God-Slaying Sword had a terrifying appetite and would not reject anything that came its way. Previously, it had killed Lin Mo and absorbed his essence, qi, and spirit. Now, it had devoured hundreds of Dao weapons. Finally, after 2 days, the second Dao pattern appeared on the skull. The God-Slaying Sword with 2 Dao patterns was even more terrifying than the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword with 3 Dao patterns in terms of prowess and lethality. The 2 weapons in his hands were finally balanced. Everything that Long Chen had done was to prepare for the event that would happen in the next 10 days. This time around, many unexpected things had happened in the 9-star Chaos City. Li Xuanji, Mo Xiaolang, and even Wang Chao had appeared one after another. In the end, even Wang Chen and Lingxi were about to arrive. The second Dao pattern on the God-Slaying Sword was not particularly clear. However, Long Chen had already used up a large number of magical weapons. He had even destroyed Dao treasures like the golden elephant seal of the 9 spirits and other useless Dao treasures. Unexpectedly, he had only created an unclear Dao pattern. From this, it could be seen that in order to truly feed the God-Slaying Sword into a super magical weapon that could penetrate the heavens and earth and dominate the world, there was still a long way to go. After the appearance of the second Dao pattern on the God-Slaying Sword, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang sat on the ground, panting. They looked at each other and smiled. You are truly a prodigal. Back then, I had absorbed over 100 types of immortal essence. I already felt that I was wasting God's gifts. Today, you destroyed over 100 Dao artifacts for the sake of this Dao pattern, Mo Xiaolang said, a lingering fear in his heart. Long Chen sat on the ground and held the God-Slaying Sword vertically in front of him. He looked at the scarlet bloodlines on the blade of the sword. It was extremely hideous. This was an evil sword that was much more terrifying than the Million Resentment sword. It was just that it had not revealed its full potential yet. Everything is worth it. Long Chen smiled. This god-slaying sword was almost the destroyer of Tao treasures. In the future, as more and more Tao patterns appeared, the god-slaying sword would definitely be even more terrifying. We have to fully control this sword as soon as possible. Otherwise, we don't know what the city lord of the wronged is thinking, Mo Xiaolang said worriedly. Long Chen nodded his head deeply. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang stood up and stood in front of Long Chen. He said sincerely, "Big brother, the moment you have waited for 10 years is finally here. However, I still feel that your current strength is not enough. Wang Chen is known as the #1 genius of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. He is at least slightly stronger than Long Xing. I feel that it is not the right time for you to fight him now. You are just a little bit away from surpassing him. I feel that there is no need to fight a battle that you are not confident in." These words were the truth. They had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Long Chen was silent for a while, then he laughed loudly and said, "Little wolf, you might not understand, but there are some things that a man cannot back down from no matter what. This is no longer a matter of dignity. It is an obsession. If I run away before the battle, then I will have already lost to myself. If I can't even defeat myself, how can I defeat others? You must remember this." Long Chen pointed at himself and coldly said, "Everyone's greatest enemy in life is themselves. Only those who can defeat themselves are qualified to defeat others. The stronger one is, the harder it is to defeat oneself. And today, I don't want to give myself the slightest bit of cowardice. I'm not a person who cares about face. Even if I lose this time, even if I suffer the ridicule of millions of people, even if they laugh at me for being a toad, ridicule me for overestimating my capabilities, so what? I, Long Chen, have still won, because I didn't run away. In the future, when I make a comeback, it will be the day I prove myself and wash away this humiliation. There's a saying that goes, until the end, no one knows who the deer will be. As long as I, Long Chen, don't die, there will be no enemy in this world." These words enlightened Mo Xiaolang. That's right, even if he was condemned by millions of people, so what? As long as he didn't lose, he would still have a chance to make a comeback. No matter what, it's important to maintain one's original heart. What's important is that we have already done this and not retreated. I, Long Chen, do not live to look at other people's faces, not to listen to other people's evaluation, or to be praised by others. I live to be worthy of my heart. Xueqi is a good girl. No matter what happens to me, she will follow me for generations to come. She is worthy of me doing this for her. I understand. Mo Xiaolang's eyes were incomparably resolute. He looked straight into Long Chen's eyes and said, "Then, big brother, the purpose of my life, my obsession, is to follow you into battle. No matter what, I will be your most reliable helper. Whether it is up in the sky or down in the earth, whether it is lava or ice mountains, I will not retreat. This battle, I will accompany you." Long Chen didn't expect that Mo Xiaolang would treat this matter as his obsession. He was a little confused. Did he not have any other pursuits? Compared to Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen discovered that he was always selfish. However, he couldn't say anything, he could only smile. Everything was understood without words. Me too. The door opened, and the moonlight shone in. Li Xuanji wore a long purple dress, her dark green hair hanging down to her waist like a waterfall. Under the moonlight, she looked like a moon goddess. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate and tender. Her face was rosy and tender, beautiful and charming. Most importantly, her dark green eyes were like the most moving gems in the world, sparkling and filled with deep emotions. Under the moonlight, her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Li Xuanji leisurely walked in, slender and elegant. Every movement of hers could only be described as perfect. "Big brother, I'm going out." Without saying anything, Mo Xiaolang walked out of the room and closed the door, leaving the small world to them. After these few days of interaction, his impression of Li Xuanji was very good. Especially many times, when he didn't do anything, Li Xuanji would stand up for Long Chen. "Your eyes are so beautiful." When she walked in front of him, Long Chen was still staring at her in a daze, as if he was sucked into her shining dark green eyes. The goddess flower was indeed miraculous. In just 2 days, her eyes were as good as new and had regained their original spirit. In fact, they were even more alluring. In the dark world of the training room, her snow-white skin was like snow, emitting a faint white light. A delicate fragrance of a virgin filled the air, assaulting one's face, causing one to be tempted. But no matter what it was, her face was still slightly cold, giving off a feeling that people shouldn't get close. Seeing this world again, it feels a little different, Li Xuanji said softly. Long Chen stood up and stood side by side with her, walking towards the door. It was already late at night, and everything was quiet. There was a lotus pond outside the training room, and at this time it was the time when lotus flowers were everywhere. When they walked to the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Long Chen asked, "What's different?" Li Xuanji stood at the side of the pavilion, the moonlight shining on her face, quiet and beautiful. She opened her red lips and said, "I know. The things that you have now should be more precious, or else when you lose them, it will be too late for regrets. Many times, when we pursue dreams and illusions, we forget the most real things around us. We can only think of ways to make up for it in the end." Long Chen nodded silently. He knew that he wasn't just talking about her eyes. He was trying to remind her of something. Li Xuanji had never been someone who could express her inner thoughts, but at this moment, she was able to say it out loud. Under the moonlight, she turned her head, her slender and delicate body like a crane in the clouds, her eyes staring at Long Chen, making it impossible for Long Chen to avoid it. Only then did she say, "This time, no matter what hardships there are, I will follow you and face them together. If you are happy in the future then," speaking up to here, she gently bit her lower lip and said, "Forget about me." Long Chen still remembered the first time he saw her. She came out of the ancient coffin, mysterious like a god, and it was at that time that Long Chen deeply understood the power of the experts of the imperial domain. Now, Long Chen had already surpassed her, and so many things had happened between them. She and Long Chen had always maintained an awkward distance. If it wasn't for Lingxi in front of him, perhaps Long Chen would have been together with this woman who followed him with infatuation but didn't say anything. Li Xuanji also had her own persistence and pursuits. Sometimes, she would use silence to express herself, but her heart was also filled with hot blood, just like Long Chen. It took a lot of courage to say, "Forget about me." Chapter 1408. After saying goodbye that night, Long Chen couldn't get over it. After returning to the practice room, he started to practice hard without any rest. This time, his main focus was on the dual sword technique and the heaven and earth way. In the darkness, the comprehension of the heaven and earth way left by Yi Wushang was spinning in Long Chen's hand like a ball of light. At this moment, Long Chen was many times stronger than Yi Wushang. However, he still lacked the comprehension of the heaven and earth way. In reality, everyone's cultivation process was a gradual cycle. Only Long Chen was improving at a terrifying speed. Others would need to spend 10 years, or even 100 or even 1,000 years to advance a level. But for Long Chen, it was just a matter of a few months. Therefore for him, who had just reached the peak of LV7 of the divine martial arts realm, he had no clue about the heaven and earth way. However, he also knew that only by reaching the heaven and earth way could he get the fruit of victory. Currently, he was still a little short. And the most difficult part of the heaven and earth heavenly Tao was the divine kingdom. Every martial artist's divine kingdom had to be developed bit by bit until they could use the world energy. This required a very long period of nurturing and evolution. This required experience and patience. It wasn't something that could be accomplished in one go. Where did the Holy Kingdom come from? The answer was the apertures. The first level of the divine martial arts realm was the starry sky realm. At this stage, warriors would form tens of thousands of apertures. The Holy Kingdom was built with the support of these apertures, and the apertures happened to be the core of power. When all the apertures were mixed together in a strange structure, they would gradually change and create a space that belonged to them, which was the so-called Holy Kingdom. In the Holy Kingdom they were the gods. The Holy Kingdom was a small and fragile world, but it would evolve the original power into the power of the world. According to the nature of each person, it would form different power of the world, such as the power of the dark world, the power of the godly sect, and so on. Therefore, it could be said that Long Chen was now facing a huge hurdle. With the guidance of a predecessor like Yi Wushang, it would not be a problem as long as he spent some time on the comprehension and techniques of the heaven and earth Tao. The biggest problem was that there were nearly 100 million apertures in Long Chen's body. In other words, if he wanted to build his own holy kingdom, he would have to spend tens of thousands of times more effort than others. Although Long Chen's aptitude was heaven-defying and surpassed ordinary people by a lot, it would still take him a lot of time to reach the heaven and earth Tao. It would definitely take more than 10 days. He would need a few months, maybe even half a year, or even a year to build his own divine kingdom among the 100 million starry sky acupuncture points. Long Chen was in a trance as he muttered to himself. In other words, before they come, I will definitely not be able to make great progress in my cultivation. However, as long as I build my own holy kingdom, I will have a terrifying amount of world power because I have 10,000 times more apertures than others. He knew that Long Xing and Wang Chen had far more than 10,000 acupoints. They might have 100,000, or even hundreds of thousands, but definitely not 100 million. This was the heaven-defying power of the primordial blood spiritual dragon. If he could really reach the 8th level of the divine martial realm, the heaven and earth way, Long Chen's strength would undoubtedly make a leap. After pondering for a while, Long Chen didn't care too much. He wanted to see what his world power would be like. The so-called heaven and earth way was nothing more than the process of building a holy kingdom. Warriors needed a very slow process to slowly transform the divine energy in their apertures into world power. Warriors who had experienced the soul integration great path would be familiar with it, and their speed would increase a lot. Long Chen had Yi Wuxiang's understanding of this method. At this moment, with Yi Wuxiang's understanding as the foundation, he completely familiarized himself with the tricks, techniques, and so on. After a day or two, he began to target each aperture and stimulate the dragon blood divine energy, transforming it into world power. The transformation of the divine energy was very simple. Long Chen was curious about what kind of world power the dragon blood divine energy would transform into. According to the method taught by Yi Wuxiang, Long Chen began to ponder bit by bit. At the beginning, there was no doubt that he failed. He was just a novice and had just come into contact with this level. However, he was patient, and his aptitude was especially outstanding. Yi Wuxiang's Tao was completely compatible with his Tao, and the dragon blood divine energy could be said to be quite close to Yi Wuxiang's original divine energy. This gave Long Chen the possibility of success. After hundreds of attempts, with this aperture as the center, the dragon blood divine energy rolled. Under the power of the heaven and earth way, it seemed to be boiling, and a large number of bubbles appeared and burned. In this aperture, it was originally like a blood-colored pool that overflowed the entire aperture. At this moment, after going through the burning, there was only a little bit of power left in the aperture. This little bit of power made Long Chen extremely excited. Because he discovered that after the dragon blood divine energy transformed, it turned out to be the power of nirvana. He actually transformed the divine energy into the power of nirvana when he was in the 8th tier of the divine martial realm. He had a huge amount of divine energy, and if he transformed all of it into the power of nirvana, then the power of nirvana that he possessed would probably not be any weaker than that of a real nirvana tribulation realm warrior. At that time, although he was not a nirvana tribulation realm warrior, he would surpass the nirvana tribulation realm warrior. It really is the power of nirvana. Long Chen was a little shocked. What was transformed was not only the power of nirvana, but also the power of the world. It was the combination of the power of the world and the power of nirvana. In other words, this kind of power had one more kind of power than the pure power of nirvana. The power of the world was about control. The power of nirvana was about destruction and rebirth. In the aspect of destruction, although the power of the world was not as good as the power of nirvana, when the nature of the control of the power of the world was added to the power of nirvana, the power exerted was beyond that of the ordinary power of nirvana. Long Chen gave this new power a name: the power of the nirvana world. It could be imagined that if he transformed the 100 million apertures in his body into the power of the nirvana world, and then through pondering and understanding, he would build a divine kingdom and let the 100 million apertures combine through the divine kingdom to form a perfect cycle. At that time, how terrifying would he be? Long Chen was only one step away from becoming a real expert. He was very grateful to Yi Wuxiang. If it were not for Yi Wuxiang, he did not know how long it would take him to figure out the method of transforming the power of the apertures. Although it took him 2 or 3 days to transform only one aperture, it was a good start. Long Chen's speed would be much faster in the future. I'm on the right track. I just need to wait. Long Chen was a lot more relieved. If this went on, he only needed to transform all the apertures and build a perfect divine kingdom to become a first-class expert. However, the biggest problem was that the apertures he had transformed in the past 10 days were not enough for his strength to make a huge breakthrough. Therefore, when Long Chen was pondering about the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm, he also allocated some time to practice the dual sword skill. Because of this, he was much more familiar with the dual sword skill. However, he still had a long way to go before he could really master it. Every day, he divided his time into 3 parts. In order to prepare for the battle, Long Chen could be said to be wholeheartedly in seclusion. As for the third part, he spent his time on the god-killing sword. In addition to the 9-dragon scripture and the extreme finger of time, Long Chen was eager to get other combat skills. Ordinary 9th-grade divine skills were already useless to him, and he could not use them to his ideal attack. Therefore, Long Chen focused on the innate Taoist skills. However, the use of the innate Taoist skills required the understanding of the heavenly way. It could be said that Long Chen knew nothing about the heavenly way. After all, it would be a waste of time for him to study the innate Taoist skills, and he might even gain nothing. Moreover, he had many innate Taoist skills. He only wanted to choose the best one that was most suitable for him. He remembered that the Lord of the Tragic City had said that there was a peerless innate Taoist skill in the god-killing sword, the god-killing art. Therefore, Long Chen focused on the god-killing art. The god-killing sword was so heaven-defying and had a boundless future. As the innate Taoist skill, the god-killing art had the same characteristics. One of the characteristics of the god-killing sword was the sword of massacre. The god-killing art was undoubtedly the sword of massacre. In terms of the most suitable innate Taoist skill, only the god-killing art was suitable. Innate Taoist arts didn't have a strict distinction of superiority and inferiority, so there wasn't a strict ranking. But the extent to which one was able to execute an innate Taoist art depended on one's comprehension of the heavenly Tao. When executing the same innate Taoist art, some might be all-knowing, while some might be mediocre. However, if the god-killing art stood at the highest level, Long Chen felt that he had to give it a try. Therefore, he spent 1/3 of his time on the god-killing sword. He had never worked so hard before. Perhaps the footsteps in the distance were getting closer and closer. They might even break through the door at any time. In order to prepare for this crucial battle in his life, Long Chen had already sealed himself completely. This sword. Long Chen studied the god-killing sword for a long time. However, it did not care about him at all. It did not have the consciousness of an ordinary Tao weapon. When the power of nirvana entered the god-killing sword, it would quickly disappear without a trace. For a long time, there was no reaction. Holding the god-slaying sword, Long Chen gradually entered an illusory world of sleep, perhaps because he was too tired. When he opened his eyes to take a look, he was actually in a gray world. This was a world of incomparable deathly stillness. There was nothing, and the sky was filled with gray fog, which was a little creepy. Then, the fog gradually evolved and turned into 33,000 words. Chapter 1409. The entire sky was filled with gray words. These words were rather ancient and should be the words of the dragon sacrificial continent from the primordial era. They were even hieroglyphs. Basically, Long Chen didn't know what 99% of the words meant. However, as long as he took a closer look at the trajectory of almost every word, Long Chen would feel enlightened. These 33,000 words were a large and voluminous chapter. Perhaps what was recorded was the god-slaying art. Unfortunately, Long Chen couldn't understand a single word. He didn't even know how he entered this space. At this moment, it was as if he was in a dream. He raised his head in a daze as those 33,000 words revolved around him. Every stroke of those words integrated with heaven and earth, faintly revealing a murderous aura that made one's heart tremble. Or perhaps it was some other aura. All the negative energies, darkness, corrosion, massacre, devouring, and even death, all gathered together to form this god-slaying art. Such a vast text and such astonishing willpower. This could be said to be the most terrifying cultivation technique Long Chen had ever seen. In front of these 33,000 words, Long Chen felt like he was just an ant. He was still very, very far away from the true heavenly Tao. In front of the heavens, the current him was indeed insignificant. One must know that just the dragon sacrificial continent alone was already so big. How big was the heaven and earth? Billions and billions of living beings were struggling between heaven and earth. Long Chen felt extremely confused. These words were like poison that was corroding his heart. Fortunately, his willpower was strong. He realized that this was probably a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thus, he forced his gaze to focus on the first word among the 33,000 words. This word was especially strange and twisted. Long Chen guessed that this word should be the word, heaven. The character heaven had a total of 4 strokes. When Long Chen looked at it, his mind suddenly trembled. Looking closely, he realized that the trajectory of the character heaven was like the trajectory of a sword. The The 4 simple strokes contained a boundless great Tao. The 4 strokes almost completely revealed the power of darkness, death, corrosion, and slaughter, forming a multi-layered attack. Long Chen subconsciously reached out his arm and followed the trajectory of the heaven character. The feeling of enlightenment came to his mind. But soon, a sharp pain came from his finger. Lowering his head, Long Chen realized that his finger was bleeding, and a gray aura surrounded it. Because of the bleeding, Long Chen woke up. His surroundings had disappeared, and he was still in the training room. In his hand, the god-slaying sword was still there, emitting a dim brilliance. Under Long Chen's use, the god-slaying sword's steel-like body gradually revealed its ferocity. Although he had already woken up, the trajectory of the first heaven character among the 33,000 words was still fresh in Long Chen's mind. It was as if a knife had carved that trajectory into his heart. When he woke up without saying a word, he wielded the god-slaying sword and followed the trajectory of the 4 strokes of the heaven character. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Very soon, Long Chen entered a state of complete slaughter. He kept repeating the 4 strokes. As the saying went, practice makes perfect. From the initial jerkiness, he gradually gained the will of the god-slaying art. Finally, when he used the god-slaying sword, he realized that he could execute a terrifying sword move that almost surpassed the 8th level of the 9-dragon scripture. When he executed that move, even Long Chen himself was shocked. The so-called god-slaying art had a total of 33,000 words. Long Chen was still at a stage where he didn't understand anything. He was only imitating the trajectory of the first word, and he was already able to execute such an attack. If he could really understand the god-slaying art, how terrifying would it be? As expected of a Tao weapon that had once killed a god. It was indeed terrifying. In these 10 days, Long Chen really put his skills to good use. The transformation of the acupuncture points, the training of the dual sword technique, and the cultivation of the god-slaying art were all on the right track, and they improved rapidly. After 10 days, Long Chen had successfully transformed more than 1,000 acupuncture points. Although this was only 1 in 100,000 of his acupuncture points, the power of the nirvana realm that Long Chen could control was already quite a lot. This portion of power could increase Long Chen's strength. The cultivation of the dual sword technique and the god-slaying art could also increase his combat power. It could be said that as long as he had time, his strength would increase steadily and reach the realm of great success. He wouldn't be far from the top of the new generation in the 3 regions and 9 realms. It was a pity that the storm this time came too quickly, and Long Chen didn't have time to prepare. After 10 days, Long Chen's combat power increased again. Mo Xiaolang and the others were also in high spirits, preparing for the peak battle a few days later. At this time, an accident happened. Long Chen was cultivating that day, but there was a terrifying aura outside. He rushed out quickly and found that Mo Xiaolang was confronting a skinny and short old man in a black robe. This old man seemed to have countless vortexes on his body, making it difficult to see his appearance. However, Long Chen was sure that he was from the demon clan. Big brother, this is one of the ancestors of the 800 wolf clan, Devourer. Mo Xiaolang introduced with an ugly expression. Long Chen's heart shook. So it was him. No wonder he was so powerful. Long Chen's memory of him was still fresh in his mind when he was in the Shadow Devil world. This was the demon clan that had collapsed the 9 secluded demon mountain and taken away the 9 secluded demon ancestral fire. He was also the one who first appreciated Mo Xiaolang and brought Mo Xiaolang to the Desolation Emperor. Greetings, Senior. Long Chen greeted him politely. He was wondering why Devourer had come at this time. Devourer of the demon clan signaled to Long Chen, then said to Mo Xiaolang, Imperial Prince, this is the Emperor's order. In 5 days, there will be the sovereign spirit Qi tide that occurs once every 10,000 years. We just happened to find the most valuable 9 secluded demon ancestral fire at the last moment, which can help you reach the Nirvana Tribulation realm. The day of the sovereign spirit Qi tide is the easiest time to pass the Nirvana Tribulation realm. The Emperor has already said that you are a chaotic demon beast, so your Nirvana Tribulation will be more shocking. This is a rare opportunity. The Emperor has ordered that you must return with me immediately. Long Chen was stunned. He had never heard of the sovereign spirit Qi tide. He knew that his Nirvana Tribulation would be more terrifying than others, but he didn't expect that Mo Xiaolang would be the same. Moreover, the Desolation Emperor Palace had already found the last 9 secluded demon ancestral fire. Just on the day of the sovereign spirit Qi tide, Mo Xiaolang could safely enter the Nirvana Tribulation realm. In that case, he couldn't stay here anymore. Wang Chen and the others would also arrive in a few days. But Mo Xiaolang only had 5 days. 5 days was just enough for Devourer to take him back to the Desolation Emperor Palace. However, Long Chen knew the struggle in Mo Xiaolang's heart. Mo Xiaolang had promised to face it together with him, so after hearing this, Mo Xiaolang was especially excited. He quickly said, "No, I can't go back. Even if I go back, it will be in a few days, after I've settled the matter here." Tunyu frowned slightly and sighed helplessly. "Imperial Prince, this is the Imperial Lord's order. If you miss this rare opportunity, it won't be so good the next time. In the entire desolate Imperial region, there is no one who dares to disobey the Imperial Lord's orders. If you are stubborn, I can only forcefully take you back." "No, absolutely not." Mo Xiaolang was emotional. He said, "Devourer, I won't go back even if I die. These few days are very important to me. This time, I didn't make it to the tide flow of God's spiritual qi. When I go back, I will definitely be able to get through it. Just pass my words to the Emperor." Devourer shook her head. "You don't understand. Your Nirvana tribulation cannot have any mishaps, and it won't be easy to get through it. The Emperor wants me to bring you back, regardless of the reason. So I'm very sorry, but I cannot disobey his order." Mo Xiaolang was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He anxiously looked at Long Chen, then asked, "Is there no way to ease the situation? I really have something very, very important to do here." He had once promised Long Chen that he would fight side by side with Long Chen at the most important moment. But it just so happened that something like this had happened, completely messing up his plans. Hearing the quarrel, Xueqi, Li Xuanji and the others approached, standing behind Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Devourer seemed a little angry. He said, "Prince, you are the future hope of the Desolation Imperial Palace. Devourer hopes that you can think of the bigger picture and yourself. Today, no matter what, I cannot disobey the Emperor's order. So, I can only apologize." At this point, Long Chen gritted his teeth. Mo Xiaolang was very emotional, standing next to him. Long Chen patted him on the shoulder, indicating for him to calm down. Then he said, "We've been brothers for so many years. You've always followed me and worked for me. This time, think about yourself. Go back. The road is long. Believe me, even if I'm alone, I can face it." "Big brother." Mo Xiaolang was almost choking with sobs. The storm was coming, and he hadn't expected something like this to happen. This made him very anxious. Of course, Long Chen hoped that Mo Xiaolang could help him. After all, Mo Xiaolang was a powerful helper, and a great support for him. But this matter did indeed affect his own future. Long Chen couldn't play around, and he couldn't be selfish. So he acted very open-minded and took the initiative to persuade Mo Xiaolang. "Go back. If there's a chance, I'll go to the Desolation Imperial Palace to find you. Today, I'm only in 9-star Chaos City. Maybe one day, I'll have to go to the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace. When that time comes, you can accompany me." Mo Xiaolang's face went blank. He hesitated for a long time, but under Devourer's cold gaze, he finally gave in. He knew that the so-called Emperor's order was something no one in the Desolation Imperial Palace would dare to defy. Devourer had done him a great favor, so he couldn't make things difficult for Devourer. "Don't worry, I can do it." Long Chen chuckled, as if he didn't care about the matter at all. Chapter 14:10. In the end, Mo Xiaolang could only reluctantly part ways with Long Chen. Xueqi followed him and naturally wept. She said goodbye to Long Chen for a long time. Only Li Xuanji and Li Tianji stayed by Long Chen's side. Before leaving, Mo Xiaolang said, "Big brother, after I get through this, I will find out where you are going. No matter what, I will go and find you." "Okay." Long Chen nodded and waved goodbye to him. With the speed of the moon-swallowing beast, the three of them quickly disappeared into the horizon, leaving Long Chen and the other two to look at each other. Without Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi, the surroundings were a lot quieter. Li Tianji only knew that he couldn't help much, so he left first. Only the cold girl still followed Long Chen. She understood that after Mo Xiaolang left, his forces would be much weaker. If he were to be condemned by everyone, he would definitely be very lonely. Don't worry, I will always be by your side. Li Xuanji walked up and gently held Long Chen's hand as she said softly. Looking at the resolute and beautiful girl in front of him, Long Chen always felt that he owed her. However, how many women would do things for him without asking for anything in return? Right now, Long Chen was fighting for his obsession, so he really didn't know how he should face Li Xuanji. How about you and Tianji leave first? Long Chen hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice. No, don't even think about it. Li Xuanji raised her white chin and looked at Long Chen stubbornly. Her eyes were filled with determination. She was a girl who looked cold on the outside, but incomparably passionate on the inside. She had her own insistence. If she left now, it would be even worse than taking her life. Why? Long Chen asked subconsciously. A smile suddenly appeared on Li Xuanji's face. She enunciated each word clearly. This woman seems to have always existed in your life, making it hard for you to part with her. However, I have never met her before. I want to see what kind of woman she is to be able to make you yearn for her. I also want to see if she is worthy of you. After saying that, she turned and left. Her graceful figure gradually disappeared into the darkness, completely merging with the darkness. Long Chen's eyes became a little misty. He had already understood Li Xuanji's feelings, but what would happen in the future could only depend on fate. Right now, Long Chen only wanted to end this destined battle of his as soon as possible. Time passed day by day as he cultivated. In the blink of an eye, it had been 4 days since Mo Xiaolang left. Long Chen also felt that that day was not far away. He seemed to feel the footsteps of those two people gradually approaching him. For some reason, Long Chen felt an inexplicable palpitation in his heart when facing this challenge. This was not a problem of combat strength, but something else. Some things were just inexplicable. These days, it could be said that Long Chen and Li Xuanji spent a short time together. During the cultivation, the two of them made progress together. Long Chen also transformed nearly 1,000 apertures again, possessing a large amount of Nirvana world power. When all of them were transformed, he was not far from a real Nirvana Tribulation Realm warrior. Starting from the 5th tier of the Divine Martial Realm, Long Chen's cultivation path was already different from that of others. On the 4th day after Mo Xiaolang left, Long Chen was shocked to find that at this time, a large number of super experts appeared outside the courtyard. The door opened, and the mighty and domineering burly man, Wen Jingtao, came in first. Behind him followed a group of people with cold eyes. Each of them had a terrifying aura of the Tribulation Realm. There were more than 20 people in the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, and behind them, there were hundreds of experts in the great completion of Martial Path. With so many experts gathered in front of Long Chen, all of them looked at Long Chen with admiration, curiosity, and praise. If it was in the past, Long Chen wouldn't have dared to imagine such a powerful lineup. He was sure that almost all the experts of the true Martial Emperor Palace in the 9-star Chaos City had gathered here. In front of him, there were 5 experts in the 2nd level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, the core of the true Martial Emperor Palace in the 9-star Chaos City. Back in the true Martial Emperor Palace, Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai, who had reached the great completion of Martial Path, made Long Chen think that they were super experts. Now, there were so many experts standing in front of him. Wen Jingtao strode in front of Long Chen, looking at the quiet Long Chen with an impactful gaze. After so many days, Long Chen acted as if nothing had happened, and his expression was still normal. Wen Jingtao praised his temperament. He pointed at the experts behind him and said in a clear voice, "These are the seniors of the true Martial Emperor Palace." Long Chen hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Junior Long Chen greets the seniors." The true Martial Emperor Palace had produced such a genius who dared to go against the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. In an instant, all the experts were interested and rushed over. Sure enough, this young man was a dragon among men. He looked ordinary, but there was a heaven-defying intent in the depths of his eyes that no one could emulate. The experts of the true Martial Emperor Palace didn't speak, but looked at Long Chen from head to toe. Wen Jingtao laughed heartily and said, "I came here today to tell you 2 things. First, there's news from the Emperor Palace that your name has spread to the Emperor Palace. Even the great Emperor has appeared for you. The true Martial Emperor has appeared." Long Chen was stunned. After the incident in the City of Vain Deaths, Long Chen was very curious about the mysterious true Martial Emperor. Most importantly, How did he lose his true martial emperor soul? Yes. Wenren Jingtao was very happy. Any young man who could alarm the true martial emperor was a genius. He had high hopes for Long Chen. At this time, he patted Long Chen's shoulder and laughed heartily. The great emperor has ordered that you must return to the true martial emperor palace. He wants to see you. Long Chen felt a suffocating feeling. A master of that level actually wanted to see him. Perhaps it wasn't just because of his talent. It was more likely that he was like him, someone who had come from the city of vain deaths. That Zhenwu great emperor was so powerful, he must know a lot of things. It was just that he didn't know whether this supermaster was a friend or a foe. If he was an enemy, then it would be troublesome. But if he was an enemy, why didn't he send people to capture him now? Why did he want Long Chen to return to the true martial emperor palace when he was free? Thinking of this, Long Chen felt a little relieved. Wenren Jingtao continued, "That's why we're here today, to cheer you on and support you. Didn't you say you wanted to fight the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace? Today, the entire Martial Emperor Palace will accompany you. We're your strongest shield. Nearly 30 Nirvana Tribulation experts and 100 Martial Path experts at the consummate level will fight for you." What? Long Chen was shocked. Just because of one sentence from the true Martial Emperor Palace, the true Martial Emperor Palace was treating the Emperor disciple as an existence of the demon race. Indeed, status was a great thing to rely on. Compared to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, Long Chen was very pitiful. But with the true Martial Emperor Palace, Wenren Jingtao, and these experts as his backing, child, work hard. No matter what the outcome is, we will support you. Yeah, how domineering would it be to snatch the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's women? If you succeed, you will bring honor to the true Martial Emperor Palace. This old man will go all out to fight those old fogies from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace for you. That's right. How can I miss out on such a hot-blooded matter? Everyone laughed. The atmosphere was very relaxed. Long Chen smiled. After Mo Xiaolang left, he thought that he had no support. But now that they were here, he had nothing to fear. Heroic spirit rose from his chest. Many thanks, seniors. This junior will do his best. I will not embarrass the true Martial Emperor Palace. Long Chen cupped his hands and said excitedly. His battle intent had already started to burn. Wenren Jingtao liked his fearless attitude. He laughed and said, "The second thing is that the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace have already set up a formation at the Central Plaza to welcome the two young experts from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. However, someone from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace has already arrived. That person seems to be Miss Lingxi's grandmother. Do you know her?" Granny. How could Long Chen not know her? She was someone he had engraved in his heart. If it wasn't for her, Long Chen and Lingxi wouldn't have been separated. He didn't expect that she would arrive before Lingxi and Wang Chen. At this moment, she must be listening to others talking about Long Chen. Wenren Jingtao looked at Long Chen with a scorching gaze and said, "Considering their schedule, I bet they'll be here by the end of the day. Therefore, I'd like to ask you, do you dare to come with me to the central square to welcome them with Granny Yen?" To Long Chen, Granny Yen was a very important person. She came first and set up a formation at the Central Plaza. Also, your matter has caused quite a stir in the 12 Supreme Alliances. Everyone knows about it. Now the people from the 12 Supreme Alliances are treating this as a competition between the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This is a big show. At this moment, the entire 12 Supreme Alliances are probably surrounding the Central Plaza, waiting for your arrival. They are very curious to see if you will stay here like a coward or face it head-on. The so-called Central Plaza was a large open space in the North Star City. It was more than 50,000 meters wide. It was a place where all the martial artists from the 12 Supreme Alliances gathered. At this moment, there must be a sea of people waiting for the fierce competition between the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Even without Wenren Jingtao's provocation, Long Chen already knew it was time. Without a word, he brought Li Xuanji and the elders and made a please gesture, then walked proudly in front. Battle. Do you want to see 4 chapters today? Click the like button below. The 2 chapters at noon each had more than 100 likes. 2 chapters at 6 p.m., otherwise 1 chapter. Chapter 14:11. The central square was located near the center of Polaris City. It wasn't far from the Polaris battlefield, but it was several times bigger than the Polaris battlefield. At this moment, it was noon. The periphery of the entire central square was crowded with thousands of people. Most of them were experts at the high level of the god martial arts realm. They had gathered here. The protagonist had not arrived yet, but there was already a hubbub of voices. There was a huge empty space in the center of the central square. The people of the major powers formed a circle and surrounded this place. There were 12 major powers, 12 regions. Countless people were talking about one name, and that was Long Chen. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace has set up such a big battle formation for this young man. Yes, the young man who dared to talk back to Ling Song in the Polaris battlefield. Everyone knows what he did in the Eternal Hell. He defeated almost all the other teams with the demon race's emperor's disciple. His strength increased by leaps and bounds, and he even obtained great benefits in the City of Wrong Deaths. After he came out, he fought against the experts of the 10,000 Supreme Alliance, killed hundreds of them, and left calmly. Such peerless charm. It seems that the true Martial Emperor Palace is going to protect this person. However, this is big trouble. Not only did Long Chen kill the younger brother of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's #1 genius, but he is also his rival in love. Now that Wang Chen is coming, he must have come for Long Chen. The show is about to start. This is a battle between these two young experts, and also a battle between the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the true Martial Emperor Palace. The entire central square was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing this matter, and there were even people who directly made bets on who would be the final victor of this battle of two celestial bodies, who would win fame, shock the world, and at the same time, win the beauty. Wang Chen was a famous expert with legendary achievements. At the beginning, his talent was far inferior to his younger brother. Eventually, he became a dragon warrior and advanced by leaps and bounds, defeating many opponents along the way. It was said that his battle strength had surpassed the ordinary Nirvana Tribulation realm, and he was the #1 genius of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. As for Long Chen, he was just a little genius who had popped out of nowhere and wasn't under the tutelage of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Although his performance was shocking, there was still a big gap between him and the top 3 experts of the 3 regions and 9 worlds. As a result, many more people placed their bets on Wang Chen's victory. Although it was said that Long Chen and Lingxi had interacted before, Wang Chen was her fiancé and both of them were from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Lingxi was the daughter of a supreme sword master of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. How could he marry his daughter to an outsider? Long Chen had almost no chance of winning. In fact, Long Chen didn't even have a chance of winning. The other party had come too fast. It had only been 9 years, and he wasn't ready yet. But Lingxi was coming, so he had no choice but to retreat. Thinking about it carefully, it had been 2 years since they last met. Hearing the bustling noise, the people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace frowned. This time, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had put on a big show. In order to prevent the true Martial Emperor Palace from causing trouble, they had gathered all the experts of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in the 9-star Chaos City. At this time, they were all surrounding Ling Song. There were nearly 30 Nirvana Tribulation experts and hundreds of Martial Path experts. Such a huge formation was full of deterrence. Above the group of people, sword light soared into the sky, vaguely forming a sword net. The power of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was fully displayed. Beside Ling Song, who was like a heavenly sword, stood a hunchbacked old woman. Her hair was all white, and her eyes were deep. She was dressed in plain clothes. This was the same Grandma Yen who had taken Lingxi away in the White Poplar Town. Even if Long Chen died, he wouldn't be able to forget her appearance. After knowing that Lingxi and the others were coming, she had gone ahead to the North Star City to prepare for the arrival of the 2 most outstanding geniuses of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This time, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had put on a show. Ling Song. Is the Long Chen they are talking about the one who killed the people of the dynasty? The disciple of the true Martial Emperor Palace? Grandma Yan's expression was indifferent as she asked. Ling Song didn't think much of it. He said, "That kid is nothing special. He's just lucky, and his strength improved quickly. Compared to a true genius, he's laughable." Grandma Yen lifted her head and looked at the old man. She asked curiously, "What do they mean by Long Chen won the beauty? Could it be that this Long Chen knows she-er?" She had long forgotten about Long Chen. This time, Wang Chen had come out to avenge his brother, while Lingxi had come out to relax. Therefore, before Grandma Yen arrived, she didn't know that this Long Chen was related to Lingxi. You didn't know? Ling Song was stunned. At this time, Ling Xiao spoke up, Grandma Yen, you should be familiar with this Long Chen. When you brought Little She back from the Myriad Kingdom's domain, didn't you know that Little She had a good relationship with a young man? Long Chen is that young man. In 10 years, he chased her all the way here from the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Ling Xiao said casually. What? Upon hearing this, Grandma Yen cried out in surprise. Her expression changed from a calm lake to a raging sea. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's words had a huge impact on her. When Long Chen first appeared, Wang Chao was so scared that he fled. Everyone knew how impossible it was for a powerless ant who didn't know how to cultivate to reach such a terrifying level in 10 years. Long Chen's strength was enough to kill Wang Chao. 10 years ago, Wang Chao was at the 9th tier of the Divine Martial Realm. 10 years later, Wang Chao was still at the 9th tier of the Divine Martial Realm. 10 years ago, Long Chen was at the bottom of the world. He was the kind of person who couldn't even compare to a hair on Wang Chao's head even if he spent his entire life. But today, 10 years later, someone actually told Grandma Yen that he had killed Wang Chao. Grandma Yan's first reaction was that she had heard a joke. But would Ling Xiao tell such a joke to her? Moreover, only she and Wang Chao had met that young man. Ling Xiao didn't know anything about him. So how would he know? Ling Song, who was standing next to her, gritted his teeth and said angrily, It's that bastard. I really don't know what kind of luck that bastard had and what kind of inheritance he obtained. He actually managed to kill his way to the 3 great imperial domains and even displayed such divine might today. It's really shocking. However, a lowly person is a lowly person. Wang Chen's arrival today will put an end to his thoughts and his life. Granny Yen was in a state of complete confusion. She suddenly remembered that when she left, the young man's face was filled with grief and indignation. He had faced her with his frail body and swore to her that he would stand before her in 10 years' time. At that time, Grandma Yen had thought that it was just a joke. Yes, until today, she had completely forgotten about the person who had saved Lingxi's life. She had asked Wang Chao to erase his memory, but he had actually come today. Ling Song was not Grandma Yen. He had never seen that young man, so he would never know how terrifying he was today. Grandma Yen, you. Seeing that the old woman was in a daze and trembling, Ling Song felt very strange. Isn't he just a lucky little thing? Why is he so shocked? Grandma Yan's mind was filled with the image of that young man with blood-red eyes. He looked at her with grief and indignation. He was so unwilling and hated her so much. The love between him and Lingxi must have been deep in his bones, but she had deprived him of everything because of her identity, status, and strength. She clearly remembered how he had made up his mind to give up and then swore that he would catch up with her within 10 years. And today was the 9th year. Grandma Yen had never thought that this child could actually do it. Long Chen hadn't appeared yet, but Grandma Yan's heart had been crushed by the look in his eyes. She found it almost difficult to breathe. Grandma. Ling Song was even more depressed. Is this necessary? I'm fine. Grandma Yen took a deep breath and finally recovered. She looked up and asked, Where is that Long Chen? Is he here? Ling Song laughed. With that kid's guts, it would be strange if he came here after I set up such a formation in the central square. Almost all the experts of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had been mobilized. When Wang Chen and the others arrived, even with the protection of the true Martial Emperor Palace, Long Chen wouldn't be able to escape. Ling Song had already thought of a plan to kill Long Chen. As long as that kid existed, he would feel uncomfortable. With his character, it's impossible that he won't come. Grandma Yen nodded. She understood Long Chen too well. From the time he chose to leave, she understood that he had worked hard for the past 9 years, all for this moment. How could he not come? At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. After that they parted, forming a path. An incomparably powerful group of people was heading in the direction of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Sword light revolved around the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's group. Above this group of people, there was a monstrous martial Dao aura condensing above their heads. The martial god had descended. That tyrannical martial Dao aura was even more ferocious than the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's group. This group of people strode in the direction of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The auras of both sides clashed, vaguely forming a collision stance. The members of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were on high alert, their eyes gleaming with sword light. Almost everyone from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace ignored the majestic Wen Jingtao who was walking at the front. Their gazes were focused on the young man behind Wen Jingtao, who was surrounded by countless experts. That's right, it was Long Chen. Chapter 14:12. Granny Yan's gaze was completely fixed on Long Chen, who was being escorted by countless experts. Long Chen was also looking at the old woman. He was much calmer than she had imagined, which was beyond Granny Yan's expectations. She had thought that this young man would be excited, crazy, and eager to show off his glorious achievements. His eyes were as calm as the sea. She could feel that this young man's heart was filled with unparalleled arrogance, but on the outside, he was unexpectedly calm. Both sides were getting closer and closer. Long Chen had come for the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. He was surrounded by countless experts from the true martial Emperor Palace. He stopped 20 meters away from Grandma Yan and the others. In order to stand in front of this old man, Long Chen had gone through untold hardships and climbed thousands of mountains and rivers. Originally, he had thought that he would be angry and agitated, but after seeing Wang Chao, his heart had calmed down a lot. This old man, who he had been powerless to resist, wasn't enough to scare him. Long Chen's eyes never left the old man. Surrounded by countless powerful experts, he had a powerful and domineering aura. Such a young man caused all those who had been bad-mouthing him to shut their mouths and look at him with trepidation. The battle between the true martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Wen Jingtao was a daring person to begin with. At this moment, he was looking at Ling Song with a provocative gaze, as though he wanted to challenge Ling Song to a fight. Ling Song laughed heartily and spoke first. I didn't expect Wen Jingtao of the true martial Emperor Palace to have so many experts surrounding a young man. What's wrong? Is he the illegitimate son of your true martial emperor? Wen Jingtao didn't give in. So what if he is? It only proves that our true martial emperor still exists. What about you? Your Sword Spirit Emperor has already passed away. Among the three Emperor Palaces, the Desolation Emperor and the true martial emperor didn't appear often, but at least they were still around. Only the Sword Spirit Emperor was nowhere to be seen. Wen Jingtao's words pierced the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's weak spot, and the situation quickly escalated. However, Granny Yan didn't seem to hear anything. Her gaze was completely focused on the young man in the crowd. Compared to the Long Chen from back then, the current him was quiet and calm. However, there was an air of arrogance and king-like arrogance about him that caused Granny Yan's heart to tremble. It really was him. When Granny Yan saw him with her own eyes, she knew that there was no longer any doubt. Long Chen had created a miracle. The young man who once swore that he would follow in Lingxi's footsteps within 10 years had really come. He was so young, yet he possessed such terrifying strength. His growth was simply the rise of a legend. Although Granny Yan was able to maintain her calm, her heart was trembling. Long Chen's calm gaze was filled with a terrifying power that made her feel a sense of dread. Come here, child. Granny Yan calmed herself down and beckoned Long Chen over. The surroundings were completely silent. Granny Yan's strength was comparable to an ordinary sword venerable. What was she going to do? When she called him child, Long Chen recalled many things. Long Chen ignored Wen Jingtao's attempt to stop him and walked straight to Granny Yan. The atmosphere was incomparably heavy. Granny Yan sized up this young man from head to toe with an expression of disbelief on her face. Long Chen's lips curved into a cold smile. I'm here. Have you had your fill of shock? If you have anything to say, just say it. To be honest, it was impossible for him to not hate this old man in his heart. Such a sharp young man caused Granny Yan to shake her head incessantly. She gradually regained her senses and suppressed the shock that Long Chen had given her. She once again thought about the difference in status between the two of them. She could already sense a dangerous aura from this young man. You've achieved so much in 9 years. It's really beyond my expectation. You're good. You've fulfilled your vow. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Granny Yan's tone gradually became normal. She looked at Long Chen calmly. What on earth had happened between the two of them? Everyone was very curious and began to talk about it. So what? Just get to the point, Long Chen said calmly with a cold look in his eyes. What he wanted to hear was not this nonsense. It was enough for Granny Yan to know these words in her heart. He smiled and said, At this moment, shouldn't you be like that old devil Ling Song, advising me to retreat and telling me, a toad, to stop daydreaming? That's right, even though she was extremely shocked, the position she was standing in could not be changed no matter what. Seeing that Wang Chen and Lingxi were about to arrive, she still needed to make things clear despite her extreme shock. Granny Yen suppressed the turbulence in her heart and faced the arrogant young man seriously. She said, "Your ability and potential are unparalleled, but today is not the time for you to be arrogant. I advise you to leave first. Some things have changed a lot, and it's no longer what you think it is," she said solemnly. Long Chen burst into laughter, letting everyone see how presumptuous and arrogant he was. He pointed at himself and said word by word with a ferocious look in his eyes, "Do you want to beat me with just a few words? Do you think I spent 9 years fighting my way here and narrowly escaped death just to listen to your nonsense?" Every word of his was filled with a sharp force that shocked Granny Yen. She clearly knew how much tenacity, persistence, and hard work this young man had. If she was still the young girl from 10,000 years ago, she might have been moved by this man's persistence and stubbornness. But she wasn't. Power and status had already seeped into her bones. The more unbridled this young man was, the more she resisted him in her heart. Granny Yan's eyes turned gloomy. "I don't care what you've done. What's not yours will never be yours. You must know when to give up and when to give up. What's in your life will always be yours, and what's not in your life will never be yours. This doesn't belong to you, and it's not something you can touch. If you insist on it, it will only lead to you losing everything. Wake up, child." Long Chen had heard these words many times. He waved his hand and said, "Don't talk to me like this. Don't say that your Sword Spirit Emperor Palace is afraid. Even if I, Long Chen, am alone, what can you do to me? You said that I will lose everything, so let me tell you, I don't care about what I have. I only need to show you that when I was still an ant, you could trample on my dignity and life. But today..." Long Chen narrowed his eyes. He was no longer afraid. He looked at the crowd and smiled. "I will be your nightmare. It's not that I, Long Chen, am vengeful, nor am I trying to prove anything to you. It's because I want to take back what I lost in front of you." The thing he lost in front of Granny Yen was undoubtedly his dignity. The dignity of a man. Granny Yen suddenly felt heartache for this young man. That's right, he, who was still a young man in Baiyang Town, had lost miserably. He was powerless against everything. At that moment, he had lost the most important thing in his life. If he didn't take it back today, he wouldn't rest until he took it back. Granny Yen knew that this was his obsession. Nothing she said would change his mind. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned by Long Chen's will. They were speechless. They had a premonition that something shocking would happen today because of this young man. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. Through their questions and answers, everyone roughly understood that Long Chen must have interacted with Lingxi for a period of time. Then, it was Granny Yen who separated them, and Long Chen eventually chased after her. Everyone couldn't help but admire this young man. A young man without any foundation dared to confront the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This courage alone was admirable, especially his sincerity and pursuit. One had to admit that among the thousands of young experts in the 3 Emperor domains, Long Chen was unique. Only Ling Song laughed heartily as if he had heard a joke. Ling Song was the only one who laughed heartily as if he had heard a joke. "How touching. Why don't you go put on an opera? What's the point of talking so arrogantly now? When that Wang Chen comes, I'll shut my mouth if you can withstand a single move from him. I really don't know if the brains of the true Martial Emperor Palace's people have been kicked by a donkey. Are you actually planning to fight us for this young man?" Ling Song's words were a provocation. Ren Jingtao and the others erupted their auras and stepped towards the people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The smell of gunpowder was quite dense between both sides. Perhaps they had already started fighting before Wang Chen arrived. Ling Song's eyes flashed with sword light. He licked his lips and said, "Do you really want to fight? Ren Jingtao, we've been fighting for so many years without a clear winner. Today, let's make a bet. Do you dare or not?" Ren Jingtao spat and said, "Grandson Ling, if you have something to fart about, just spit it out." Ling Song's face turned ashen. "I've already thought of the bet. Whoever loses has to call the other party grandpa 3 times every time they meet." "How about it? No, if it's your true Martial Emperor Palace's people, They have to call the other party grandpa 3 times when they meet my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's people. Do you have the guts to bet with me? The crowd was in an uproar. Ling Song was really sinister. He even thought of such a bet. Whoever lost would have no way to survive in 9-star Chaos City. They were all people who were willing to bet. The loser would have to call the other party grandpa 3 times every time they met. That would be worse than death. What about the bet? Wenren Jingtao looked at Ling Song with disdain and said, "It's very simple, very simple. A battle between the younger generation should be settled by the younger generation. As the seniors, no matter what happens, all we have to do is watch. If anyone interferes in a battle between the younger generation, that person will lose. What do you think? This bet is very simple. As long as no one interferes, no one will lose." Chapter 14:13. Wenren Jingtao was seething with anger. He didn't hold back and shouted, "You old fart, you're really good at scheming. Do you think I'm stupid enough to fall for your trick?" Everyone knew that Long Chen had risen to prominence recently, but he was still a far cry from Wang Chen, a dragon warrior. Almost no one knew that Long Chen was also a dragon warrior. The true Martial Emperor Palace had come today because the true Martial Emperor wanted to see Long Chen. They swore to protect Long Chen even if it meant their lives. Otherwise, how would they explain it to the true Martial Emperor when they returned? If Long Chen were to fight Wang Chen to the death by himself, he would probably die before he remembered it. But because of the bet, Long Chen could not fight, and that would be a tragedy. Therefore, Wenren Jingtao couldn't agree to this bet no matter what. Ling Song laughed heartily and said, "Wenren Jingtao, you're really a coward. What a disgrace. I understand. This kid is too soft. He's not on the same level as our Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's Wang Chen. You're afraid that he'll die if he's not careful. Don't worry, I'll talk to Wang Chen and ask him to spare this lowly kid's life." Ling Song said arrogantly. The experts from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace laughed along with Ling Song. Only Ling Xiao and Granny Yen remained calm. They were looking at Long Chen. Ling Xiao's heart stirred. He knew that Long Chen would definitely make a choice. Wenren Jingtao couldn't stand the sneer from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace anymore. Just as he was about to fight, Long Chen said in a clear voice, "I agree to your bet. Old fart, you're right. This is a matter between juniors. None of you have the right to make a move. Whoever makes a move will be dealt with according to the bet." Long Chen kid. Wenren Jingtao was speechless. He really didn't know where this kid got his guts from. Wenren Jingtao was a daring person, but compared to Long Chen, he paled in comparison. Long Chen's courage had already won the admiration of the other seniors of the true Martial Emperor Palace, and it had also won the admiration of the tens of thousands of spectators. Those who recognized him felt that he was a true man worthy of respect, while those who didn't would naturally feel that he was a fool who didn't care about his life. For a woman, is it worth it? Many people wanted to ask Long Chen. Long Chen already had an answer in his heart. Not only was he doing this for Lingxi, he was also doing it for himself. This was no longer just a single problem, but the first battle that Long Chen had to face bravely in his entire life. From the moment he agreed to the bet, there was complete silence. After a long time, Ling Song said in shock, "Good, it's good that you've agreed. I believe that the true Martial Emperor Palace will do what they say. Otherwise, don't bother staying in 9-star Chaos City." How embarrassing. Wenren Jingtao snorted coldly. He didn't want to talk to the old man anymore, as he didn't want to embarrass himself. The two of them had arrived at some unknown time. Wenren Jingtao was about to call the true Martial Emperor Palace's people to return to their seats when Grandma Yen suddenly called out to Long Chen. She solemnly said, "This is your own choice, and no one can change it. Finally, I have to tell you one thing." "Speak," Long Chen said. Grandma Yen hesitated, but she still said, "Lingxi is no longer the Lingxi of the past. The current her doesn't recognize her own family, and her heart is filled with killing intent. Her behavior is strange, and there's no love in her. I advise you not to have too many delusions, or you'll die a miserable death." These words stunned Long Chen for a moment. What kind of bullshit was this? Long Chen had just met her 2 years ago, and the two of them had been together for half a year. Long Chen probably didn't even understand that little girl. She had followed Long Chen unconditionally, and was willing to give up everything for Long Chen. Her love was blind and persistent, and no obstacles could knock her down. Grandma Yen was Lingxi's grandmother, and yet she described her as someone who didn't recognize her own family, and her heart was filled with killing intent. If Grandma Yen hadn't said it, Longchen would have thought it was a joke. "Impossible," he said with certainty. "I've already conveyed my words to you. It's up to you whether you believe it or not." Grandma Yen sneered and didn't say anything else. She looked at the horizon, where Lingxi and Wang Chen would be coming from. Wenren Jingtao and the others brought Long Chen back to their positions. The people from the two emperor palaces stood facing each other. Although the distance between them had been lengthened, the smell of gunpowder was still thick. The confrontation between nearly 30 Nirvana tribulation experts wasn't a joke. The aura generated by the confrontation was so intense that the clouds in the sky rolled away. "Do you really want to do this?" Wenren Jingtao sighed as he looked at Long Chen. The more he looked at this kid, the more monstrous he felt Long Chen was. Long Chen only nodded in reply. "It's good to be young. You don't even care about your life. I, Wenren Jingtao, have seen many young geniuses, and the one with the most backbone is you, Long Chen. I admire you. I admire you." Wenren Jingtao said sincerely. Long Chen smiled bitterly. This moment was already destined in his fate. Fortunately, Li Xuanji was still by his side. No matter what, she always stood silently by his side and didn't say a word. She was even more mysterious today. Long Chen opened his mouth with the intention to speak as he gazed at this drop-dead gorgeous young woman with a pair of intelligent and deep eyes. However, he didn't know where to start. "Let me ask you a question." Li Xuanji opened her red lips and said calmly, looking straight ahead. "N." Long Chen nodded silently. That bet was said to be a matter between the younger generation. In that case, I'm also considered as one of the younger generation. Li Xuanji turned around and suddenly smiled slyly. Her eyes did not shrink back as she looked at him with a fiery gaze. "You're right, but..." No matter what, this was Long Chen's own business, and he didn't want her to interfere. "Don't worry, I won't make trouble for you. I just don't want you to be bullied by others." Li Xuanji looked at Long Chen as if he was a child, and her eyes were filled with unconcealable love and heartache. The way she and Long Chen were together was a little different. She loved this man from the bottom of her heart and wanted to take care of him. She didn't want him to suffer any harm, especially from the heart. Long Chen didn't expect that she would say such domineering words. This was the mysterious woman who came out of the bronze coffin and threatened Long Chen, saying that she would kill him. Perhaps, at this moment, having her company was also a kind of happiness. Long Chen wasn't a wishy-washy person. After today's battle, maybe he really should adjust himself. He wasn't used to being a passive person. And the opponent that he had hit was gradually approaching. Long Chen suddenly thought of Granny Yan's words just now, which made him feel a little uneasy. Why did she describe Lingxi like that? Compared with Wang Chen's strength, Lingxi's change made him feel more uneasy. He then told Li Xuanji what Granny Yan had said. Li Xuanji gently pursed her delicate lips. Logically speaking, she knew that Lingxi would never be like that, or Long Chen wouldn't treat her like that. Her mind was also in a mess. She said, "I don't care so much. I don't care if she is full of killing or if she doesn't recognize her own family. I only care about you. Now, I'm the only one who can take action. So when you need me, I'll show up. Just like how you helped me find the saints' fruit of heaven and earth, you saved my life." She talked a lot today, but no matter what, every word was very sincere. Long Chen nodded silently in his heart. No one knew when the two people would come. During this period of time, Long Chen quietly transformed his aperture acupoints, gradually transforming the dragon blood divine yuan into the nirvana world energy. Even in such a short period of time, his strength could still improve. Almost every 15 minutes, there would be one or several aperture acupoints burning away the impurities, turning them into the purest nirvana world energy. Long Chen's body was filled with boundless energy. After more than 10 days of preparation, his strength had once again made a breakthrough, especially the god-slaying art. The trajectory of the word heaven contained 4 layers of killing path, and the double sword technique was even more heaven-defying. Time passed quietly. The martial artists in the public square had already gradually lost their patience, but those two people still hadn't arrived. It was possible that they weren't in a hurry, especially Lingxi. It was rumored that she was here to relax. The night gradually fell. The night passed quickly, and it was almost dawn. Long Chen once again transformed hundreds of aperture acupoints, and the Nirvana world energy in his body increased again. Just when he stopped cultivating, he found that there was a strange change in his body. He stretched out the fingers of his right hand, and found that there were actually fine white light spots on it. There were a total of 7 or 8 light spots, and they were very small. If one didn't look carefully, it would be almost impossible to notice. With regards to this inexplicable thing, Long Chen was very shocked. He was undoubtedly very familiar with his body. So what was this thing? After pondering for a while, he found nothing. After a while, Long Chen found that there were originally 7 or 8 dim white light spots. At this moment, there were more than 10, and the range gradually spread from his fingers to his palm. What is this? Long Chen was shocked. He hadn't gone anywhere for the past few days. So what exactly were these white light spots? Other than the white light spots, there were no other changes, and it didn't affect his body in the slightest. Long Chen even thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. But after half an hour, hundreds of small, almost invisible white spots had already covered his palm. Long Chen was a little shocked. He hurriedly and sneakily showed his palm to Li Xuanji. What's going on? Li Xuanji frowned slightly. I don't know either. Long Chen shook his head helplessly. It was really puzzling that such a strange thing had happened before the final battle. Long Chen even suspected that it was the god-slaying sword and the city lord of the vein. However, these white light spots didn't have any death aura at all. Long Chen's intuition told him that it should have nothing to do with the city lord of the vein or the god-slaying sword. Just as he was puzzled, the fiery sun suddenly rose from the east, and in the light of the sun, 2 figures flew over. Chapter 14:14. At that moment, Long Chen forgot about the white spot that suddenly appeared on his hand. As the sun shone, the ground began to be covered with a layer of golden carpet. The man and woman who came out of the sun flew proudly from the sky like gods in the sky. They descended on the crowd at a terrifying speed. What should come finally came. Not a single one was left out. At that moment, Long Chen just stared blankly at them and even forgot to breathe. High up in the sky, 2 silhouettes slowly descended. Long Chen's gaze was completely fixated on the girl. This was the girl he had been dreaming of. He had yearned for her countless times, all for the sake of being together with her. Thousands of spectators were full of admiration. Like Long Chen, they first turned their eyes to the girl. The girl was like a fairy from the 9th heaven who had descended to the world. She was graceful and curvaceous, with soft breasts and beautiful buttocks. Her hair flowed like a waterfall, and her waist was tied up. Her facial features were exquisite, and her skin was as white as snow. She was wrapped in a pale pink dress and a white gauze coat, revealing her beautiful neck and clearly visible collarbone. A wisp of black hair hung on her chest, and the looming blush on her cheeks created a kind of pure and lovely skin that was as delicate and lovely as a petal. She was like a butterfly fluttering in the wind, or a clear and penetrating ice and snow. At this moment, after seeing her, Long Chen had completely forgotten Granny Yan's advice. He couldn't see anything different about this Lingxi from her appearance. But he didn't know that he didn't notice the strong hostility and killing intent in the depths of the girl's eyes. Apart from Lingxi, there was another man who had arrived 3 or 4 times away from her, but had also arrived at the same time. It was Wang Chen. He was an opponent who had appeared in Long Chen's life long ago, but had never shown his face. Long Chen had long had an outline of him in his mind, and now that he had truly appeared, it was not much different from what Long Chen had imagined. This man was also dressed in white and had black hair. Both his clothes and hair were fluttering in the wind, which set off his figure suspended in the air, making him look like a god who had descended to the world. His skin was faintly glowing, and his eyes were shining with 1,000 kinds of glazed light. His black hair was tied with a white ribbon, and he was dressed in snow-white satin. His eyebrows were long enough to reach his temples, and his eyes were slender and gentle. He had a straight nose, fair skin, and a pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to be the soul of heaven and earth. They were clear but bottomless. His skin was as clear as jade, and his long black hair hung over his shoulders, glowing faintly. He was tall and slender. Standing there, he looked indescribably elegant as if he were a celestial being. He was dressed in a light yellow robe with golden edges, and he looked like a man cast from a piece of flawless jade. His charm was unique, and he gave people a sense of nobility. This was no longer a matter of his handsome appearance. It was because he had a temperament that was very similar to Long Chen's. He looked gentle and friendly, but his bones were full of pride and tenacity. He was not a person who would compromise easily. Even like Long Chen, he would not compromise even if he died. This seemingly golden couple descended from the sky at this moment. Tens of thousands of people couldn't help but show envy in their eyes. They were a perfect match made in heaven. Compared to them, Long Chen, the third party, seemed a little pitiful. Since their appearance, many people had subconsciously forgotten about Long Chen. Although Long Chen was naturally outstanding, compared to the reputation and temperament of these two, he was far from it. Only the people from the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace could feel the tension in the atmosphere. Long Chen didn't think much of it. His gaze had always been on Lingxi. Perhaps she hadn't noticed him yet. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the true Martial Emperor Palace stood opposite each other. Both of them were facing the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, leaving only two figures of Long Chen. One was tall and handsome. The other was graceful and graceful. Both of them were like deities who had descended to the mortal world, causing people to be incomparably envious. Especially Wang Chen. He was simply a legend. At this moment, those precise eyes and the faint smile on his face were all intoxicating. Although he and Wang Chao were brothers, the difference between the two of them was simply too great. Wang Chen and Lingxi weren't very close to each other. It was as though there was a strange distance between them. Both of them also clashed with each other. This was similar to what Long Chen had thought. He knew the relationship between him and Lingxi, and it would never be destroyed by any worldly matters. However, he was already standing in front of her. Why didn't she see him? Even if her back was facing him, she was so familiar with his aura. One had to know that at this moment, Long Chen's fiery gaze was focused on her. He didn't notice that the white light on his hand had already spread to his arm. At this moment, there was absolute silence. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's people immediately smiled. A good show was about to begin. Wang Chen, who was completely radiant, first greeted Grandma Yan and Ling Song. After all, they were his elders. Wang Chen's voice was clear and sounded very pure. Next, he looked at Lingxi. Lingxi's actions were very strange. Her originally delicate and adorable face was now filled with impatience. The coldness in her eyes was gradually revealed. Compared to Li Xuanji's indifference, she was even colder. She looked around and saw that there were so many people around her. Gradually, her eyes revealed a murderous intent. Of course, her gaze also swept past Long Chen, but it basically didn't linger on Long Chen. It was as if she didn't know Long Chen. At that moment, Long Chen felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. He didn't dare to imagine that it was as Grandma Yan had said, that Lingxi's appearance had completely changed. Long Chen felt that this was impossible. Even if it was the Soul Fusion Grand Dao, with so many experts in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, how could they not see it? It was impossible for a person to have such an unexplainable change, unless she was faking it. But why did she do that? Long Chen's mind was in chaos. He found that he couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out at all. Come here. Grandma Yan waved at Lingxi. Only then did Lingxi step forward. She gracefully walked over to Granny Yan's side and stood next to her. She didn't greet her and just stood there quietly. She didn't say anything and didn't want to see anything. That person, do you know him? Grandma Yan pointed at Long Chen. Long Chen could hear her words. This was a show that Grandma Yan put on for Long Chen. Sure enough, Lingxi looked at Long Chen with eyes full of murderous intent. She said, I don't know him. So decisive and resolute. Long Chen felt as if his heart had been pierced by a sharp knife. The pain was so painful that he couldn't breathe. He forced himself to calm down. He told himself that there must be a reason for her to become like this. She definitely didn't do it on purpose. Long Chen imagined that if she was pretending, she must be feeling very uncomfortable at this moment. Back in Baiyang Town and Yuanling City, they had gone through life and death together countless times. They had even been hunted by the Zongyang Kingdom's royal family. During that period of time, they had established the most indestructible relationship. When Long Chen came to the three emperor domains, Lingxi had spent half a year with him. During that half a year, Lingxi was still so happy and lovely. The person in front of him was like a completely different person. Long Chen, what's going on? Li Xuanji's red lips were slightly parted. She was also a beautiful woman like Lingxi, but her temperament was a bit colder. She wasn't as lovely as Lingxi. Her dark green eyes trembled slightly. From Long Chen's gaze and expression, she could tell that he definitely didn't know anything either. Good, very good. It's good that you've forgotten. Now let's go watch a show. After that, I'll take you on a tour of 9-star Chaos City. Granny Yen laughed heartily. A show? Lingxi revealed a cold smile. She wasn't interested in this at all. She wanted to come out, but she had stayed in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace for too long. It was too boring, to the point of making her nervous. After saying these 3 words, she was like a cold and aloof fairy. She just stood in place, not making a sound. Her pair of slightly empty eyes looked forward. No one could draw her attention or make her contemplate them. Long Chen saw all of this clearly. This caused his blood to boil, and a bloodthirsty aura to rise from his body. Don't be rash. Li Xuanji used her soft white hand to hold Long Chen's hand. That cold yet soft touch made Long Chen feel a bit calmer. No matter what, this woman standing next to him was like a strong shield. Her gentleness and words made Long Chen feel at ease. Maybe something happened, or maybe she isn't her. In any case, you have to deal with today's matter rationally. Everyone has their own difficulties. You should believe in yourself, believe in the past, believe in your intuition now, and do what you have to do. Don't let anything affect you. Li Xuanji's words were like a bucket of wisdom to Long Chen. Long Chen gradually regained his consciousness. His mind was clear, and it was easy for him to recall. Lingxi must have had some unforeseen accident. She must not have done this willingly. At this moment, Long Chen didn't notice that the white light had already spread to his arm and extended to his whole body. While Lingxi didn't move, the peerless Wang Chen exchanged a few words with the experts of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and roughly understood the situation here. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, he suddenly turned his head and scanned the crowd with a pair of eyes that seemed to be overflowing with demonic aura. A vast and domineering aura appeared out of thin air. This famous genius expert, the legendary dragon martial artist, caused those weaker experts to retreat one after another in fear. Their faces were filled with despair. Chapter 14-15. When Wang Chen finished speaking, almost everyone's attention was focused on Long Chen, who was surrounded by the true Martial Emperor Palace's elites. Wang Chen knew who Long Chen was, even without Long Chen stepping forward himself. Although Long Chen looked ordinary among the crowd, he wasn't ordinary at all. Although he was a distance away from Long Chen, Wang Chen could immediately sense an aura that made him very, very wary. This kind of aura could only be recognized by a dragon martialist. Long Xing had quickly realized that Long Chen was a dragon martialist, and Wang Chen was no exception. To him, the aura of a dragon martialist on Long Chen was too strong. Long Chen was also the second dragon martialist he had seen in his life. At this moment, Ling Song was looking at Long Chen with incomparable disdain. At the same time, he told Wang Chen about the matter between Long Chen and Lingxi, as well as the bet between the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. After saying that, Ling Song laughed heartily and said, "This wild boy just vowed that Lingxi would follow him. In the end, our Lingxi doesn't even know him. It's all his wishful thinking. It's ridiculous, really ridiculous. If it were me, after boasting so much before, I would want to find a hole to hide in now. I didn't expect that some people would still dare to stand here and some forces would even put on a show of support. I really want to vomit when I see this." Ling Song was usually fine, but he was stubborn. Lingxi was the princess of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and he had watched her grow up. In his heart, he had already set his heart on Wang Chen. He couldn't accept the sudden appearance of this Long Chen. He hated him as much as he could and didn't care how hurtful his words would be. Everyone roared with laughter. They had originally thought that there would be a love story between Long Chen and Lingxi. In order to get Lingxi, Long Chen had staged a heaven-shaking counterattack. However, they didn't expect that to be the case. It was all one-sided wishful thinking. From the eyes of the mysterious princess of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, everyone knew that she was simply pretending not to know Long Chen. They had been moved by Long Chen's words at the beginning. Now that they thought about it, it was as ridiculous as it could be. The true Martial Emperor Palace had lost face because of Long Chen. All kinds of discussions and ugly rumors were coming out from the mouths of the various forces. The faces of the people from the true martial emperor palace turned ugly. Long Chen, what's going on? Wen Jingtao was furious and couldn't stand the humiliation. Just watch. Long Chen only said these 3 words. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he didn't compromise at all. His eyes moved away from the indifferent Lingxi and sized up Wang Chen. Step by step, he walked towards Wang Chen. 2 young auras collided. This is... The tall and handsome Wang Chen frowned inwardly. He had absorbed the inheritance blood essence of the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon, but he didn't know why the dragon martial aura on Long Chen's body gave him a sense of fear. This wasn't a suppression in terms of strength, but a suppression in terms of bloodline. This fellow made Wang Chen feel that he was destined to challenge his divine prestige. His name had the word Chen in it, and he was also a dragon martial artist. Compared to him, his starting point was much lower. However, they both wanted the same woman. Wang Chen had already been engaged for a long time, and he had long regarded Lingxi as his future wife. This was something he had already decided on, but he didn't expect that someone would come to disturb him. Moreover, this person had such a legendary background. Wang Chen felt that this fellow was destined to challenge Long Chen. At this moment, he looked at Long Chen with a tough voice and said loudly, "You're Long Chen, right? Looks like there's a conflict between us. You have unlimited potential, so you'd better not ruin it yourself. Lingxi is my fiancée, and this is something that our parents have agreed to. You once saved her life, and I should be grateful to you, but you killed my younger brother. Let him cancel out my gratitude and hatred. You may leave, and today's matter will be written off. If we meet again in the future, I won't be courteous to you." These words seemed gentle and refined, extremely generous, but they revealed his indifference. His younger brother's life was actually only worth this much. If Mo Xiaolang was killed, Long Chen would definitely kill him no matter what the reason was. At this moment, Long Chen was almost the target of thousands of mocking and despising eyes. He was extremely lonely, but he still walked forward proudly. Wang Chen's words also didn't make him take half a step back. His eyes were still fixed on Lingxi. The girl noticed his gaze, and the killing intent in her eyes became more and more intense. What on earth happened to her? The fine white light spots on her body began to fluctuate. She seemed to be very anxious. The distance between Long Chen and Wang Chen was only about 20 meters. Long Chen stopped in his tracks. Since that was the case, he had to defeat this godlike genius dragon warrior in front of him. Only then would he be able to take a step closer to Lingxi and ask her what had happened. Wang Chen naturally stood in front of him. Long Chen completely ignored his words just now. Such an ungrateful act had already caused Wang Chen's eyes to be filled with demonic killing intent. He was a Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon. The so-called demonic dragon was an evil dragon like the immemorial blood spiritual dragon. The experts of True Martial Emperor Palace and Sword Spirit Emperor Palace couldn't do anything under the restriction of the bet. Only Long Chen and Wang Chen were left. The smell of gunpowder between them was getting more and more intense. Sensing the eruption of battle intent between them, the crowd stopped discussing and became quiet. There was still a lot of suspense in this ultimate battle. Was it finally going to start now? It would be great if we could see a dragon warrior transforming into a dragon. Yeah, living in the dragon sacrificial continent, we haven't seen a real divine dragon yet. It would be great if Wang Chen could transform into a dragon. I just don't know if he would need to transform into a dragon to deal with Long Chen. In the eyes of the crowd, Wang Chen was the only dragon warrior. Even the reputation of the purple blood devil dragon Long Xing wasn't as famous as Wang Chen. No one knew that the battle between the 2 stars was also a battle between the 2 dragons. This man who was like the descending of the heavens had dug out the madness, hostility, and murderous intent in Long Chen's heart bit by bit. His body was gradually burning to its peak. Get out of the way. Wang Chen blocked the way. Long Chen wanted to ask Lingxi why she didn't recognize him. Why? What reason did she have? All of these were the factors that gradually drove Long Chen into madness. He couldn't stand this kind of thinking. To Long Chen, he didn't care about the contempt of thousands of people, the contempt and even the disdain of his opponents. What he cared about was why Lingxi had undergone such a change. Did she do it voluntarily? Or had she really forgotten about him? In his thin body, There seemed to be billions of divine dragons roaring and soaring along his veins and acupoints, bursting out terrifying energy. This was an ancient ferocious creature that was awakening. "Get out of the way." Wang Chen seemed to have heard a joke. He said, "Long Chen, I've already done my best to spare your life on account of your talent and the fact that you once saved Lingxi. But if you're really stubborn, then I'll have to wake you up." Stubborn. When Lingxi left, Long Chen also realized the power of this word. At that time, he was also stubborn, but he was even more stubborn. At this time, he had nothing to regret. What was there to regret? What was there to realize? As long as one lived, one should follow one's heart. He was full of hot blood. He fought for her and flowed for her. Everything that Long Chen had done was for Lingxi to see. He only wanted to see that woman's cold eyes. Even if it was just the slightest bit of softness, he would be satisfied. But unfortunately, she was still indifferent to this day. Scram! Wang Chen roared. A huge force swept towards Long Chen. With his dragon's might, Long Chen took a step back, sand and pebbles flying on the ground. All of a sudden, a terrifying commotion broke out in the sky. Stars of various sizes began to fall from the sky, transforming into a meteor shower. Furthermore, it was broad daylight, and 9-star Primal Chaos City was shaking violently. The broken star's turbulence has actually flown over the 9-star Chaos City. Yeah, it hasn't been like this for many years. It seems like the Emperor's spiritual chi tide is about to arrive. Those who are facing the Nirvana tribulation today, how lucky will they be? The entire 9-star Chaos City trembled slightly. Up in the sky, the sun had long been covered, and a bright starry sky was revealed. Countless broken stars flew across the sky, leaving a dazzling trail of light in their wake. A gust of wind rose, sending sand and pebbles flying. After Wang Chen uttered the word, "Scram," Long Chen's eyes gradually turned bloodshot. A terrifying divine power that did not seem to be any weaker than Wang Chen's erupted from his body. 2 fine steel longswords appeared in Long Chen's hands. In his right hand, the slender gray god-slaying sword was surrounded by a gray aura, making it look like a nightmare. In his left hand, the 7-star dragon abyss sword reflected the bright stars in the sky. The 7 stars shone at the same time. The similarly slender and narrow fine steel body shone with an astonishing sharpness. The pair of sharp swords exuded a terrifying murderous aura. At this moment, Long Chen looked like a peerless killing god with the 2 swords in his hands. When he looked up with his bloodshot eyes, many people felt their hearts tremble, as if the pair of divine swords were already hanging on their necks. Although Wang Chen was from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, he was not a sword martial artist, but a dragon martial artist. It was precisely because he did not have a sword soul that he was young and had poor aptitude. And Long Chen was from the true martial Emperor Palace, but he had a pair of divine swords, the Yin and Yang sword souls. The way he held the swords with both hands, and the way he was bursting with power reminded the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace of their lost and incomparably precious dual sword technique. Chapter 14:16. The dual sword technique originally belonged to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, but now it appeared in the hands of Long Chen. Comparing the two, Wang Chen seemed more like a member of the true martial Emperor Palace, while Long Chen seemed more like a member of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This was basically a contest between a dragon martial artist and a sword martial artist. Long Chen didn't yield in front of Wang Chen. The momentum of this pinnacle battle had already caused Long Chen's blood-red eyes to explode. There was no way to reverse it. No matter how good Wang Chen's temper was, he couldn't bear it anymore. Someone was trying to snatch a woman from him. If he showed weakness, he would definitely become the laughingstock of the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Although many people didn't think highly of Long Chen, they understood that his courage was still worthy of admiration. If it was someone else, not many would have the guts to challenge the #1 genius of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace while surrounded by thousands of experts. Even if Long Chen didn't die, his status had already been established. With his current strength, he was already one of the top geniuses in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Thousands of people despised him. Thousands of people pointed their fingers at him. Long Chen's chest was burning with anger. He didn't want to prove anything. He just wanted to find out what exactly happened to Lingxi. A pair of long swords were held in his hands, pointing diagonally towards the ground. Long Chen dragged the pair of swords and walked towards Wang Chen. His body seemed to be filled with boundless energy. "You're courting death. You can't blame others even if you die. Wang Chen's voice was like a great bell ringing in his ears. Get lost. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen was already in front of him, exuding a baleful aura. Compared to Wang Chao, Long Chen felt an even greater pressure in his heart when facing this man in front of him, who was fated to be his greatest enemy. He had walked to this step for the past 10 years, all for the sake of obtaining the qualifications to fight against this man in front of him. The god-slaying sword in his hand was pointed at the tip of Wang Chen's nose. Long Chen's gaze followed the sword and narrowed his eyes at his opponent. Even though his heart was burning, his voice and expression were still very calm. At this moment, Long Chen said coldly, "In my eyes, you are nothing. You are just an enemy that must be defeated. Today's battle with you is also a battle with myself. If I can defeat myself, I can definitely defeat you. Do you think you can have Lingxi after defeating me? You're too naive. She's not a commodity, so she won't fight alone. Anyway, I respect her decision. It's a pity that she doesn't seem to know you." Wang Chen sneered. His words hit Long Chen's weak spot. Yes, she did not recognize herself. No. Long Chen was burning with anger. He swore that he would let Lingxi know who he was. What he needed to do was to defeat this obstacle in front of him. This opponent that had appeared in his dreams countless times. In the face of this opponent, Long Chen's heart had changed in another way. At this moment, he was fearless. No matter how significant an enemy was, as long as he could defeat him, it would be nothing. If Wang Chen had not come too early, a year earlier than Long Chen had planned, when Long Chen had transformed all the power in his body into the Nirvana world force and built a perfect divine kingdom, Wang Chen would definitely not be a match for him at that time. He just came too early. But Long Chen could not avoid it. That was why he was in such a situation today. If that's the case, I'll send you to hell. As he said this, Wang Chen, who was like a god descending to the world, really underwent a huge change. From his body, a savage aura broke out. It was the same aura that belonged to an ancient giant. It was released unscrupulously, filling the entire central square with his aura. The surrounding martial artists were all shocked. Behind Wang Chen, there seemed to be hundreds of millions of divine dragons flying, roaring and coiling behind him. They let out incomparably violent roars, stirring up the wind and clouds. Roar! A terrifying roar broke out from his body. It could be seen that his originally demonic face was slowly covered with fine gray scales. From head to toe, it completely surrounded his body, almost turning him into a humanoid gray divine dragon. This gray was different from the gray of the god-slaying sword. It was full of elegance and demonic. A dragon martial artist. Countless people clamored. No matter when, a dragon martial artist was the dream of any martial artist. Wang Chen could be said to be blessed by nature. His void refinement realm demonic dragon bloodline made countless people envious. A dragon martial artist was infinitely powerful. However, the crowd soon discovered that Long Chen, who was opposite Wang Chen, was also covered with blood-red scales, bone spurs, and so on. Although many bloodline martial artists would change their appearance a little, such as Huang Yu, whose whole body looked like jade, no one paid attention to Long Chen's appearance before. But now, his appearance was so similar to Wang Chen's. Could it be that Long Chen was also a dragon martial artist? At this moment, countless people were doubting it. It looked like a battle between two dragons. It seems that you haven't absorbed all the inherited blood essence. Judging by your appearance, you should be a red-horned devil dragon, right? Wang Chen commented on Long Chen in a tone that sounded like that of a senior. As expected, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that Long Chen was really a dragon martial artist. Moreover, the inherited blood essence of the divine dragon was only comparable to the red-horned devil dragon, which was only a small level lower than the void refinement realm demonic dragon. At least, the red-horned devil dragon was not an ordinary divine dragon. Its future achievements were also limitless. As long as it didn't die prematurely, it might become a character like Zhenwu Great Emperor. It turned out to be a battle between two dragon martial artists. At first, everyone had looked down on Long Chen. But now, it seemed that this battle was going to be interesting. After all, to be able to see a battle between dragon warriors was something that only happened once every 10,000 years. Seeing that Long Chen didn't respond, Wang Chen smiled and said, "You are the second martial artist that I have seen who can make me feel threatened. Then let me see how strong you are." As soon as he said this, the whole central square seemed to have exploded. In the midst of the clamor of the crowd, the two dragon martial artists actually fought with each other at this moment. The broken stars in the sky flew over brilliantly, but the crowd always felt that the sky was dark and the earth was dark. No matter how weak Long Chen was, the battle between them was also beyond the level of the god martial arts realm. Many martial artists at the early stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm were stunned. They found that even if they entered the battlefield and replaced one of them, they would still have a slim chance of survival. Even the martial artists at the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm had no confidence. After transforming a large number of aperture acupoints, possessing the power of the Nirvana world, and holding two swords, Long Chen was a lot stronger than when he fought against Lin Mo. To be honest, if Wang Chen didn't really transform into a dragon, with his current combat strength, he could only fight against the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. He was definitely not much stronger than Long Chen. However, Wang Chen didn't use many of his trump cards. When he transformed into a dragon, it was even more impossible for Long Chen to fight against him. Long Chen didn't think too much. He just wanted to defeat the enemy in front of him and walk to Lingxi. He didn't care about what the crowd thought. In the fierce battle, the small white light spots on his body had gradually spread, but they were almost invisible on the red scales. Take this. Wang Chen's speed was terrifying. With his hands behind his back, he moved in front of Long Chen's two swords. His face was calm, as if everything was under his control. At this time, he rushed behind Long Chen, stretched out the arm behind his back, and stabbed at Long Chen. Suddenly, a gray airflow condensed on his finger and formed a gray blade. Great Wilderness Divine Sword Finger. He stabbed out with his finger. Although he wasn't a sword martial artist, he released the sword chi that belonged to a sword martial artist. With the bloodline of the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon, Wang Chen's world power also had his own characteristics, which was stronger than the power of the Nirvana world that hadn't taken shape yet. The Great Wilderness Divine Sword Finger stirred up the wind and clouds, the earth shook, and a terrifying explosion sounded. It formed a sword of heaven and earth, stabbing at Long Chen. Break! Long Chen's eyes turned cold. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, he suddenly turned around and slashed with the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword in his left hand. The power of his Nirvana world surged towards the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. A Dao weapon controlled by the power of Nirvana world was indeed different. The power of a Dao weapon with 3 Dao patterns was completely excavated by Long Chen. The 7 stars shone at the same time, bursting out a terrifying power. Roar! A total of 8 dragon roars were heard. 8 shadows of divine dragons formed behind Long Chen and gathered on the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. The 7 shining stars followed Long Chen's movements and slashed down, colliding with the Great Wilderness Divine Sword Finger with terrifying power. Suddenly, the color of the sky and earth changed. Terrifying giant waves swept in all directions, causing the crowd to retreat in horror. The battle between the two young men had yet to enter the Nirvana realm, but they were able to exert such power. It was really shocking. This was especially true for Long Chen. How did he manage to fight Wang Chen to a draw with this move? Those who really knew Long Chen knew that at the beginning, his fighting strength was similar to that of a beginner at the 9th level of the divine martial realm. After a few months, he had already reached the peak of the younger generation of the 3 realms and 9 realms. What kind of speed was that? Who would dare to look down on him now? With this move, Long Chen had proved to Wang Chen, or to everyone else, that he was absolutely not bragging. He was really qualified to fight with Wang Chen in front of everyone. The martial artists of the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace looked a little embarrassed. Ling Song had originally thought that he could defeat Long Chen in an instant and humiliate Wenren Jingtao. However, he had thought too much. This fierce battle seemed to be evenly matched at the beginning, but it was not going to end so easily. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them rose from the ground to the sky and started a shocking battle. Below, the white-clothed Lingxi raised her head and looked at the scene. Her eyes were still indifferent, without the slightest change. No matter how strong Long Chen was, she did not show any emotion. On the other side, Li Xuanji's hands were tightly clenched in her long sleeves. Her eyes were bloodshot as she looked at the arrogant figure in the sky. His 2 swords were shining brightly, as indestructible as his body. His blood-red eyes and desperate stance made Li Xuanji want to cry. She was thinking if he lost everything, then what would he do? Then I will accompany him, she thought. Chapter 14:17. Compared to the fierce battle between the two, Even the fragmentary stars in the sky were not as dazzling. Everyone's eyes were on the two. It was natural for Wang Chen to be able to stand, but Long Chen made everyone sigh, especially Huang Yu, Ling Xiao, and the others who had fought with Long Chen before. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had already left them far behind with two swords in his hands. Heaven's Desolation Eclipse Palm. Wang Chen soared into the sky. His body was like a mountain, crashing down with a loud bang. His palms covered the sky and blocked the sun. A terrifying gray aura surrounded him and pressed down on Long Chen. Before his palms reached Long Chen, the solid ground in the central square below had already begun to crack and shatter. The space was extremely turbulent. Under such a powerful attack, unexpectedly, Long Chen still used the 8th level of the 9 Dragon scripture. With the power of the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, a towering sword chi pierced through the sky and collided with his opponent's attack. The Heaven's Desolation Eclipse Palm and the towering sword chi collided, and the space shook instantly. The sharp sound of fighting almost pierced the eardrums of the crowd. The Heaven's Desolation Eclipse Palm was an attack even more powerful than the Great Desolation Divine Sword Finger. The 9 Dragon scripture completely collapsed, and the sword chi scattered. Just when the crowd thought that Long Chen had no more strength to continue, his second god-slaying sword suddenly shot out after he turned around. The Grey Divine Sword shot out a completely different 8th level of the 9 Dragon scripture. It was not weaker than the sword chi from before, and even had a more terrifying killing aura. With one sword, it completely shattered the Heaven's Desolation Eclipse Palm. Rumble. The sky was clear. Long Chen felt as if the clouds had parted and the moon had come to light, and so did the crowd below. The battle between the two was indeed very exciting. So far it was not inferior. Long Chen had already successfully used the dual sword technique. The two moves he used just now were almost performed at the same time, allowing him to double his lethality and shatter his opponent's attack. At the same time, he also posed a certain threat to Wang Chen. In the sky, the man holding a pair of slender, hard, thin swords in his hands. In his eyes, the will belonging to the inverse god's skill exploded, creating a huge impact on the crowd at all times. Wow! The crowd burst into an uproar, and their expressions were quite interesting. Wang Chen's performance could be said to be befitting of his name. And today, even if Long Chen lost miserably, he had become completely famous. Not many people present were able to exchange 2 blows with Wang Chen in this situation without being injured at all, and all of them were old guys. 2 of Wang Chen's moves had been countered, and he felt a little embarrassed. He descended from the sky, his face cold and even more terrifying. An even greater power burst out from his body. Gray and yellow airflows rolled around his body, rolling him up like a divine dragon descending to the earth. He approached Long Chen. "You do have some ability to make me want to fight you, but your luck will end here. I won't let a threat live." Wang Chen's sonorous voice echoed in Long Chen's ears, creating a strong pressure. His figure began to change at an amazing speed, much faster than Long Chen. At the same time, a terrifying behemoth aura began to awaken in Wang Chen's body. Long Chen felt that the most violent power was hidden in his opponent's palm. The force was several times stronger than the sky-desolating sun-eroding palm. At least several times stronger. It could be said that Wang Chen was serious this time, and he really launched a fatal attack. At the beginning, he was just testing Long Chen's strength. It was as if a giant beast was hiding between heaven and earth. Every time it beat, it would shake people's hearts. The faces of the people below changed. Wang Chen's move was so powerful that few people at the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm dared to say that they could escape unscathed. Buzz! The world began to tremble. Wang Chen smirked and appeared in front of Long Chen. On the true martial emperor palace's side, the hearts of the crowd were in their throats. Long Chen had broken through the first 2 moves, and this time, Wang Chen was serious. Could Long Chen still stand a chance? The others felt the same way. At this moment, they had already forgotten that the young man they once ridiculed and abandoned had won the respect of the crowd with his own strength. This was not an overwhelming battle. It was really commendable that Long Chen had such a strong will. Such a young man couldn't be a joke. However, no matter what Long Chen did, Lingxi was still expressionless, which made him feel very unwilling. Every time he saw Wang Chen, it was like a volcano erupting inside his body. At the beginning, he only wanted to fight and didn't care about the result because Wang Chen came too early. But now, Long Chen had to win. He used his bloodshot eyes and the obsession and madness in his heart to tell himself that he was born to win, to kill. A power no weaker than Wang Chen's erupted from Long Chen's body. Tears of blood even appeared in his eyes. But so what? Making an enemy of me is the biggest mistake of your life. What a pity. You are a good genius. Wang Chen sneered. A gray divine dragon wrapped around his right arm, and as his body moved, it grew bigger and bigger. In the end, his body was already tens of thousands of meters long. Violent power swept through the air along with his tail. 8 Baron. Tyrannosaurus Punch. The terrifying Tyrannosaurus let out an earth-shattering roar. Following Wang Chen's earth-shattering punch, it swallowed Long Chen. This was the most terrifying punch Long Chen had seen so far. Its power was several times that of Wang Chen's previous move. Wang Chen displayed his real strength. Wang Chen wanted to kill Long Chen once and for all. The Tyrannosaurus punch and the divine power of a giant beast brought Long Chen the most terrible pressure. Under this divine power, Long Chen was like a small ant that could be trampled to death at any time. He was also like a small boat in a raging sea that could be overturned at any time. The crowd was extremely worried. They wondered how many moves Long Chen could take against such a powerful opponent like Wang Chen. But Long Chen's mind was not on Wang Chen at all. He was still wondering why Lingxi had changed. The more he thought about it, the hotter his mind became. To him, the most unacceptable thing was that she had forgotten about him. To Long Chen, this was the cruelest blow. No. His mind was in chaos. The Tyrannosaurus punch had already descended. Long Chen had entered a world of death. He used the 7-star dragon abyss sword with one hand to perform the 9-dragon scripture again, but it was shattered by the Tyrannosaurus punch. This time, even the double use of the 9-dragon scripture could not break the opponent's attack. While the crowd was worrying for Long Chen and even screaming, Long Chen's right hand that was holding the god-slaying sword was not performing the 9-dragon scripture. It was a mystical sword technique. Long Chen used the god-slaying sword to write a strange word in front of his eyes with a gray air current. This word had a total of 4 strokes. Warriors who had studied ancient characters could roughly tell that it was the word, Tian. Traces of the god-slaying art that Long Chen had recently comprehended were released at this moment. Long Chen had no way of estimating how strong the real god-slaying art was. However, he was clear that even though he had only imitated the trajectory of the first word, it was already a powerful sword technique. The 4 strokes, darkness, devouring, massacre, and corrosion, were all combined with the might of the god-slaying sword. Long Chen's god-slaying sword suddenly swept across and changed 4 times. 4 beams of sword light shot up to the sky and let out a terrifying tearing sound. The gray sword chi exploded with a power that shocked everyone. In front of Wang Chen's smug face, it tore the violent dragon fist of 8 desolations into pieces. For a moment, the world was silent. Only the bright stars in the sky were still flashing. The Octotera Tyrannosaurus let out an indignant roar as he glared at Long Chen. However, in the end, he was still torn to pieces by the god-slaying sword. According to legend, this was a divine sword that had once killed a god. The 2 powerful warriors suddenly separated. Both of them were slightly panting and taking the opportunity to recover. At the same time, they were also sizing each other up. Wang Chen was furious. After such a long time, he still had not taken down his opponent. This was a form of pressure. Against an ancient martial art practitioner like Long Chen who was much younger than him, if he transformed into a dragon, it would be a little embarrassing. Therefore, he would not choose to do so unless the time was right. After becoming a powerful warrior, he naturally had to consider the issue of his status. If he could only defeat Long Chen after transforming into a dragon, it would be a little embarrassing. He also had his own pride. Compared to Long Chen, he was much more arrogant. At this moment, he tidied up his fluttering clothes and took a deep breath. He looked at Long Chen who was in the sky above the true Martial Emperor Palace's team. Long Chen did not relax at all. That pair of slender swords that were hanging down naturally were shining with a sharp blood-red light. This made Wang Chen understand that when a dragon martial artist used a Dao artifact, it was also this shocking. If it wasn't for the might of the god-slaying sword and the 7-star dragon abyss sword, Long Chen would not have been able to withstand that move. Forget it. Wang Chen's eyes were stern. He had long regarded Long Chen as an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. At this moment, he had to use a more ruthless method. He was the #1 genius of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The trump cards he had were not limited to those 3 moves. He was only using the moves he usually used. When facing a truly difficult opponent, he had something else up his sleeves. I also have a Dao artifact. Wang Chen didn't manage to kill Long Chen at the start because he was barehanded while Long Chen had 2 Dao artifacts. When Wang Chen talked about Dao artifacts, the crowd below became excited. Obviously, they had heard about it before. Those from the true martial Emperor Palace didn't have a good expression on their faces. However, those from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that Wang Chen had truly put down his pride. He was also a nobody and he knew that Long Chen, who had similar experiences, would be very troublesome. Wang Chen closed his eyes and spread out his hands. A golden halo appeared on his chest and gradually condensed into shape. It rotated on his chest and a terrifying golden wheel appeared. The edges of the wheel were pierced with 8 sharp water chestnuts. The entire body was like a combination of fine blades. A terrifying killing intent was released. On that golden wheel, Long Chen saw 4 Dao patterns. Chapter 14:18. The golden wheel rotated at a high speed on Wang Chen's chest at a terrifying speed. A Taoist artifact with 4 Dao patterns had already reached the limit that a god martial arts realm warrior could control. Even most of the martial arts realm warriors could only control a Taoist artifact with 2 Dao patterns at most. Before Wang Chen entered the Nirvana Tribulation realm, he could control a Taoist artifact with 4 Dao patterns. His talent was indeed amazing. As soon as the golden wheel appeared, the sky and earth changed color. A shadow seemed to spread across the sky. Seeing the golden wheel rotating at high speed, the onlookers exclaimed. From their discussion, Long Chen could vaguely hear that the name of this Dao tool seemed to be Heaven Shrouding Death Wheel. It was one of the most famous treasures of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. An ordinary Dao artifact with 4 Dao patterns would be specially protected by the 3 Emperor Palaces. It would even be under the direct control of the 3 great emperors. If an ordinary martial artist didn't have outstanding contributions to the Emperor Palaces or had heaven-defying talent, it would be very difficult to obtain such a Dao artifact. According to the legend, once the heaven-shrouding death wheel appeared, the sky and earth would change color, the sun and moon would lose their light, and no living creature could survive within the area covered by the heaven-shrouding death wheel. Previously, Wang Chen had not been able to defeat Long Chen, mostly because Long Chen's Dao tool was powerful. At this moment, Wang Chen could be said to be suppressing Long Chen in the most outstanding aspect of Long Chen, which made the onlookers worried about Long Chen's situation. Indeed, the golden wheel did bring great pressure to Long Chen, but at this moment, Long Chen's blood was boiling, and there was nothing that could knock him down. Since she knew nothing, since she seemed to have changed into a different person, Long Chen knew there must be a reason. So, only by defeating Wang Chen, he could find out the reason. Swish! Swish! A blood-red figure with 2 swords stopped in front of Wang Chen. Wang Chen controlled the heaven-shrouding death wheel with both hands, and his eyes gradually revealed a bloodthirsty look. No matter how good his temper was, he would go crazy under Long Chen's aggressive attacks. What was worse, Wang Chen's temper was not good either. Without saying a word, Wang Chen activated the heaven-shrouding death wheel amidst the clamor of the crowd. Boom! The golden wheel suddenly expanded and soared into the sky. In an instant, its size expanded to a diameter of over 100 meters, completely enveloping the sky above Long Chen. The golden brilliance poured down. This was a kind of imprisonment power. The heaven-shrouding death wheel spun at a terrifying speed and slammed down. The 8 edges of the wheel shone with an incomparably sharp light. If Long Chen was cut by this thing, he would definitely be cut in half. Boom! Under Wang Chen's control, the heaven-shrouding death wheel blasted forward, its sharp edges cutting open the space. The power of the 4 Taoist patterns was fully displayed at this time. No move of Long Chen could withstand the power of the heaven-shrouding death wheel, so the only thing he could do was to dodge. This time, he was prepared and dodged the attack of the heaven-shrouding death wheel. However, the wheel slightly changed its direction and chased after him, slashing at him. "I'd like to see how long you can hold on." Wang Chen sneered inwardly. His hands moved, and the terrifying power of the heaven-shrouding death wheel was released. The huge wheel had completely covered the sky at this moment. It could be said that it had truly shrouded the sky. The eccentric golden runes were rotating on the heaven-shrouding death wheel. After dodging the attacks of the heaven-shrouding death wheel thrice in a row, Long Chen was almost hit. They were evenly matched before, but now he was chased by Wang Chen. Soon, he was at a disadvantage, causing many experts to criticize him. Long Chen sneered inwardly and used the supernatural power that he had recently awakened. In front of the shocked eyes of the crowd, a blood-red formation with a radius of 10 miles appeared under Long Chen's feet. The blood-red runes, like divine dragons, swam around the circular formation. The sky was full of blood drops, completely surrounding Long Chen and Wang Chen. Ancient Blood Hell Formation. With Long Chen's current realm, the ancient blood hell formation that he displayed was rich in blood color. It looked almost the same as the heaven-shrouding death wheel. For them, everything that Long Chen displayed was strange. At this moment, they couldn't help but discuss in a low voice. They were puzzled by the strange supernatural power that Long Chen suddenly displayed. This blood-red formation looked extremely strange. What kind of function did it have? Soon, Long Chen revealed the answer to them. At a certain moment when the heaven-shrouding death wheel madly chased after Wang Chen, Long Chen's body suddenly changed and appeared a mile behind Wang Chen. The distance between him and his previous position was thousands of meters. This was almost like teleportation. Ah! The crowd involuntarily let out a cry of horror. It was the first time that they had seen such a magical supernatural power. After the ancient blood hell formation was displayed, the extremely powerful heaven-shrouding death wheel could no longer catch up with Long Chen in the next quarter of an hour. The battle between the two, one chasing and the other fleeing, had not yet been decided. But the crowd could vaguely see that Wang Chen, who had displayed the heaven-shrouding death wheel, was obviously stronger. Moreover, Wang Chen had not even used his most important means, but he could make Long Chen flee in panic, without giving him any chance to counterattack. Do you still think that the heaven-shrouding death wheel only has this little ability? After several attempts, Wang Chen failed to land a hit on Long Chen. Suddenly, Wang Chen burst into laughter. Under his control, the golden wheel returned to his chest. As Wang Chen laughed, the entire heaven-shrouding death wheel suddenly exploded, turning into tens of thousands of small golden blades that covered the sky and floated around Wang Chen. These small golden blades were extremely sharp. There were hundreds of thousands of them, densely covering the sky. Each of them had the power to take away one's soul, and it was as terrifying as one could imagine. This was another form of the heaven-shrouding death wheel, and it was also the most terrifying form. Long Chen will definitely not be able to hold on any longer. When the crowd below saw the heaven-shrouding death wheel that had changed into hundreds of thousands of small blades, they already understood. With so many small blades filled with Long Chen's ancient blood hell formation, no matter where he went, those small blades would follow him. Under Wang Chen's control, the countless blades tumbled, displaying their sharpness and ferocity, forming the shape of a golden dragon in the sky. The countless golden blades brought a sense of crisis to Long Chen, making him understand that he had to get rid of Wang Chen's Dao weapon as soon as possible. The longer he dragged on, the less likely it was for him to win. Xueqi. Thinking that his obsession was still watching him from below, Long Chen's heart erupted with boundless energy. Today's accident came early, and Long Chen did not have the confidence to win. All he could do was to go crazy and try his best. But now, with so many people watching, even though Long Chen did not care about his reputation, he still cared about winning or losing. He bit his tongue, using the stimulating pain to tell himself that he must not lose. Break. Wang Chen let out a soft shout. In an instant, a terrifying shrill sounded in the sky. Hundreds of thousands of golden blades swarmed in the direction of Long Chen. If he could not dodge in time, he would definitely be shot into a sieve. Controlling the hundreds of thousands of golden blades, Wang Chen was like a god, and the world was under his control. With a calm heart, Long Chen faced the attacks persistently. Blood rebirth allowed him to dodge his opponent's attack again, but it was different this time. Hundreds of thousands of golden blades suddenly shot out, sweeping across the entire area where the formation of the ancient snow domain was located, and piercing at a high speed. In an instant, all the golden blades were like golden fish swimming at high speed around the center of the formation of the ancient blood hell. There were basically no gaps for one to stand on. Long Chen had just dripped his blood to revive and changed his position when he was attacked by a large number of golden razor blades. He could only use the God-slaying sword and the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword to execute the dual sword technique and use the basic sword techniques to smash the golden razor blades into pieces. However, the countless golden razor blades were still charging at him. Long Chen had no choice but to change his position again. Unfortunately, no matter how he changed, as long as he was within a radius of 10 miles, countless golden blades would entangle him in an extremely short period of time, leaving him nowhere to escape. I'd like to see where else you can run to. Wang Chen let out a loud laugh. At the beginning, he and Long Chen were tied, which made him somewhat embarrassed. Now, after performing the heaven-shrouding death wheel, he finally turned the tables and completely suppressed Long Chen. And now, it was time for him to win. Surrounded by hundreds of thousands of golden blades, Long Chen would obviously not be able to hold on for long. He would be defeated and have to leave. To be able to fight with me for such a long time, you can be considered to be very talented. Ordinary people can't be compared to you. But unfortunately, you have angered me today. Wang Chen's voice only echoed in Long Chen's ears. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said 2 words softly. Judging from the shape of his mouth, the 2 words should be, die. Sure enough, he finally had the intention to kill. Hundreds of thousands of golden blades swept across in a terrifying manner. Long Chen performed the dual sword technique, and his body moved at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. He slashed away all the golden blades that came close to him, until a large number of blades swarmed towards him, and he almost could not hold on any longer. Only then did he change his position, and the price he had to pay was that his strength was being consumed at a terrifying speed. Just as Wang Chen said, under the terrifying attack of the heaven-shrouding death wheel, Long Chen would definitely not be able to hold on for long. Suppression, a fatal suppression. Long Chen's eyes were blood red, and he was like a wild leopard that was being surrounded. At this moment, he was frantically trying to break out of the encirclement. His murderous aura made everyone's heart tremble. Chapter 14:19. Although Long Chen had entered a frenzied state of fighting, it did not mean that he had lost the ability to think. Under the pressure of the heaven-shrouding death wheel, his ancient blood hell formation was almost cracked. He could only use the tight and superb dual sword technique to protect himself. However, the dual sword technique could only protect him for a while, but not forever. During this process, Long Chen had already allowed one of the golden blades to sweep past his arm, leaving behind a bloody gash. From then on, he understood that the sharpness and strength of this golden blade were absolutely capable of directly piercing through his body. In the long run, he would definitely be shot into a sieve. This was also Wang Chen's nature-defying ability. He had not yet transformed into a dragon, but with his current realm, he could completely suppress Long Chen. The only thing he could do now was to break the opponent's attack. But how could he break it? Long Chen was waiting for the right time to make a move. At this moment, he had gone from being regarded as evenly matched with Wang Chen to being regarded as far inferior to Wang Chen. The people below were already discussing when Long Chen would be defeated. Battles were always a matter of life and death. At this moment, Long Chen was struggling bitterly in the heaven-shrouding death wheel. He held the sword with both hands and did not have the slightest chance to rest. Under Wang Chen's control, the attacks of the heaven-shrouding death wheel became fiercer and fiercer. Like the tide of the sea, each wave was more terrifying than the last, forcing Long Chen to retreat. At the moment when Wang Chen thought he could get rid of Long Chen suddenly looked at him with scarlet eyes. Wang Chen was stunned and thought to himself, "Is this guy going to risk his life?" Sure enough, at this moment, Long Chen gritted his teeth and directly rushed in front of Wang Chen. The 2 swords in his hands danced into a terrifying sword net, which was almost impenetrable. Not a single golden blade could break through Long Chen's attack. Under the training of the golden blades, Long Chen's dual sword technique became more and more skillful, which was also a huge gain. Many breakthroughs came from moments of life and death. Dashing forward, coupled with blood rebirth, Long Chen arrived in front of Wang Chen at a terrifying speed in an instant. Wang Chen could clearly see the madness and aggressiveness in the eyes of the guy in front of him. But Wang Chen still laughed. He knew very well that Long Chen was digging his own grave. Die! The closer Long Chen got to Wang Chen, the more golden blades there were, and the more violent they became. No matter how powerful Long Chen's double sword skill was, he could not completely protect his body from the overwhelming golden blades. As long as Long Chen revealed a tiny gap, Wang Chen was confident that he could turn him into a bloody mess. Finally, Wang Chen found such an opportunity. At this moment, Long Chen was only 5 meters away from him. Wang Chen had already gathered most of the golden blades and turned them into a golden dragon, which pierced through Long Chen from the side. Because he was too close, Long Chen showed a look of horror. He waved the two swords in his hands wildly, but he still could not completely protect himself from the most terrifying golden blades. In that instant, he was completely drowned by the golden blades, and no one knew if there was anything left of his body. Wang Chen saw with his own eyes that some of the blades pierced into Long Chen's chest at the beginning. After piercing through, Long Chen's hand movement slowed down, which was why he was drowned by the countless blades. At that moment, Wang Chen felt a lot more relaxed. He had finally taken care of this troublesome guy. Even if Long Chen moved to another place at the critical moment of death, it would be hard for him to survive Wang Chen's next attack since his chest had already been pierced by several blades. Just as Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and began to search for whether Long Chen had been minced into a bloody mess or had escaped, a sudden burst of noise came from below. Wang Chen was stunned at first, and then he felt a fatal crisis coming from behind him. His first reaction was to turn around, gather all the golden blades back, and condense them into a golden wheel in front of his chest. This process was quite fast, and it was also Wang Chen's subconscious way to protect himself in such an emergency. As expected, Long Chen appeared behind him. However, what shocked Wang Chen was that he saw with his own eyes that the golden blades had pierced through Long Chen's body. But at this moment, the martial artist in front of him was unscathed. From the calm look in his eyes, Wang Chen could guess that everything that he had done before was all an act. This was an opportunity that Long Chen had created after spending a time reversal. At that moment, he withdrew the 7-star dragon abyss sword in his left hand, and the claw that belonged to the Void Universe dragon reached out. The second stage of the extreme finger of universe, time stop, was instantly thrust out. Wang Chen was undoubtedly very experienced in battle. Before Long Chen's time stop, he had already withdrawn the heaven-shrouding death wheel. As soon as Long Chen's time stop succeeded in stopping his body for a moment, it was unable to stop the heaven-shrouding death wheel from reforming. For an expert of this level, the amount of time that time stop could last was very limited. Long Chen had to seize that tiny opportunity. Therefore, after using the extreme finger of universe with his left hand, the god-slaying sword in Long Chen's right hand suddenly burst forth. He gathered all the strength in his body and used the god-slaying art that he had learned recently. The trajectory of the word heaven suddenly shot towards Wang Chen's chest. 4 streams of death sword chi extended from it, making one's hair stand on end. At that moment, Wang Chen, who was unable to move, widened his eyes. Finally, he revealed a horrified expression because of Long Chen's cold-bloodedness. Of course, it was only for a moment. The god-slaying sword was raised high and suddenly slashed down. At that moment, the power of time stop finally disappeared. Wang Chen let out a terrifying roar, and the god-slaying sword was already above his head. At this critical moment, when his life was at stake, he could only use the heaven-shrouding death wheel to block the god-slaying sword. Clang 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 clang. There were a total of 4 terrifying loud noises. The sharp sound of friction forced the crowd to protect their ears. The collision between the divine weapons was too violent. Although the god-slaying sword only had 2 Dao patterns, it was like a crazy hungry wolf at this moment, while the heaven-shrouding death wheel was like a fat, fierce tiger. When the wolf was hungry, it was much fiercer than the tiger. Long Chen used the god-slaying art and bit the tiger a total of 4 times. When Wang Chen finally caught his breath, only then did Long Chen suddenly retreat. At this moment, the chaotic power of time stop exploded. The scales on Wang Chen's body exploded, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he retreated. The power of time stop was also quite terrifying. It was a pity that Long Chen could have used the opportunity of time reversal to kill him. However, the other party was not easy to deal with. He actually used the heaven-shrouding death wheel to block the fatal killer move that Long Chen had used to take advantage of the other party's carelessness. Below the central square, the crowd looked at the 2 people who had temporarily separated from the fierce battle. It was dead silent. Long Chen was panting heavily. He was already quite tired, but at least he was not injured. However, Wang Chen was injured. At this moment, the heaven-shrouding death wheel that the god-slaying sword had slashed 4 times using the god-slaying art in the most ferocious manner suddenly exploded. It turned into golden fragments and fell from the sky. At that moment, the crowd was completely stunned. A Dao weapon with 4 Dao patterns was actually broken after being slashed 4 times. A treasure with 4 Dao patterns was destroyed by Long Chen just like that. Only Long Chen knew why this was the case. The god-slaying sword's ability to destroy Dao weapons was already very strong. Its gray airflow was not only destructive to humans and living creatures, but also to Dao weapons. More importantly, the 4 slashes were executed using the god-slaying art. All of them had slashed at the assembly points of the heaven-shrouding death wheel. At that time, the heaven-shrouding death wheel had just been assembled and its structure was destroyed by the god-slaying sword. The power within the Dao weapon was devoured by the god-slaying sword, and the balance was broken. That was why it exploded at this moment. Long Chen was at a disadvantage, but through a reversal, he gave Wang Chen a near-fatal blow. This achievement had already made everyone look at him in a new light. This young man was creating miracles again and again today. He almost killed Wang Chen. However, the problem was, did he still have a chance against the enraged Wang Chen? Long Chen was also not confident. He had almost used up all of his trump cards, but he still could not kill this young genius. This time, it should be Wang Chen's turn to go crazy. Sure enough, at this time, Wang Chen's pair of demonic eyes had completely turned gray. He had not been injured for a long time. But today, in broad daylight, in front of Lingxi and his elders, he was defeated by Long Chen, a man who could be regarded as his rival in love. The madness and pride that also belonged to the dragon martial artist slowly grew in his heart. His blood was also boiling. Wang Chen casually threw away the remains of the heaven-shrouding death wheel in his hand. He did not feel sorry at all. With his ability, he could have more of such things. I guess you have long wanted to see what the magical power of a void refinement realm demonic dragon is, right? Finally, Wang Chen used the means of a dragon martial artist. From the beginning of the battle until now, he had not fought with Long Chen as a real dragon martial artist. At this time, he floated towards Long Chen bit by bit. The dragon scales on his body gradually changed and formed a strange dragon pattern. The void was the void, the space, and also the big world of heaven and earth. As for the void refinement realm, it meant to refine the void. The magical power of the void refinement realm demonic dragon that Wang Chen mentioned must be this void refinement realm. At this moment, he stood in front of Long Chen. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. An aura that belonged to a super overlord in the ancient times suddenly burst out from his body. The people below all felt a great pressure. Those whose strength was not as strong as Wang Chen even had the urge to kneel and worship him. This was the power of an ancient divine dragon. The so-called void refinement realm demonic dragon was a kind of horrifying magical power that was well known throughout the ages. The void refinement realm demonic dragon could completely confine a piece of the void, including the people and things inside it. After refining, the void refinement realm demonic dragon could swallow the confined void together with everything inside it. It was said that in the ancient times, the void refinement realm demonic dragon was a kind of demonic dragon that specialized in devouring the void and space. It had unparalleled divine strength. Although it was at the same level as the purple blood demonic dragon, it was much stronger. Chapter 14:20. In the sky, the broken star's turbulence sped past. The stars shone brightly and the wind and clouds changed. The battle between the two young men who could be called geniuses was coming to an end. Long Chen had won everyone's respect and awe with his ability. Today, Long Chen's performance and his strong image had been deeply rooted in their minds. No matter what the result would be, whether Long Chen could live with dignity or not, he had already conquered the hearts of the tens of thousands of people present. In the eyes of the crowd, this young man was no less talented than Wang Chen. Most importantly, he was also a martial artist of the Dragon Realm and had a promising future. Void Refinement Realm. No one knew who exclaimed. Everyone's expression changed dramatically. They saw that after Wang Chen's Taoist tool was destroyed, he even used his most powerful ability, which was the most powerful ability of a Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon. Although he only used it in his human form, there were only a few people present who could really resist it. As soon as the Void Refinement Realm was used, no matter how tough Long Chen's performance was, he had no hope left. Wang Chen had fought all over the world over the years. Many people had witnessed the power of a Void Refinement Realm cultivator. Under the Void Refinement Realm, even the space would be devoured directly. It was impossible for anyone to survive. The only way to survive was to escape while the other party was using the Void Refinement Realm. However, after Long Chen cut off his opponent's heaven-shrouding death wheel, he did not leave. holding his swords horizontally. His eyes were gloomy. Compared to Wang Chen, his body was a little thin, but he had a kind of unyielding strength. His blood-red eyes frightened Wang Chen. He regretted not using the Void Refinement Realm to deal with Long Chen at the beginning. Originally, the battle could have been finished in a short while. However, he thought that he was too old, which caused Long Chen to struggle for such a long time. This young man, Long Chen, had left a shadow in his heart. If this youngster wasn't eliminated quickly, I won't be ruthless unless I'm really afraid of you. You're the first person who's younger than me to be qualified to do so. Long Chen, you should be proud of your performance today. But no matter what, she is my fiancée, my woman. You'll definitely go against me for her sake. I don't want to let such a big hidden danger like you continue to live. Wang Chen's cold voice reverberated in the air. Long Chen smiled and said, "It's best not to brag until the very end. Have you defeated me? Besides, it's not up to you to decide whose woman she is." There was still a raging fire burning in his heart. For the sake of the girl below, Long Chen initially thought that he would kill his way to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace when he was strong enough. At that time, Lingxi would definitely shed tears for him. However, there was an unforeseen event today that made Long Chen feel sad. However, Long Chen was not a person who would be sad because of this. He wanted to figure out what exactly happened. Lingxi would never act like this for no reason. Seeing that Yi Chen was still as sharp as before, Wang Chen's heart became even colder. He opened his arms and his eyes had already turned completely gray. His pupils were actually rotating and turning into gray vortexes. The activation of the Void Refinement Realm was undoubtedly very fast. No matter how Long Chen tried to dodge, he still found that the space around him seemed to have changed. A huge space cage had completely confined the sky above the central square. No matter where Long Chen moved to on the immemorial blood prison formation diagram, it seemed like he would not be able to escape from Wang Chen's palm. A Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon could not only cast a space cage but also swallow and digest it. When combined, it would be a divine ability called the Void Refinement Realm. Long Chen found that the space around him had already produced the most terrifying oppressive force. The space of the entire area was horribly distorted. He felt as if he was in an abstract world. Moreover, Long Chen found that the two swords in his hands had become bent. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword that had 3 Dao patterns suddenly collapsed at this moment, turning into particles and dissipating in the air. A terrifying tearing force acted on Long Chen's body. The people below could clearly see that the space above the central square was completely confined by Wang Chen. That egg-like space was completely under Wang Chen's control. Is this the power of the Void Refinement Realm? This time, I'm afraid there's no more suspense about this Long Chen. He's definitely going to die. The crowd started discussing. Among the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's team, the fairy-like young lady stared numbly at the sky and occasionally let out a cold laugh. Among the true Martial Emperor Palace's team, Li Xuanji's face was pale and her delicate body was trembling. Her dark green crystal eyes were filled with faint mist. At the same time, there was a trace of anger in her eyes. She had already made her move. No matter what, if Long Chen was defeated, she wouldn't just watch him die like this. Boom! The entire space under the control of the Void Refinement Realm was distorted. The crowd let out shrill screams. It was going to end like this. At the same time that he couldn't dodge, Long Chen had indeed encountered an unprecedented crisis. This divine ability of Wang Chen simply didn't give him any chance to dodge at all. Once the surrounding space was confined, he could only wait to be swallowed and digested. The more space a Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon digested, the stronger it would become. At this moment, Long Chen was almost torn apart by the tearing force. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword had already been broken. Luckily, the god-slaying sword was strong enough and the opponent couldn't destroy it. The surrounding was a dead gray space. Countless mysterious patterns were swimming in it, sealing the entire space. These mysterious patterns were the traces of a divine dragon. Long Chen seemed to have seen a gray divine dragon coiling around him. The huge head of the dragon and the eyes that were as dazzling as the sun were staring at him. The mouth of the divine dragon was like an endless whirlpool that was tearing the space apart and swallowing the world into its stomach. Being coiled around by such a huge Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon, Long Chen couldn't move at all. He could only watch himself and the space being swallowed by Wang Chen. He raised his head and saw that Wang Chen was staring at him coldly from about 100 meters away. The divine dragon that was coiling around his body was just an illusory image. Wang Chen had yet to transform into a dragon. You might think that your strength is almost the same as mine since you were able to exchange a few moves with me today. If you really think so, then it's too ridiculous. Unfortunately, even this void refinement realm isn't my strongest state. You're a dragon warrior, so you should understand that transforming into a divine dragon and fighting with the perfect body of a divine dragon can increase your combat strength by several times or even 10 times. I can easily crush you to death. However, I've always felt that a person like you isn't qualified for me to transform into a divine dragon. You probably haven't fully absorbed the inherited blood essence, so you can't be considered a dragon warrior. It's a pity that you've offended me today, so you won't have the chance to transform into a real dragon anymore. You may not understand how important it is for a dragon warrior to transform into a dragon. It's a new life that belongs to you. Maybe you'll become stronger at that time. But unfortunately, I, Wang Chen, have always been a person who likes to kill. You've hit the muzzle of my spear when you're still far from being strong enough. He had been talking quietly all the time, as if he was confiding in Long Chen. However, the power of the space confinement was getting stronger and stronger. Long Chen estimated that Wang Chen would probably grind him and everything in this space into pieces before swallowing them together. Being tortured to death just like that was worse than death. At this moment, Long Chen's body was covered with bloody wounds. His physical body was already in a state of collapse. Under the powerful theurgy of the void refinement realm demonic dragon, even his strong physical body couldn't escape the fate of being grinded into pieces. This sword possesses terrifying divine power. It's definitely not as simple as it looks. I'll accept it on your behalf. Wang Chen noticed that the god-slaying sword in Long Chen's hand had yet to be destroyed. Previously, his heaven-shrouding death wheel was actually smashed into pieces by the god-slaying sword with 2 Dao patterns. Now, the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword had long been smashed into pieces. Only the god-slaying sword was still unscathed. More and more bloody wounds appeared on Long Chen's body. The void refinement realm demonic dragon that was coiling around him looked at Long Chen with disdain as if it was looking at an insignificant ant. Long Chen, who had always been the best at resisting, had lost all his strength at this moment. This was because his opponent was really too strong. He had spent more than 10 days training himself just for this battle. However, all his efforts were in vain under the opponent's ultimate theurgy. The battle with Wang Chen was the most important battle in Long Chen's life. Unfortunately, this time, Long Chen really couldn't accept it. Everything he had done was for this day. Today, not only did something happen to Lingxi, but he was also going to die under the opponent's theurgy. He couldn't help but ask himself if this was the result that he had persevered for so long. No. His body couldn't move. The power of the space confinement was so terrifying. Wang Chen and the void refinement realm demonic dragon that was coiling around him were all high and mighty and indestructible. Under the control of these high and mighty existences, his body, his soul and even his dignity were about to be smashed into pieces. However, in the end, Long Chen inherited the bloodline. He was the proudest dragon in this world. The reason why he didn't surrender and was unwilling was because of his own pride. The immemorial blood spirit dragon was a dragon of blood and slaughter. It was in charge of killing and was the most famous dragon for fighting. During the period when divine dragons soared in the sky, it had the most amazing divine might. With a roar, all the dragons would bow their heads. Today, a mere void refinement realm demonic dragon wanted to coil around him and swallow him. Not only was Long Chen indignant and furious, but his bloodline, his blood, and every drop of the ancestral dragon's blood hidden in his body were all roaring and roaring. They grew larger and larger, as if they wanted to tear everything in front of them, this little dragon that had bowed down to him before, into pieces. Chapter 14:21. Wang Chen frowned slightly. He found that Long Chen's body, which he could easily tear apart, was becoming more and more difficult at this moment. Long Chen's struggle was getting stronger and stronger, to the point that it was almost out of Wang Chen's control and was about to shatter the entire confined space. This is the counterattack before death. Wang Chen understood it this way. He increased the output of his innate ability. The void refinement realm demonic dragon let out a furious roar. Its huge body coiled as if it was going to strangle Long Chen to death. Long Chen even felt a terrifying tearing force. His body was almost deformed. Give up. Wang Chen had already descended in front of him. He was much more relaxed than Long Chen. He also knew how pitiful it was for those who were struggling in the void refinement realm demonic ability. He had seen too many of them over the years. Give up. Long Chen raised his head. His blood-red eyes stared at Wang Chen fearlessly. Despite being in such pain and suffering, Long Chen's tone was not affected at all. He snorted coldly and said, "I think you are the one who should give up." Yes. Wang Chen really could not understand where Long Chen got his sense of superiority from. When he took a closer look, he actually found that he had an illusion. Long Chen, who was confined by him, looked like a gigantic divine dragon that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. When the divine dragon stretched out its body, it was countless times bigger than the void refinement realm demonic dragon. The length of the body of this terrifying blood-red divine dragon was like the galaxy in the sky, boundless and endless. To this blood-red divine dragon, the little bit of power that he used to confine Long Chen was really a joke. How could this be? Wang Chen remained calm in the face of danger. With a closer look, he found that Long Chen was still Long Chen. It was just that he had changed. There seemed to be a hidden force in his body that was gradually burning, exploding and breaking free from his restraints. The look in Long Chen's eyes didn't seem like that of a loser at all. The Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon's attack had stimulated Long Chen's bloodline to the greatest extent, awakening his bloodline that had been dormant. Although Long Chen had absorbed the essence blood of the primordial blood spirit dragon, the benefits that the primordial blood spirit dragon gave him were really not much. Perhaps only when he truly transformed into a dragon would he be able to fully awaken. Even so, under the suppression of the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon and the unyielding will of Long Chen, his bloodline underwent a huge change. In the ancient blood-hell formation diagram, countless drops of blood converged in the direction of Long Chen. 2 rays of blood-red light shot out from Long Chen's eyes and shot towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen hurriedly dodged, allowing the 2 rays of blood-red light to soar into the sky. What is that? The people below were shocked. They saw that Long Chen and the space was about to be engulfed, but it did not happen even after a long time. Then, 2 rays of blood-red light burst out. That was the characteristic of Long Chen. Li Xuanji finally shed tears of excitement. She knew that Long Chen was finally going to rebel. The Void Refinement Realm demonic ability could not confine him. He came to this place with a wish that he had held for 9 years. How could he die before his wish was fulfilled? Roar. The terrifying roar of the divine dragon could be heard in the sky. The roar of the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon was completely overshadowed by the roar of the divine dragon. Everyone had the illusion that there was an even bigger and more terrifying beast hiding in the sky at that moment. Can you escape? Wang Chen felt that the other party was struggling more and more. He was considering whether he should truly transform into a dragon and engulf this guy who was still resisting. What do you think? The pair of blood-red light in Long Chen's eyes shot towards Wang Chen. The intense killing intent and the pride of a superior made Wang Chen tremble from the bottom of his heart. It was not until this moment that he finally realized that there was a real hidden power in Long Chen, a power that even he was afraid of. He had no choice but to transform into a dragon in order to get rid of the other party. For a dragon martial artist, transforming into a dragon was very meaningful. Wang Chen would not reveal his true form unless he had no other choice. However, at this moment, a peerless genius emerged from a small place like Long Chen. He was much younger than Wang Chen, which really shocked Wang Chen. A roar that seemed to come from ancient times rang out from Long Chen's mouth. More and more power erupted from Long Chen's body, causing him to finally decide to transform into a dragon. And at this moment, Long Chen finally revealed a trace of a smile. He vaguely knew that the moment when Wang Chen was transforming into a dragon was the moment when he was least prepared. He did not resist anymore. In the ancient blood hell formation that he had set up previously, countless drops of blood had gathered and completely surrounded him and Wang Chen. At this moment, Long Chen said a word softly. Explode. In an instant, the space that had been locked down began to tremble in the most terrifying manner. Under the control of Long Chen, the ancient blood hell formation actually produced the most terrifying explosion at this moment. It was the explosion of every drop of blood. Tens of millions of drops of blood gathered together, triggering the explosion again and again. It was undoubtedly quite terrifying. In the past, Long Chen did not know that the ancient blood hell formation could release such power. The price he had to pay was that he had to spend at least 10 days to gather the ancient blood hell formation again. Previously, when the bloodline of the ancient blood spirit dragon was the most unwilling, this power that originally belonged to Long Chen naturally appeared in his mind. The entire ancient blood hell formation exploded. At this moment, Wang Chen was using a divine ability to control this void. It was also a divine ability. Although the ancient blood hell formation was not the most powerful divine ability of the ancient blood spirit dragon, it was not inferior to the void refinement realm. In particular, when the ancient blood hell formation exploded in a suicidal manner, the spatial force controlled by the void refinement realm was completely destroyed in an instant. In the entire space, the only one who was not affected was Long Chen himself. This was a terrifying explosion. In the eyes of the people below, in an instant, just the sound waves produced by the explosion alone caused all those who had not reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm to fall to the ground in a sorry state, bleeding from their orifices. Then, the goose-egg-shaped space above was like the sun, erupting with an incomparably dazzling blood-red light. With a loud bang, heaven and earth shook. The entire North Star City was shaking. A large number of houses crashed to the ground and were crushed to pieces. Countless spectators were directly sent flying. The blood-red light immediately filled everyone's eyes. The entire world had become a world of blood-red explosions. The ancient blood hell formation itself was an incomparably powerful auxiliary divine ability. When its power was transformed into an offensive divine ability, especially when released under the opponent's suppression, its power would be doubled. That was why it could create such a terrifying effect. When the blood-red energy came crashing down, even the experts of the true Martial Emperor Palace had no choice but to rush to protect those who had not reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm and were unable to withstand this kind of power. The entire central square was overturned. A cracked net with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters appeared. The ground of the central square suddenly became like the shell of a tortoise, full of ravines. This time, the explosion was continuous. It lasted for a few breaths of time before it completely stopped. The huge changes before and after the explosion were simply blinding. Just by looking at the blood-red color, everyone naturally understood that this explosion was completely caused by Long Chen. In other words, this was Long Chen's attack. Even a late-stage Nirvana Tribulation realm expert wouldn't be able to create such a terrifying attack. When the blood-red light dissipated and the starlight shone in again, everyone could see each other. Everyone's face was immersed in the most stunned and numb state. They couldn't wait to look up at the sky, only to see two young figures still standing proudly in the sky. One was covered in scars and his face was pale, but his eyes were sharp and filled with the aura of a king of slaughter. This was Long Chen. The other was at the center of the explosion. At this moment, his body was badly mutilated. He fell from the sky with a loud bang and landed on the ground. Blood splattered everywhere and raised a cloud of dust. This badly mutilated person was already in a state of unconscious and seriously injured. Everyone knew who this person was. He was like a legend. He was a wastrel in his childhood, but he turned the tables at a young age and eventually obtained the Divine Dragon's inheritance. He was the #1 expert of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's new generation, Wang Chen. Such a person could simply be written into a legend, but at this moment, he was badly mutilated and fell to the ground. Tens of thousands of people almost suffocated and fell into a dead silence. They raised their heads with difficulty and looked at the man in the sky who was also injured but could stand steadily with a grey long sword in his hand. That's right. No matter how they looked at him, he was Long Chen and not Wang Chen. Wang Chen was actually defeated. Before he truly transformed into a dragon and displayed his strongest strength, he was actually defeated. It was an inexplicable and unimaginable defeat. It was this unimaginable defeat that made them cast the deepest astonishment at Long Chen. Without a doubt, that terrifying explosion was caused by Long Chen. He used that explosive attack to personally destroy Wang Chen's void refinement divine ability. Before Wang Chen transformed into a dragon, he used his void refinement divine ability. The explosion of tens of millions of blood droplets converged into a small space, causing Wang Chen's body to be badly mutilated. If it wasn't him, but someone else who didn't have a strong physical body like a dragon martial artist, they would have already been blown to pieces. This silence lasted for a full 10 breaths of time. During this process, everyone suffered the greatest shock in their hearts until the man in the sky who looked down on all living beings actually swooped down with the god-slaying sword. The god-slaying sword was pointing at Wang Chen's badly mutilated head. Long Chen was going to kill Wang Chen. At this moment, the people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were the first to react. Wang Chen must not die. In an instant, 30 Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts were about to take action. On the side of the true martial Emperor Palace, one Ren Jingtao roared, "Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, have you forgotten the bet? Do you want to be a coward?" His roar caused the opponents to stop in their tracks.
Go and stop him."
Grandma Yen found a loophole in the bet and shouted. 1 Ode 4. Chapter 14:22. Previously, when Ling Song set up the bet, he said that this was a grudge between the younger generations and that they couldn't interfere. Long Chen and Wang Chen weren't the only ones who had a grudge between the younger generations. Lingxi was also a junior. Wang Chen was suddenly defeated and lost his ability to fight. He was about to be killed by Long Chen. The people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were extremely anxious. It could be said that Wang Chen was the hope of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's new generation after the disappearance of the Sword Spirit Great the Arch. If Wang Chen died here, it would be really serious. Although Wang Chen and Wang Chao were brothers, there was a huge gap between their statuses. No one would care if Wang Chao died, but Wang Chen was different. In a moment of desperation, Granny Yen thought of Lingxi. Lingxi had always been obedient to her, but she didn't move at this time. It wasn't until Granny Yen shouted that she glanced at the old woman impatiently. Her white clothes fluttered, and her slim body was rolled in front of Wang Chen. The place where Wang Chen fell was not far from her. Therefore, she was one step faster than Long Chen. Of course, judging from Lingxi's speed, she was also at the great perfection realm of the martial Dao. After being suppressed by the void refinement divine ability for such a long time and using the ancient blood prison formation diagram, which consumed a lot of energy, Long Chen's strength had been exhausted and he was also injured. The reason why he stayed in the air for such a short period of time was to consume an immortal essence, so that he could recover a little. In such a short period of time, the indifferent woman in a fluttering white dress appeared in front of Wang Chen. With Lingxi blocking him, Long Chen couldn't really kill Wang Chen. Long Chen understood how lucky he was in this battle. Wang Chen didn't really think highly of him at the beginning, which was why they fought at a slow pace. He was more and more surprised until he was finally provoked by Long Chen and decided to transform into a dragon. However, it was already too late. Long Chen unexpectedly caused the ancient blood hell formation diagram to explode. If he had displayed his real divine dragon body from the very beginning, the explosion of Long Chen's ancient blood prison formation might not have hurt him at all. It was only luck that he was able to defeat Wang Chen this time, so this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Long Chen was about to follow up with another attack and kill her, but he never expected that the woman who had once been with him through life and death would actually block his path of killing. The sharp and bloodthirsty god-slaying sword would not be able to regain its original sharpness in the face of this woman. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. He quickly stopped the god-slaying sword that he was about to unleash and landed in front of Lingxi. It had been a long time since he looked at her so closely. Long Chen realized that he actually had a strange feeling. They were obviously the same person, even the god martial spirit was hers. Why was there such a difference? He could not understand it no matter how hard he thought about it. "Little she, no matter what you've become, get out of the way and let me kill him." Long Chen stood in front of her. He was so close to the woman he longed for, but he could not go forward to hug her. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Lingxi's eyes were still as cold as ever, and a murderous aura gradually spread from her body. A black long sword, extremely ordinary but filled with a strange aura, just appeared in Lingxi's fair and delicate hand. Long Chen was shocked. This was the Lingxi sword. He had not seen the Lingxi sword for a long time. Even when he had been with Lingxi for half a year, he had never seen her take out the Lingxi sword. But this time, she actually pointed the Lingxi sword at Long Chen and said to Long Chen in a very unfamiliar manner, "Get lost." Tens of thousands of people watched this scene in absolute silence. This was far too different from what they had expected. There were no words to describe their disbelief and shock at the result of this battle, nor could they describe their reverence and fear for this youth. From today onwards, Long Chen would definitely become even more famous in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. His name would spread for millions of miles. And now, he was facing off against the female lead of his story, and the person she wanted to protect was her fiancé. In the eyes of the crowd, although Long Chen had miraculously won in battle, in the field of love, he had been utterly defeated. Long Chen felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue when she said, "Scram." He looked at Ling Shi in a daze. Even though he knew that she seemed to have changed, how could she have changed to such an extent?
You really don't know me?
Long Chen's mouth was dry as he asked.
He realized that his body was in a state of dead silence.
It was as if his breath was stuck in his throat, and his chest was dry. He couldn't breathe at all. The young lady holding the Lingxi sword revealed a smile that Lingxi had never seen before.
She sneered and said, "Who knows what you are?
Don't think that you can do anything just because you defeated Wang Chen. If he had transformed into a dragon earlier, he wouldn't be a match for you. My Sword Spirit Emperor Palace isn't something a small character like you can blaspheme. If you don't get lost, don't blame me for being impolite." This voice was like a knife that was carved into Long Chen's heart. He really didn't know what had happened. At this moment, he was standing in front of Wang Chen, and he felt so helpless. If he had to fight Wang Chen, no matter how strong his opponent was, Long Chen wouldn't even frown. However, when he saw Lingxi's emotionless eyes, he felt as if his heart was about to be torn apart. The hand that was holding the god-slaying sword couldn't even hold it tightly. Long Chen looked at everything about Lingxi, including her soul-devouring demon eyes and god-martial spirit. Long Chen was very familiar with them. However, she had changed her personality and memories. Or perhaps, the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had used a sinister method on Lingxi to make her forget everything, causing Lingxi to become like this. Suddenly, the hatred and anger in Long Chen's heart erupted in an unprecedented manner. He looked in the direction of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace with his bloodthirsty eyes. Long Chen gritted his teeth and growled. Ignoring the gazes of tens of thousands of people, he asked, "Let me ask you, did you do something to her to make her become like this? Where are her memories?" The terrifying hatred accumulated in those blood-red eyes shocked Ling Song and the others. Granny Yen frowned and said, "Don't think too much. She just thinks that you're not worthy of her. Also, that's enough for today. So what if you win by luck? She still won't like you. It's useless even if you kill Wang Chen.
Leave, and never come back to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace ever again."
Granny Yan's words were a blow to Long Chen. However, Long Chen didn't believe that Lingxi wouldn't have a change of heart after spending so much time with her. Moreover, from her behavior today, she didn't necessarily like Wang Chen. She seemed to like killing. She had a fairy-like body, but she hid all her negative emotions and personality.
"You're really as noisy as a fly."
Lingxi was even more annoyed when she saw that he was really making trouble. She no longer blocked Wang Chen, but directly rushed towards Long Chen with Lingxi's sword in her hand. This action shocked everyone even more. Many people couldn't help but feel sad for Long Chen. This was the woman Long Chen had been pursuing. He was willing to give up everything for her, even risking his life to fight for her. Yet he ended up like this. Such an ending made people feel helpless and sorry for Long Chen. Today, he was like a hero, but unfortunately, even a hero could not resist the charms of a beautiful woman. At the moment when Lingxi attacked, the white spots on Long Chen's body had already spread to his whole body, leaving only his head untouched. Long Chen didn't have the mood to pay attention to the white spots, which seemed to be very anxious.
He only had eyes for Lingxi, who was waving her sword at him fiercely.
And the person she was protecting was Wang Chen. This scene was the complete opposite of what Long Chen had imagined. Everything he had done was for this day, but when he miraculously defeated his opponent, the ending was the opposite. Even the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace thought that his victory was just a coincidence. Long Chen was already heavily injured, and the injury to his heart was even more severe. Lingxi was very strong to begin with, and with the strange Lingxi sword in her hand, she unleashed the cruelest killing move. For a moment, she was actually able to force Long Chen to retreat. Long Chen had no way of fighting against this woman at all. He had been persisting in uncovering what had happened to her body. The people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace quietly protected Wang Chen and brought him away. With his capabilities, he should have started to recover by now. When Wang Chen recovered, Long Chen wouldn't have a chance to kill him anymore. But he didn't care. If he could defeat her once, he could defeat her again. What he cared about was Lingxi. Why was she in this state? What had happened to her? The Lingxi sword could be said to have finally displayed its mystical power. Every time Lingxi brandished the sword, Long Chen felt his god martial spirit palpitating. If he guessed correctly, this mystical sword had the most mystical effect, even surpassing the god-slaying sword. This was because it didn't attack the physical body, but the god martial spirit. In front of the Lingxi sword, Long Chen was completely defenseless. Just like other martial artists, once they were hit, their god martial spirit would dissipate. Even if their physical body didn't die, they would die instantly. Lingxi executed her sword move, completely enveloping Long Chen within the range of the Lingxi sword. The transparent sword astral danced everywhere, sweeping towards Long Chen, sealing all his escape routes. Lingxi's attack was even more ruthless than Wang Chen's. Once she made her move, she didn't plan to let Long Chen live. This Lingxi sword possessed such a terrifying godly might. Not only that, Long Chen had yet to discover any traces of Dao runes on its body. Despite not having any Dao runes, it was still able to possess such power. Its value was immeasurable. Lingxi. Long Chen didn't make a move. He couldn't attack this woman. Under the encirclement of the other party, he retreated again and again, trying to wake her up and communicate with her. Unfortunately, everything seemed to be in vain. The other party's cold and murderous eyes made Long Chen retreat again and again. Chapter 1423. The last explosion of the ancient blood prison formation consumed a lot of Long Chen's energy. Wang Chen's void refinement divine power had also injured him. Lingxi pressed on and didn't care about Long Chen's life at all. Long Chen could see through her eyes. He didn't believe that Lingxi would do this on purpose. She must have her own difficulties that she didn't want others to know about. I don't know you. Don't call my name. The snow-white girl in front of him had murderous intent in her eyes. Lingxi's sword attacked Long Chen from a tricky angle. Also, you can die now. Lingxi suddenly sneered. To be honest, her strength was already at the great completion realm of martial path. The power in her body was rather terrifying. She even had a strange power. When they fought, her combat power was probably comparable to that of a Nirvana realm expert. Especially the Lingxi sword, it was impossible to defend against it. At this moment, she said the last sentence and performed an even more terrifying killing move mercilessly. She advanced towards Long Chen with indomitable will. Long Chen's god-slaying sword was extremely sharp. He couldn't attack his beloved at all. He could only defend passively. However, he couldn't defend passively against something like the Lingxi sword. Void sword technique. Under Lingxi's control, the area where they fought was filled with the shadows of the Lingxi sword. She didn't give Long Chen any chance to recover at all. The Lingxi sword finally condensed a black sword qi and stabbed towards Long Chen. Long Chen had no choice but to perform the god-slaying art. The sword qi created by the void sword technique of Lingxi even had a huge impact on the god martial soul. Long Chen could only use the god-slaying art to break it completely. Of course, it was just an imitation of the first word of the god-slaying sword. Even so, with Long Chen's current abilities, he was still able to tear apart his opponent's sword technique. The power of the god-slaying art was quite powerful. After shattering his opponent's attack, he still had enough energy left to deal damage to Lingxi. Long Chen wasn't willing to make a move, but the other party was too strange. If he didn't make a move now, he would be killed. Looking at her in different eyes, Long Chen couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. He had always been in control of everything, but Lingxi's change today was out of his control, which made him lose his mind several times. He could defeat Wang Chen, but he couldn't defeat Lingxi. Fortunately, he had finally made up his mind. Just as the god-slaying art was about to attack Lingxi, Lingxi's expression suddenly changed. Her hands went limp, and her eyes regained the look that Long Chen was familiar with. She looked at Long Chen with excitement. The softness and joy in her eyes made Long Chen subconsciously dazed. This was the look of Lingxi that he was familiar with. He quickly withdrew his sword technique. His attack was targeted at the enemy. He really couldn't attack the woman he had loved for so many years. Just as Long Chen withdrew his sword technique, he realized that he had been tricked. The Lingxi in front of him was still indifferent and bloodthirsty. The pitiful look that she had suddenly shown just now was just an act to deceive Long Chen. Her acting was so real that Long Chen couldn't resist it at all. No matter how cold-blooded he was towards his enemies, his defense towards his own people, especially his own woman, was still very low. Just as he withdrew his god-slaying sword, Lingxi unleashed her killer move. Her Lingxi sword slashed towards Long Chen at a terrifying speed. In a moment of desperation, Long Chen could only use the god-slaying sword to block. However, he had already lost the initiative. Lingxi easily shook off the god-slaying sword, causing a sharp pain in Long Chen's head. Lingxi's sword changed again and pierced through Long Chen's chest, coming out from his back. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, the crowd started to make a ruckus. Long Chen felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The world in front of him started to turn from colorful to black and white. The woman in front of him had a cold smile on her face and looked at Long Chen with eyes full of contempt. However, her appearance was becoming more and more blurry. It could be said that although Lingxi's sword had pierced his body, it was his spirit that was injured. More importantly, it was his heart. At this moment, Long Chen finally believed that the other party would really kill him without any hesitation. In order to kill him, she was even willing to use tricks to deceive him. Was this still Lingxi? Not only was Long Chen's god-martial soul injured, but his heart was also in a state of heartbreak. He slumped to the ground in a daze, almost kneeling down. But just as he was about to give up all hope, Lingxi said something that sobered him up. What a fool! I'm not your Lingxi. I don't know where she went. Haha, but you're going to die. As she spoke, Lingxi's sword was pulled out. She raised the Lingxi sword high and her eyes were cold. She was about to kill Long Chen. Long Chen vaguely heard those words. He finally came to his senses. The person in front of him had said that she was not Lingxi at all. How could the real Lingxi be like this? However, they were exactly the same person. Everything was the same. Why were they two different people? Even if they were twin sisters, it was impossible for them to be like this. Since she was not Lingxi, she must be an enemy. However, at this time, Long Chen's consciousness was blurred and his god-martial soul was seriously injured. Even if he wanted to resist, there was no way. He could only blame his obsession for being too strong, which led to him being tricked by this Lingxi in front of him. Otherwise, Long Chen might not have let her succeed even if he had spent a lot of energy fighting Wang Chen. He was about to die, but he didn't understand what was happening. This was undoubtedly very sad. Before the other party killed him, even if Long Chen had a little bit of consciousness left, he still had an amazing will to live. He controlled his body and fled in the direction of the true martial emperor palace. The shadow of death loomed over his head, unable to dissipate. Long Chen felt very tired, and he needed a place where he could have a good sleep. Today, he had already accomplished a magnificent feat that left everyone stunned. In the end, he had only lost to the person he loved. If it wasn't for the fact that his last opponent was exactly like Ling Shi, he wouldn't have been defeated. In a trance, he bumped into a soft, cold, but warm embrace. As if he had found a life-saving straw, Long Chen hugged her tightly. He knew who this was. It was Li Xuanji. When Long Chen failed because of his obsession, she resolutely walked forward. Long Chen's consciousness wasn't clear, but he could feel that Li Xuanji's body was brimming with anger. A dark energy began to brew in her body and gradually erupted. In the eyes of others, when Lingxi was about to kill Long Chen, the ice-cold black-clothed girl from the true martial emperor palace rushed forward without hesitation and rescued Long Chen. At the same time, these two beauties that could topple empires stared at each other with eyes filled with killing intent. Their beauty and talent were unparalleled among the new generation of women. But now, they had collided because of the same man. Lingxi's eyes were filled with killing intent and indifference, while Li Xuanji's heart ached for Long Chen. Towards this so-called Lingxi in front of her, she only felt endless anger and hatred. She had seen everything that had happened before. And who are you? Lingxi raised her snow-white chin high. Lingxi pointed her sword at Li Xuanji and asked coldly and arrogantly. Long Chen didn't hear Li Xuanji's answer, but he could feel that the woman in his arms who was protecting him seemed to have a power that didn't belong to her. It was awakened with her anger. She knew how many hardships Long Chen had faced today. He had defeated Wang Chen in the end because he wanted to impress Lingxi. He wanted to move Lingxi. But he was like a fool, and in the end, he was almost killed by this woman. Li Xuanji didn't understand what happened between Long Chen and her at all. She only felt pain and anger in her heart. In addition, there was an unconcealable killing intent. She held Long Chen like a mother beast protecting its cub and fiercely stared at the fairy-like but indifferent girl in front of her. She protected Long Chen and said in a cold tone, "I saw how much effort he put in, and it was all for you. I thought you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to be so vicious.
You're not worthy of him. Lingxi laughed and said, so you are his woman.
I thought he was infatuated with you, but it turns out that he is just like this. Why? I want to kill him. Are you not convinced? Her disdainful attitude and mocking expression challenged Li Xuanji's fragile control. The power in her body was getting stronger and stronger. It was a power that didn't belong to her. Indistinctly, Long Chen saw a black needle in Li Xuanji's palm. He wanted to say something, but the stab from Lingxi's sword made his god martial spirit dizzy at this moment. He couldn't even say a word. He was very anxious. He knew that Li Xuanji would risk her life for him. He knew that this silly woman would do this. She would do anything to get back Long Chen's dignity. But Long Chen couldn't stop her. He never thought that they would fight. Fortunately, the other party wasn't the real Lingxi. Li Xuanji was already very angry. Her cold body hit a terrible volcano. She turned around and put Long Chen in a safe place. Then, without hesitation, she rushed toward Lingxi. Tens of thousands of people made a lot of noise. Long Chen wanted to know what was going on, but his consciousness was getting more and more blurred. He never realized that the power of Lingxi's sword was so terrifying. If it was in his hands, he could control the body with one sword and kill the soul with another. The power of the combination was unimaginable. What happened today was a miscalculation on his part. He had been too careless, and in the end, he had fallen for Lingxi's trap, causing his previous victory to be in vain. He had not been able to kill Wang Chen, and he had been severely injured. Even Li Xuanji might have been in trouble. Long Chen was extremely anxious, and he even hated himself. However, under the might of Lingxi's sword, the most he could do was watch the battle. Chapter 1424. On the central plaza, the contest between two young male geniuses had turned into a contest between two peerless young ladies. This was something that no one had expected. Because they were considered juniors, the martial artists of the True Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace didn't rush to make a move. The strength of Lingxi was obviously stronger than that of Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji was just at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm, but at this moment, Li Xuanji showed a strong suppressive force. This was all because of the strange black needle that he had obtained in the City of the Vein. From the looks of it, the value of that strange black needle was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Li Xuanji had probably known about its strangeness long ago, but she had never mentioned it. Instead, she had quietly hidden this secret. It was only when she saw Long Chen being stabbed by Lingxi that she could no longer hold it in. After being stabbed by Lingxi's sword, Long Chen was only left with a vague perception. The remaining perception was all focused on the battle between the two women. To be honest, Long Chen did not expect that they would fight. Fortunately, one of them was not the real Lingxi. At this moment, Long Chen's heart was tied to Li Xuanji. He was nervous and worried for her. As for whether that was the real Lingxi, Long Chen did not care about her life or death. If it was possible, Long Chen would even find out what had happened and kill her himself. Because of the black needle, Li Xuanji had changed too much. Long Chen vaguely felt that there was a living creature hidden in the black needle. This thing should be like the Void Dragon Talisman, hiding a living creature inside, and Li Xuanji seemed to be borrowing its power. This was a kind of dark power. Under the display of Li Xuanji's power, the entire central plaza became a domain of darkness. This was the purest darkness, without a trace of flaw. In Long Chen's eyes, two figures were fighting fiercely in front of him. One was dressed in white, like a fairy, while the other was shrouded in darkness. She was strange and alluring, full of mystery, like a goddess in the darkness. The two figures, one black and one white, were fighting with their lives on the line. Long Chen could not see clearly, but from the exclamations of the onlookers, he could tell that the intensity of their battle was no less than the battle between Long Chen and Wang Chen. The wind was howling, and the sword qi of Lingxi's sword danced in all directions, making people tremble. It was as if the slightest touch of the Lingxi sword would cause one's soul to fly away and scatter. This Lingxi should be the one who unearthed the true power of the Lingxi sword. On the other side, the almost invisible black needle danced wildly in the sky, and even attached itself to Li Xuanji's dark green hair. It turned into thousands of needles and surrounded everything in the domain of darkness. The sharp power of the black needle was equally terrifying. Whether it was the Lingxi sword or the black needle, they were basically lethal weapons.
Seeing that the woman shrouded in darkness was actually putting her life on the line, even going as far as to fight against Ling Shi in front of tens of thousands of people for his sake, even going so far as to use a power that did not belong to her, Long Chen felt very touched.
He thought of all the bits and pieces he had spent with Li Xuanji.
This woman had always been by his side without any complaints, yet he had fought and worked so hard for another woman right in front of her.
He felt very sorry for her. Xuanji. Long Chen's heart trembled. This was the first time he was moved by this woman. In order to regain his dignity and love, he had fought very hard, but the other party could only silently sacrifice herself for him. It was also the same for him. This time, she dared to attack Lingxi without any hesitation. It was also a way to vent the emotions in her heart, and at the same time, it was also because she was angry. She loved Long Chen the most, but Lingxi had mercilessly hurt his body and life. This made Li Xuanji unable to tolerate it. At this time, in order to mobilize the power of the Black Needle, she had reached some kind of agreement with the existence in the needle. No matter what she had to pay, it was worth it. She was a person who dared to love and hate, and what Lingxi had done before had made her hate her. So no matter what had happened between Long Chen and this woman in the past, Li Xuanji only had one obsession in her heart, and that was to kill her. When a woman was angry, it was quite terrifying, especially her. At this time, she seemed to have fallen into a state of madness, and her eyes were bloodshot. With the power of the 9th level of the divine martial realm, she had unexpectedly beaten Lingxi, who had reached the great completion of martial arts, and kept retreating. Who the hell are you? What qualifications do you have to attack me?
Lingxi's eyes were full of killing intent, and she shouted loudly.
Li Xuanji's face was gloomy and cold.
Thousands of black needles burst out from her hand, and completely surrounded her. Her body was hidden in the darkness, and her bloodshot eyes were full of power that made people's hearts palpitate. "Stinky," I said, "I have no interest in this Long Chen. I will give him to you." She didn't know why, although the woman in front of her didn't look strong, she always felt a fatal threat from her, which made her feel terrified, and the words she said were getting more and more excessive. "I really feel sad for him. I didn't expect you to be such a person." An ice-cold voice seemed to be reverberating in Lingxi's ears. Li Xuanji clearly knew how much Long Chen had sacrificed in order to follow this woman, but she didn't expect that this woman would be so vicious, which was completely beyond Li Xuanji's expectation.
"What kind of person am I? Hee, this is me, so what? Don't push me too hard. I am also not easy to deal with." Lingxi shouted loudly. Looking at this arrogant girl, Li Xuanji's heart was already filled with anger. At this moment, it was too late to say anything, she had already made up her mind. What happened next? Long Chen couldn't see clearly. He only knew that Li Xuanji was risking her life. She created miracle after miracle, and even when she failed, she continued to climb up and fight, never falling. The obsession in her heart was to kill this opponent in front of her, to take revenge for Long Chen and herself. When a woman's anger flared up, it was very terrifying. Li Xuanji was a person who refused to admit defeat, just like Long Chen. Every time she attacked, the surrounding people would be shocked. Of course, a Lingxi with the Lingxi sword was very difficult to deal with. She was like a hedgehog. Every time Li Xuanji injured her opponent, she would also receive a counterattack. This battle was evenly matched, but it was exceptionally bitter. The surrounding people had a very interesting expression on their faces. They didn't expect the battle between these two girls to be so bitter. If it wasn't for the bet between the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, this battle wouldn't have continued like this. Long Chen used all his strength to struggle. After being stabbed by Lingxi's sword, he was already in the process of recovering. He wanted to tell Li Xuanji that the Lingxi in front of him wasn't the real Lingxi, so that the anger in her heart would lessen a little. However, to the current Long Chen, it was extremely difficult for him to say such a sentence. He could only see that during the battle, Li Xuanji was struck by Lingxi's sword Qi several times, but her eyes were bloodshot and she still didn't collapse. On the other hand, Lingxi's snow-white robe was already stained with a lot of blood. The more she fought with her, the more terrified she became. "You're a lunatic, get lost." She used Lingxi's sword and executed another move. In an instant, the entire dark domain was filled with transparent Lingxi's sword Qi. She originally thought that Li Xuanji would dodge, but she had underestimated this woman's anger and hatred. When her opponent executed this move, she actually charged towards Lingxi without any hesitation. She used her own body to take a few hits,
until her body was also blurry, until her body was also covered in blood. But so what? When she thought of how Long Chen was hurt by this woman, and when she saw this woman's ugly face, there was only one thing left in her mind, and that was to kill her. She had an incomparable desire to kill her. Senior, I want to kill her. Surrounded by countless Lingxi's sword qi, Li Xuanji uttered this sentence. Have you decided to follow me? She didn't know where this voice came from. Yes. Li Xuanji nodded without any hesitation. Her eyes were filled with determination. Good child, but if you follow me, the chances of you appearing by his side in the future will be very few. Don't you regret it? The mysterious voice spoke again. I, Wenxin, have no regrets when I do things. Li Xuanji glanced at Long Chen below, closed her eyes, and 2 streams of tears flowed down. Very well, leave the rest to me. After saying this, 2 beams of black divine light suddenly burst out from Li Xuanji's eyes, piercing through the heavens and earth. A black divine needle appeared in her hand, trembling lightly, and many incomparably ancient symbols appeared. Those black symbols were like little snakes, and it was difficult to see what exactly they were. You still refuse to admit defeat? 30 meters in front of her, Lingxi laughed coldly. Although Li Xuanji had performed exceptionally well, if she wanted to take her down, it would at least result in a lose-lose situation. Hence, she wasn't afraid. But at this moment, the woman in front of her changed. She found herself trapped in a completely sealed world, completely cut off from the outside world. In her eyes, Long Chen had disappeared. The experts of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had also disappeared. In this strange dark space, only the black woman in front of her was like a god, covering the sky and sun, looking at her with a look of disdain. Lingxi felt her hair stand on end. Her senses were very sharp, and she knew that death was approaching. At this moment she hurriedly said, "You've found the wrong person. I'm not the Lingxi he's looking for. I'm a clone created by him using the soul-splitting technique. Let me go or you will die." N. Li Xuanji smiled bitterly in her heart. So this was the case. Chapter 1425. She originally thought that after killing the woman in front of her, even if she had to leave in the future, the only person in his heart might be her. However, from the mouth of this young girl, Li Xuanji knew the truth. Perhaps in Long Chen's eyes, Lingxi was still the perfect woman who was most loved by him. In the future, the person he would miss would not only be her. Perhaps, he would truly be together with the real Lingxi, or perhaps he would forget about her. However, things had already reached this point, and there was no turning back. Moreover, the woman in front of her had already hurt Long Chen, and this was something she could not tolerate. As for the future, who could tell clearly what would happen in the future? Li Xuanji was confident that Long Chen might not forget her actions today for the rest of his life. After she left, she would follow more powerful people and the road of immortality, but she would live in his heart forever. Kill her. A knowing smile appeared on Li Xuanji's face. Although she knew the truth, she felt that everything was still very satisfactory. Moreover, the real Lingxi was not a bad person. The man she missed was taken care of by a woman he liked so much, which was also a good thing. Since she had chosen to go on this road, she would have less time to accompany Long Chen in the future, and she was not willing to monopolize him like this. This could be considered a perfect ending. Anyway, she couldn't bear to see Long Chen get hurt in any way. Compared to anyone else, she felt more sorry for this man. Under the indifferent 3 words of Li Xuanji, Lingxi was shocked and hurriedly tried to break out of the encirclement, but she couldn't break this enclosed space at all. This space belonged to the darkness, and even imprisoned all her senses, making her gradually lose consciousness. All her resistance and unwillingness, in the eyes of Li Xuanji, were just a joke. With a light flick, the black divine needle in her hand pierced through the delicate forehead of Lingxi, leaving a small bloody hole. At that moment, Lingxi's eyes became dazed, and in a short time, she fell from the sky. Her eyes were already empty and lifeless. From the fierce battle between the two to the sudden death of Lingxi, only a split second had passed. The time was too short, so short that the people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace could still save Lingxi. That unparalleled beauty, in the midst of endless unwillingness, turned into a cold corpse. This result stunned everyone, including Long Chen. He didn't expect Li Xuanji to have such strength, to be so decisive and to face so many unkind gazes, all for his sake. At this moment, Long Chen had recovered a lot and could stand up. He saw with his own eyes that the black needle in Li Xuanji's hand had pierced through Lingxi's forehead. Although this young lady wasn't the person he wanted, but seeing this scene with his own eyes, Long Chen was still a little shocked. Fortunately, it wasn't the real her, otherwise, he would really go crazy. She, who was as beautiful as a fairy, actually turned into a corpse and fell from the sky, falling in front of Long Chen. The Lingxi sword was not far from Long Chen's eyes. At this moment, Lingxi had already lost all signs of life. Her empty eyes turned to look at Long Chen. Long Chen could feel that she had too much unwillingness and disbelief before her death. But no matter what, she deserved it. The person Long Chen was most concerned about was Li Xuanji. This goddess from the darkness had descended from the sky and appeared in front of him. Long Chen couldn't use words to describe her beauty at this moment. Under the black dress, her figure was slender and graceful, with graceful curves, perfect to this day. Her smooth skin, slightly pink cheeks, and a pair of glass-like eyes were filled with temptation. She was like a god, causing Long Chen's heart to palpitate. Descending from the sky, she used her slender white hands to cover Long Chen's face. Her beautiful face that could cause the downfall of cities and empires moved closer to Long Chen. Her eyes were filled with endless tenderness. Compared to the cold-blooded her just now, she was like a completely different person. At this moment, she was using an extremely soothing tone to ask, "You won't blame me for acting on my own today, for killing her, right?" The delicate fragrance in front of him assaulted his nostrils, causing Long Chen to sink into deep temptation. He shook his head and said, She isn't the real Lingxi." "I know, but my heart aches for you." Li Xuanji interrupted his words. She didn't speak anymore, but just stared at Long Chen with a satisfied smile on her lips. It was as if she was cherishing the last moments of her life. And Long Chen was like a treasure in her eyes. She gave him a tenderness that she had never shown to anyone else. This gaze was very short, but Long Chen was deeply shocked. It was as if several centuries had passed. The woman in front of him, her eyes were filled with boundless tenderness, longing and love. That was a gaze that could see through Long Chen's heart, causing him to be so touched that he didn't want to show his face. "No matter what happens to you in the future, no matter where you are, don't forget the disappointing words I said a few days ago. Now, I want to correct them. You can't forget me, my requirements aren't high, do you understand?" Li Xuanji's soft and delicate body squeezed into his embrace. The body in his embrace seemed ice-cold, but it was incomparably hot, causing Long Chen to be in a daze. "What are you talking about? I definitely won't forget," Long Chen subconsciously said. "Shoo!" She interrupted Long Chen's words and looked at Long Chen with her charming eyes. She said, "When I said remember, I'm not asking you to remember me as a friend, I'm saying..." Her words made Long Chen understand that they were no longer simply friends. Speaking up to hear, her expression suddenly changed. Before the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace arrived, she used an incomparably solemn tone to say to Long Chen, "I have to leave. I will come back to see you often, and I hope to see you happy next time. But don't think of escaping from me. Leave." Why did she have to leave? Before Long Chen could figure out what was going on, Li Xuanji actually disappeared in front of his eyes. She decisively left Long Chen's embrace at an extremely abnormal speed. Long Chen could still feel the softness in his embrace, but she was no longer there. She left in too much of a hurry, causing Long Chen to be confused. This time, her departure was something that Long Chen's heart couldn't bear to part with. He watched her leave just like that, and he didn't know when they would meet again. Perhaps she would have a better future, but no matter what, Long Chen's heart was still firmly occupied by the sorrow of separation. Lingxi was dead. To the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, this was an earth-shattering event. By the time they reacted, Li Xuanji had already fled after saying a few words to Long Chen. The people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace didn't care about the bet anymore, and they all chased after her. Most of the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were rushing towards Lingxi's corpse. The scene instantly became chaotic. Under such a huge battle array, Long Chen couldn't help but wake up from the whirlpool of Li Xuanji's departure. After such a long time, the damage caused by Lingxi's sword should be more or less healed. At this moment, when he saw the commotion in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, Long Chen hurriedly shouted, "Everyone from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, don't be anxious. I can prove that she isn't the real Lingxi."
Lingxi isn't dead. This sentence caused a huge impact to the anxious old men, especially Grandma Yen. In fact, she had long suspected that it was true. Even Long Chen had been fooled for so long, let alone them. However, when Long Chen said this, they finally realized that it might be true. Most importantly, no one wanted Lingxi to die at this time. Therefore, the experts from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace finally calmed down. Among them, Grandma Yen was incomparably anxious. She rushed in front of Long Chen and said, "Brat, you better tell us what exactly happened." Long Chen didn't know why Lingxi had hidden herself, but the substitute was already dead. There was no way out, so he had no choice but to tell the truth. "She isn't the real Lingxi, she's just a substitute. When we were in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, she once obtained an incomplete soul-splitting technique. After studying it, I estimate that she successfully split herself into two, creating an identical Lingxi, but with the opposite personality. This woman is so strange, she can't differentiate between good and evil, and she's sinister and bloodthirsty. Haven't you noticed that?" Sure enough, after Long Chen said this, the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace quieted down. If it was just a substitute, it wouldn't matter much if she died. However, the problem was, where did the real Lingxi go? To the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, this was a big matter. The four supreme sword masters valued Lingxi more than Wang Chen, but at this time, such a thing actually happened. The people from the true Martial Emperor Palace came forward to protect Long Chen. As Long Chen retreated, he took away the Lingxi sword and the corpse of Lingxi. These things belonged to him, and no one could take them away. When he found the real Lingxi, Long Chen would return them to her. However, where did she go? What difficulties did she have? Long Chen was at a loss. The people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were also considering the veracity of Long Chen's words. At this time, the predicted tide of Emperor Spiritual Qi seemed to have erupted. The Emperor Spiritual Qi between heaven and earth tumbled, and some strange changes began to happen. The entire heaven and earth seemed to have turned into an ocean. Feeling this change, Wang Chen, who was behind the crowd, opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement. He knew everything that had happened before, but he didn't make a move. This was the moment he was waiting for. He was a dragon martial artist, and his nirvana tribulation was scarier than ordinary people. Therefore, he had been waiting and suppressing himself, waiting for the moment when he could truly condense the nirvana tribulation. Finally, the moment had arrived. The people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace felt the changes in Wang Chen, and they were overjoyed. Wang Chen was going to step into the nirvana tribulation realm at this time. The grudge between him and Long Chen wasn't over yet. Chapter 1426. The fluctuation of the Emperor's spiritual energy caused the entire 9-star Chaos City to feel as though it was in the middle of an ocean. The turbulence of the scattered stars in the sky was probably caused by the Emperor's spiritual energy tide. The entire 9-star Chaos City was in turmoil. Although the turbulence of the monarch's spiritual energy was strong, it had to be mentioned that the nirvana tribulation formed by the monarch's spiritual energy would be slightly incomplete due to the instability of the monarch's spiritual energy. That was why the seniors of the monster race chose to help Mo Xiaolang pass the nirvana tribulation today. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen, who had reached the martial path great perfection realm for a long time, was also waiting for this day to come. His existence had finally triggered the nirvana tribulation. Too many changes had happened in the central square today. First, Long Chen defeated Wang Chen, which was simply impossible. Then the mysterious girl beside Long Chen, Li Xuanji, killed Lingxi. Only then did everyone know that the Lingxi was actually a fake. Just when the conflict between both sides was ignited, Wang Chen seized the opportunity to undergo the nirvana tribulation. The people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace looked at each other. They couldn't care less about the matter of Long Chen retrieving the sword of Lingxi. They quickly turned around to protect Wang Chen. Wang Chen was the future of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. His nirvana tribulation was undoubtedly very important. In fact, Wang Chen had long been confident that he could pass the nirvana tribulation. The reason why he waited until today was to increase his confidence. The 30 experts of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace all had the experience of passing the first nirvana tribulation. At this moment, they hurriedly stood by Wang Chen's side and gave him all kinds of guidance. In the sky, the yellow calamity clouds started to gather. Initially, it was only the size of a palm.
As it slowly rolled and condensed, a terrifying aura of nirvana force started to spread across the sky. The only difference was that this nirvana force belonged to the heavens and earth. Compared to the nirvana force controlled by the human race or the demon race, this nirvana force was more violent and destructive. As the yellow clouds rolled, Long Chen had gradually recovered from the injuries caused by Lingxi's sword. He was now heavily concerned. The fake Lingxi was dead, and the Lingxi sword was in Long Chen's hands. Where was the real Lingxi, the lovely woman who had been with him for half a year? Also, where did Li Xuanji and the mysterious needle she obtained in the city of the wronged go? What was that mysterious needle? How could it have such terrifying power? Was the appearance of the strange needle a conspiracy of the city of the wronged? Or did the city of the wronged know about the black needle? If it was the latter, it would be even more terrifying. Long Chen had no idea where Li Xuanji would go. This woman, time and time again today, had resisted and protected him. She had already broken into Long Chen's heart. Her stubborn smile and gentle eyes all shocked Long Chen and even made his heart ache. From today onwards, he would have a similarly heavy concern for her. Fortunately, Li Xuanji should be fine. When she left, she went to pursue her own future and destiny. At this time, the people from the true martial emperor palace discussed for a while. One Ren Jingtao stood beside Long Chen and said, "Brat, to tell you the truth, you're already a hero today. Although heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman, the beauty saved you from danger. From today onwards, the 3 regions and 9 worlds will remember your great name. They will remember that you defeated Wang Chen," but Long Chen understood what he meant. He continued the conversation and said, "However, there's no need for me to fight him head-on. Once he passes the Nirvana tribulation, he will definitely cause trouble for me again and determine the victor between us. With my strength, I'm no match for him. If he passes the Nirvana tribulation, I will be left far behind. So, you're advising me to leave now, right?" One Ren Jingtao laughed brightly and said, "It's so easy talking to you. Listen to me, you're a man enough today. You can get lost now. When you're strong enough in the future, you can always make a comeback. At that time, we won't even know who will win." "Is that so?" Long Chen laughed in his heart, but he didn't want to leave. The pride in his heart didn't allow him to lower his head in front of his opponent, not even once. At the same time, he also wanted to see what the Nirvana tribulation was all about. "You're not leaving." One Ren Jingtao was stunned. Long Chen's action was simply courting death. He advised earnestly, "You're asking for trouble. Although you defeated him, your strength is only close to his. When he passes the Nirvana tribulation, you won't be his match. This is something that everyone knows. But you're not ashamed, you just lost because you're young. In a few years, it's hard to say who will win and who will lose. Don't be impulsive and harm yourself." Long Chen was sure that he wasn't being impulsive, but there was a force supporting him to stand there. He began to discover that the white light spots on his body had already spread to his face. Just a little bit more and they would cover his whole body. "This aura, why is it so familiar? Little Shi, is that you?" Long Chen actually sensed the aura of the real Lingxi. When he sensed her presence, he actually had an illusion. From the day he entered the true martial emperor palace, this aura seemed to have always existed on his body. In other words, it felt like she had been accompanying him all this time. This was something that Long Chen couldn't imagine in the past. But at this moment, as the white light spots appeared on the surface of his body, white drops of blood also appeared in his blood. This was Lingxi's blood. She seemed to have blended into Long Chen's body, vanishing without a trace. Finally, when she saw Granny Yen, she realized that something big was about to happen, and she had to appear. Only then did the white light spots appear on Long Chen's hand. From his finger, it spread to the rest of his body. Long Chen could already feel the young girl calling out to him. This was so familiar and intimate, as if their lives had already been linked together, and nothing could separate them. There seemed to be a second heartbeat in his body. A slumbering delicate body began to awaken in Long Chen's body. Perhaps when the white light covered his entire body, she would appear. This was something that she had told Long Chen in the dark. A lot of information directly appeared in his mind, and this was what Lingxi wanted to tell him. Long Chen actually didn't know that she had been hiding in his body for such a long time. "Little Shi, I've been thinking about you day and night, but I didn't expect that you would be hiding in my body.
What exactly is the reason for you to hide so carefully? Long Chen felt very helpless. He guessed that his actions today had caused Lingxi to break out of her hiding state. It was very likely that her true body would be exposed, and something unexpected would happen. And this kind of thing usually wouldn't be good. As the white light gradually became complete, the heartbeat in his body that didn't belong to him became stronger and stronger, and the fragrance of white lotus filled his nose. Above Wang Chen's head, the tribulation cloud of the Nirvana tribulation had already condensed. This was a tribulation cloud with a diameter of almost 1 mile, and it was entirely yellow. The clouds rolled violently, and a group of giant beasts were hiding in it, galloping and roaring, causing the sky and earth to change color. In the clouds, blood-yellow thunderbolts exploded, revealing ferocious faces, like sharp knives stabbing into the eyes, which made people panic. Ren Jingtao tried to persuade Long Chen for a while, but he still refused to escape. He admired Long Chen's boldness from the bottom of his heart. Ren Jingtao was originally a hot-tempered person, and he did things regardless of the consequences. But compared to Long Chen, he was still not young enough. Since he was bored, he started to explain the Nirvana tribulation to Long Chen. Do you see that blood-yellow thunderbolt? It's called Nirvana True Thunder, the most common means of destruction in the Nirvana tribulation. In the first Nirvana tribulation, only one Nirvana True Thunder will fall, and the further it goes, the more Nirvana True Thunder will fall, and even more terrifying things will appear. Of course, those things are not accessible to everyone, and only exist in legends. Let me tell you about the first Nirvana tribulation. Long Chen was also very curious. After all, he would also have to go through the Nirvana tribulation in the future, and his Nirvana tribulation would be very terrifying. Looking at the Nirvana tribulation above his head, Ren Jingtao, who had already gone through 2 Nirvana tribulations, was a little scared. He said, "Those yellow tribulation clouds contain Nirvana power. When the Nirvana True Thunder falls, so much Nirvana power will be released at the same time, and become the energy source of the Nirvana True Thunder. You can imagine how terrifying it is when so much Nirvana power converges together and bombards your body in the form of lightning." For ordinary martial artists, the release of the Nirvana power from the tribulation clouds is equivalent to the all-out attack of a martial artist who had just gone through 2 Nirvana tribulations. Long Chen finally understood why the Nirvana tribulation was so terrifying. A martial artist in the great completion of martial arts had to withstand the all-out attack of a martial artist who had gone through 2 Nirvana tribulations like Lin Mo. There were very few martial artists who could survive, so there were not many who could become a Nirvana tribulation martial artist. Then, Ren Jingtao dropped a bombshell. He said, "Wang Chen is a dragon martial artist, and he is envied by the heavens. Even in the Emperor Spiritual Chi Tide, the tribulation clouds are already 10 times stronger than mine. When you go through the Nirvana tribulation, it will probably be the same. The Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon was already 10 times stronger under the influence of the Emperor Spiritual Chi Tide. As the inheritor of the ancestral dragon, Long Chen would have to undergo the Nirvana tribulation. Wouldn't it be even more terrifying? It would be at least 10 times or even dozens of times stronger. Of course, this was all in the future. Chapter 14:27. Up in the sky, the tribulation clouds were rolling. The blood-yellow thunderbolts roared like a giant beast. These thunderbolts were formed by Nirvana energy, and possessed the most terrifying destructive power. Nirvana energy had 2 characteristics. One was rebirth, and the other was destruction. But no matter what, the destruction nature was more powerful than anything else. Especially when it appeared in the form of Nirvana tribulation. The purpose of Nirvana tribulation was to destroy the cultivator, not to test the cultivator. At this moment, no matter who it was, as long as they were cultivators, they would not be able to escape the punishment of Nirvana tribulation. The yellow tribulation clouds started to shrink. The terrifying power also started to compress. In the center of the tribulation clouds, a blood-yellow thunder lightning ball was attached to the tribulation clouds. As it grew stronger, a suffocating power was emitted from the thunder lightning ball. Other than the people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, everyone else retreated, fearing that they would be affected by the Nirvana tribulation. Wang Chen's Nirvana tribulation was terrifying enough to shock many people. When they had undergone Nirvana tribulation, it was far from the scale of Wang Chen's Nirvana tribulation. The scale of Nirvana tribulation also reflected the innate talent of each person. Without a doubt, Wang Chen's innate talent was outstanding, and he was worthy of his current reputation. Although he had been defeated by Long Chen in a strange way,
His position in the hearts of the people did not decrease at all. Finally, the yellow thunderbolt was completely condensed. Almost all the power of the tribulation clouds had been compressed into the blood-yellow thunder and lightning ball, forming a thunderbolt power that could even distort space. At the moment of silence, the thunder and lightning ball abruptly transformed into a huge thunderbolt pillar. Carrying the terrifying power of Nirvana, it fell from the sky and struck toward Wang Chen's head. It had to be said that Wang Chen's mental fortitude was very good. He barely raised his head to look at such a terrifying Nirvana tribulation. Instead, he closed his eyes and prepared for it. At the moment when the Nirvana tribulation descended, he finally revealed the true form of the divine dragon. Long Chen had seen a real divine dragon before. It was the purple blood devil dragon. Under the nourishment of the primordial purple blood, the purple blood devil dragon's physical body was extremely strong. However, the void refinement realm demonic dragon was different. It was a gray and demonic divine dragon. Its body was shining with a silver light. Its body was not as majestic as the purple blood devil dragon's. It looked normal, but its eyes were quite demonic. They were filled with a bewildering light. Wherever it was, the space around it would cave in. It was indeed worthy of being a void refinement realm demonic dragon that was famous for devouring space. Even though it was not as majestic as the purple blood demonic dragon, in front of the crowd, it was an undeniable giant. Its body was over 100 meters long, and it was only in the form of a young dragon. At this moment, it actually soared into the sky and let out a terrifying dragon roar. The sky changed color. To everyone's surprise, Wang Chen dashed toward the Nirvana tribulation. At that moment, everyone's hearts were filled with anxiety. In the sky, the thunder and lightning ball that contained such a terrifying power had gathered all of its power at one point, just to kill the little dragon in front of it. When the Nirvana tribulation descended, the entire 9-star chaos city was trembling. Facing the Nirvana tribulation at such a close distance, Long Chen was also quite shocked. No wonder all the martial artists were so afraid of the Nirvana tribulation. Moreover, there was a time limit of 1,000 years. If one's cultivation did not pass within 1,000 years, the Nirvana tribulation would be like a supervisor that would destroy one's soul and spirit. In a short moment, Wang Chen and the Nirvana tribulation confronted each other. He displayed his strongest magical power in succession, sealing the entire space where the Nirvana tribulation was. Then, this heaven-defying dragon actually wanted to devour the entire space together with the Nirvana tribulation into its stomach. This shocking move immediately caused countless people to scream and be shocked. But to say that Wang Chen was too bold, he was simply taking a risk. How could the Nirvana tribulation be so easy to devour? However, if he could really transform the power of the Nirvana tribulation for his own use, then his strength would definitely be greatly enhanced. It seemed that since ancient times, no one had dared to say such things like Wang Chen. Wang Chen dared to do such a shocking thing in front of everyone, and the only thing he could rely on was that he was a dragon martial artist, a young dragon. The Nirvana tribulation was extremely violent. Wang Chen would naturally not be willing to be devoured before it struck him. After Wang Chen transformed into a dragon, his continuous power had increased by many times, and he had actually confined the terrifying Nirvana tribulation in the air. This strength alone had already made everyone admire him from the bottom of their hearts. For the crowd, it was really not a big deal for Wang Chen to be defeated by Long Chen just now, because it was his real strength. Especially after Wang Chen passed the Nirvana tribulation, it would only be a matter of time for him to defeat Long Chen. A true genius would not fail, but he would constantly create miracles. At this moment, Wang Chen was creating miracles. The entire sky above the central square was broken, and the divine dragon that was 100 meters long was entrenched in the air. In the gray space in front of them, the Nirvana tribulation was like a lightning beast, struggling frantically at this time. The void refinement realm was the innate ability of a void refinement realm demonic dragon. It was also the only ability of a void refinement realm demonic dragon. It was named after this ability. The power of this ability was already within Wang Chen's expectation. The reason why he chose to undergo the tribulation today was to complete today's feat under the situation where the Emperor's spiritual chi tide had weakened the Nirvana tribulation. In the constant stalemate, roars and perseverance, Wang Chen had the same unyielding spirit as Long Chen. Under the divine power of the Nirvana tribulation, most of his dragon scales had exploded. His huge divine dragon body had become badly mutilated, but his eyes were already dim. The martial artists of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace below were anxious for him, but Wang Chen still clenched his teeth and persevered. On one hand, he had just lost and he wanted to wash away the humiliation. On the other hand, the fake Lingxi was already dead. What about the real Lingxi? Was she really in love with Long Chen like the rumors said? There was another aspect, and that was the pride and persistence in his heart. He was also a piece of trash that had risen from the bottom, and he knew that sometimes if he didn't risk his life, then he would regret it for the rest of his life. It was precisely these beliefs that supported him, causing him to gnash his teeth and roar furiously over and over again. His body was badly mutilated, but he'd finally persevered and tamed, confined, and gradually swallowed this rebirth tribulation lightning beast into his stomach. When Wang Chen finally succeeded in swallowing the nirvana tribulation, and his body didn't explode, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Their faces were filled with admiration. The true martial emperor palace's experts couldn't hide their awe of this young genius. Only one Ren Jingtao was cursing and swearing at Wang Chen. Beside him, Long Chen also admired Wang Chen. If it wasn't for Lingxi, or if it wasn't for Wang Chen, who was very similar to him, they both had an undying will. Unfortunately, they had become destined enemies. Long Chen respected his opponent. He was indeed the most difficult opponent that Long Chen had faced so far. However, he didn't give up. When everyone thought that Wang Chen was already high and mighty, laughing at everything, Long Chen swore in his heart that he would suppress Wang Chen once again. He actually swallowed the nirvana tribulation and completed a magnificent feat that no one has been able to accomplish since the ancient times. Yes, in this way, will there be anyone in the new generation who can be Wang Chen's opponent? Even if there is someone who entered the nirvana tribulation realm earlier than him, they will definitely not be Wang Chen's opponent. His previous combat strength was already equivalent to the late stage of the nirvana tribulation, and his dragon transformation was even more terrifying. But now, look, he's starting to digest the power of the nirvana tribulation. A yellow cocoon of light appeared on Wang Chen's body, completely enveloping him. This yellow cocoon was undoubtedly huge and incomparably smooth. The light of the nirvana tribulation flowed with the light of nirvana tribulation. The entire cocoon contained endless nirvana tribulation. When Wang Chen had passed the nirvana tribulation, he was about to face a new life. After this nirvana rebirth, he was about to be reborn. Whether it was in terms of strength or potential, they were about to reach a new level. The rebirth brought about by the nirvana tribulation was extremely complicated. It was like providing a second life. His bones, flesh, veins, blood and so on were all undergoing a new round of transformation. This would require a certain amount of time to complete. However, at this time, there was no doubt that Wang Chen had passed the nirvana tribulation. What awaited him in the future was definitely a bright future. His status in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace would also have a new round of leaps and bounds. His former opponent, Long Chen, would also be left far behind by him. While everyone was praising Wang Chen for his amazing feat, they were also paying attention to Long Chen. What they admired the most was that Long Chen actually hadn't escaped until now. Some of them admired him, while others thought that Long Chen was stupid and had already been scared stiff. The people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace seemed to have thought of something. Half of them went to protect Wang Chen while the other half went to Long Chen's side. They were in a deadlock with the people of the true martial Emperor Palace. Among them, Ling Song had already walked over. He was the one who looked down on Long Chen the most. At this moment, he pointed at Long Chen and then at the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon that was transforming in the sky. He said in a clear voice, "Do you know the difference between the lowly and the noble? Look at yourself. Then look at Wang Chen. You will know. You have just defeated him. This will be the proudest achievement of your life. However, you can only do it once in your life." This guy was in a high position but didn't have the corresponding qualities. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. Only one Ren Jingtao had the energy to curse at him. Long Chen's gaze was indeed on Wang Chen who was in the sky. Under the baptism of the nirvana tribulation, Wang Chen had indeed become stronger and stronger. He was so strong that he had far surpassed Long Chen and widened the gap between the two of them once again. However, Long Chen wasn't afraid in his heart. What he was concerned about now was that the white light dot was just a little bit away. Lingxi was also about to come out. What kind of changes would happen next? Chapter 14:28. The Nirvana Tribulation was originally magnificent and terrifying, But under the devouring of the void refinement demonic dragon, it was finally swallowed into its stomach like food. A golden cocoon of light formed on Wang Chen's body, and he was in the middle of transforming. This process had lasted for an hour. Everyone was staring blankly, looking forward to what Wang Chen would look like after the transformation. Everyone was also wondering why Long Chen didn't leave. Was he really not afraid of death? Didn't he know that he had just defeated Wang Chen and created a stain on Wang Chen's destined glorious life? When Wang Chen finished his transformation, he would definitely kill Long Chen. Wenren Jingtao was already anxious. He urged Long Chen, "If you don't leave now, you will really lose your life." Because of the bet, it was not convenient for Wenren Jingtao to make a move when Wang Chen attacked again. Long Chen smiled indifferently and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Why did Long Chen have the confidence to say such words? It was because he was waiting for Ling Shi to give him an answer. She was about to come out, and the feeling of their bloodline being connected was so clear. When he thought about how this young girl had actually fused with his body for such a long time, he felt that it was simply inconceivable. He didn't know how Ling Shi managed to do it, but it was already a fact. Furthermore, she had successfully overshadowed all of Long Chen's senses. It was as if she had become one with him. It was even more miraculous than the sacred soul revolving jade. Wang Chen had undergone such a huge transformation, but Long Chen was still able to talk and laugh, which made everyone's jaw drop. Did he really have a hole in his brain? Did he know that he was going to die soon? Under the watchful eyes of the public, the golden cocoon of light in the sky was like a golden egg. Cracking sounds could be heard as a large number of cracks appeared on it. As the nirvana force inside gathered and erupted, the cocoon of light exploded with a rumble. The eggshell and other parts of the cocoon turned into a golden torrent and were swallowed by the thing in the center of the cocoon of light. In the end, all of them entered Wang Chen's stomach and became part of his power. When the light dissipated, a man appeared in the sky. He had streamlined muscles, an exquisite physique, and a smooth and clean body. He could be said to be perfect. Both of his eyes opened abruptly as golden divine light burst forth. A surge of turbulent energy gushed forth. That terrifying nirvana energy engulfed his body, and a large amount of it burst forth. Because he had directly swallowed the power of the nirvana tribulation, his power was much stronger than that of an ordinary warrior who had just passed the nirvana tribulation. At this moment, Wang Chen gave Long Chen the feeling that he was facing Wenren Jingtao. If he transformed into a dragon, he would be even more terrifying. In terms of combat strength, Long Chen admitted that he was far from being a match for Wang Chen. Since the beginning of cultivation, he was the only one who had left others behind. This was the first time that someone had left him behind. Wang Chen had succeeded in his transformation. Everyone looked at Long Chen with pity in their eyes. Long Chen also felt great pressure in his heart. It seems that it is still too early to fulfill my long-cherished wish today. It is my fault for being too impatient. Long Chen knew that he was a little impulsive today, but fortunately, it did not cause him to regret it. Although Li Xuanji had left, it might be a good thing for her. Wang Chen's strength had improved again. If Long Chen wanted to defeat Wang Chen again, he would at least need to transform all the energy in his acupuncture points into Nirvana World energy. After the transformation, the Nirvana World energy in Long Chen's body would probably surpass that of an ordinary warrior who had just passed the Nirvana Tribulation realm. After Wang Chen absorbed all the energy, he put on a white robe and looked like a deity from heaven. He slowly descended, ignoring the joyful faces of the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, and stopped in front of Long Chen. A pair of eyes filled with divine light looked at Long Chen and asked, "You, why didn't you escape?" Everyone knew that the two of them were no longer on the same level. Long Chen was calm in his heart. No matter how strong his opponent was, his expression would not change. He looked at the other party, who was also a heavenly favored one, and said, "I admit that I am not a match for you, but even if I escape, it does not mean that I will not come back." Wang Chen sneered. The vigorous nirvana force on his body was fully revealed. In the process just now, all the world energy in his body had been transformed into nirvana force. "You are not bad. You can defeat me once. Ever since I became a dragon martial artist, I have never lost to someone of the same generation. You are the first, but unfortunately, you met me today. Although I, Wang Chen, am not a person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance, I am not a petty person. You have great potential. I will not let you leave safely, but I will not kill you either."
Do you want to cripple me and make me suffer for the rest of my life? Long Chen said with a smile. He knew that Wang Chen had a deep hatred for him, and because Long Chen was a nobody, Wang Chen was even more afraid of him, because people like him who looked humble were in fact the most terrifying. Wang Chen did not speak, but looked at Long Chen coldly. For him, the appearance of Long Chen was purely an accident. Let me ask you a question. When was the last time you saw Sheer? Wang Chen did not mention the matter of crippling Long Chen, but questioned Long Chen in a serious tone. Long Chen waved his hand and said, "No comment." Wang Chen looked calm, but his body moved in an instant. Before the crowd could see clearly, he had moved in front of Long Chen. Before Long Chen could react, Wang Chen grabbed his neck with one hand and flung him to the ground. The ground of the central square, which was already broken, was added with a network of cracks. Wang Chen's fingers were like those of an ancient giant beast. At this moment, they were firmly stuck on Long Chen's neck. In an instant, deep purplish-red blood marks appeared. He looked down at Long Chen in a contemptuous manner and said, "Tell me or I'll break your arms first." "You can try." The veins on Long Chen's hands were bulging. Wang Chen was fast and strong, which was within his expectation. But it was impossible to control Long Chen in this way. With a stir of his mind, the two swords appeared in Long Chen's hands. Because the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword had exploded, the one in Long Chen's left hand was the Lingxi sword. In this world, only he and Lingxi could touch the Lingxi sword. After a period of consolation, the Lingxi sword, which was as strange as the god-slaying sword, had already accepted Long Chen's control. One was a black divine sword, and the other was a gray divine sword. Both were slender and thin swords. When Long Chen swung his left and right hands together, the attacks they caused forced Wang Chen to let go of him and retreat unscathed. The power of the Lingxi sword, which went straight to the god martial spirit, and the gray aura of the god-slaying sword, which could not be touched by the human body, made Wang Chen very afraid. When Long Chen became more proficient in the dual sword technique, his combat power would be more powerful. He stood up as if nothing had happened. Wang Chen had thought that he would be able to defeat Long Chen easily by relying on his improved strength. Little did he expect that he would let Long Chen escape. His heart was filled with hatred, and his eyes were filled with hostility. His nirvana force had already surrounded Long Chen. Tens of thousands of people watched the two young men fight again with mixed feelings. Long Chen also had pride in his heart. He had been standing in this place for 9 years. In front of him was his destined enemy. Long Chen had existed for 9 years to defeat him. This was his obsession. He was not afraid of Wang Chen's aggressive attitude at all. At this moment, he suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Why do you care about where little she is? Don't tell me that she likes you. Do you know the story between me and her? Do you know how long we have been together? Do you know how many times we have gone through life and death together? She has no feelings for you at all. Don't you feel ashamed of yourself?" Long Chen's words stabbed right into Wang Chen's sore spot. That's right, in the beginning, the relationship between him and Lingxi could still be considered harmonious. But after the engagement, Lingxi gradually distanced herself from him. Especially after returning from the Myriad Kingdom's domain, she seemed to be in a daze all day long, and didn't even want to see him. Even if a fake Lingxi appeared later on, she wouldn't have any feelings for anyone, let alone him. And according to Wang Chen's knowledge, it was because of Long Chen that Lingxi completely hated this engagement. She already had someone in her heart. Seeing Wang Chen's stiff expression, Long Chen was infuriated. He sneered, "Who is the one who really snatches someone else's love? Indeed, you have an engagement, but the person she likes isn't you. It's me, Long Chen. No matter how strong you are, it's useless. I'm not a weakling either. I can give her happiness and love, but you can't. You can only bring her pain. Therefore I want to ask you, what right do you have to ask me where she is?" Long Chen's words made the tens of thousands of people at the scene look at each other in dismay. It seemed that this was the truth. From this perspective, Long Chen, a young man who dared to challenge and pursue, was actually quite cute. Although he was direct and unscrupulous, what he said was the truth. "Enough. Shut up." Wang Chen's face turned livid. The killing intent on his body had become extremely intense. He was in a very violent state. Long Chen raised his head and looked at him. His opponent was really too strong. In the world before him, there seemed to be only one thing.
a void refinement realm demonic dragon that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. This time, he would definitely be able to devour him just by opening his mouth. But so what? Long Chen was ready to throw caution to the wind. He sneered, "I've hit your sore spot and you're already angry from embarrassment? But you have to understand. This is my woman. Even if she's temporarily bound by an engagement, one day, I'll make her happy. Of course that won't be today, because today, I can't be considered to have one. Even if I've lost to you, I admit that I've lost, but I definitely won't lose a second time. Listen carefully, this is my oath." Long Chen closed his eyes. Chapter 1429. Finally, she was separated from his body. This scene could only be described with the word, separation. It was as if two people were once one, and now they were separated, becoming two different people. This separation actually started after Long Chen met Granny Yen. Although Long Chen didn't know why this girl was hiding, his actions had already ruined her plan. This was something that couldn't be helped. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, he couldn't tell. But at least with Lingxi around, Wang Chen couldn't touch him. Long Chen didn't feel ashamed or anything. He was much younger than Wang Chen, and it was already a miracle that he could defeat Wang Chen today. He also didn't expect to defeat Wang Chen at this moment. The 9-star Chaos City was not a suitable place. What Long Chen wanted was to go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and take Lingxi away in the most grand occasion. This was his dignity and glory. Lingxi's snow-white figure gradually condensed in front of Long Chen. She was facing Long Chen, and Long Chen could see her body gradually forming, just like when he created a body for Lingxi in Baiyang Town. This familiar feeling made his heart inexplicably moved, but as a man, it was not convenient for him to cry. Little she. The figure that had haunted his dreams had finally appeared for real. Compared to the fake Ling Shi, the gap between the two girls was not just a little big. It was precisely because of her otherworldly, ethereal, and kind nature that Ling Shi had fallen into such a beautiful and moving state, as if she was a goddess. As for the fake Ling Shi from before, she merely had an outer appearance and did not have a true soul. The white light dissipated, and the girl that could captivate the world finally appeared in front of Long Chen. Her familiar face and alluring figure, and a pair of crystal-clear eyes were now filled with tears. The crystal-like tears had already moistened her eyes, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her fair jade-like face. She immediately threw herself into Long Chen's arms. Although she had been hiding in Long Chen's body since the last time they met, it had been 2 years since Long Chen last saw her. Holding this familiar body in his arms, feeling that familiar warmth, and the fragrance of her body that was like a white lotus, Long Chen couldn't help but be intoxicated. This could be said to be the happiest moment of his life. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Lingxi had chosen him without any suspense, and not the dumbstruck Wang Chen behind her. Seeing this pair of true lovers embracing each other so passionately, the tens of thousands of onlookers, the masters from the 3 regions and 9 realms, finally understood what was going on. Long Chen's pursuit could only be described as legendary, and Wang Chen, who was originally the legitimate heir, had now become a third party, a negative role. On one side it was her fiancé, and on the other side, it was the man she loved. Little she. Long Chen helped her up. He had many questions to ask her, but now was not the time. Now was the time for the two of them to face it together. Lingxi had become so mysterious that she had gradually walked out of his understanding. Therefore he wanted to know a lot of things. 2 years ago with his strength, he didn't have the qualifications, but now he did. Chen, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry I came late. She was still hugging Long Chen tightly, unwilling to leave his embrace. No matter how many things she had experienced in front of Long Chen, she would always be a little woman. Who said that? Isn't this the right time? I'm still waiting for you to save me, otherwise, some people will cripple me. After speaking, he looked at the dumbstruck Wang Chen with an incomparably provocative gaze. The experts of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace surrounded Wang Chen, and among them was Grandma Yen, who had raised Lingxi since she was a child. They all looked at Lingxi anxiously. However, Lingxi was on Long Chen's side. She turned around, and her eyes were already filled with determination. To face these people together with Long Chen, to her, these people were all people who obstructed her from being together with Long Chen. In her heart, Long Chen had always been a hero, and he always did what he said. It hadn't even been 10 years, but now, He had already defeated Wang Chen for the first time. It could be said that she knew everything that had happened to Long Chen since the beginning of the true martial emperor palace, including the matter with Li Xuanji. Lingxi didn't ask about these things. With so many people surrounding her, it wasn't a good place to talk. Come here. Grandma Yen raised her voice and said loudly. The real Lingxi was very obedient, and she had been obedient since she was a child. Grandma Yen was their witness, and it was she who had taken Lingxi away. At that time, Lingxi couldn't resist, but it was different this time. They weren't the young girl and boy they used to be. When Grandma Yen said this, Lingxi stretched out her lily-white hand and held Long Chen's arm. Her eyes were resolute, and she stood beside Long Chen. She softly said a word, and that was, no. This might be the first time she said no to Grandma Yen, for the sake of the man she was pursuing. This made Grandma Yen angry, and she said again, Child, stop fooling around, hurry up and come back. You know what you should do. You've always been obedient since you were a child. Why are you suddenly being willful this time? You have to understand that this matter was decided by your father and the other 3 sword masters. No one in the 3 regions and 9 worlds can go against their decision. If you do this, not only will you harm yourself, but you will also harm Long Chen. Facing Grandma Yan's earnest advice, Lingxi frowned slightly. She was very afraid of this matter, but things had already come to this point. Long Chen had sacrificed so much for her, and she had already used the soul-splitting technique. She didn't care about this matter anymore, so she hugged Long Chen tightly and said, I've already thought it through. No matter what, I will follow him. Lingxi's decision and defiance made everyone more convinced of the relationship between them. In the face of the decision made by the 4 sword masters of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, they actually dared to resist and pursue their true love. No matter what the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace did, this pair of young people had won the respect of others. Especially the men of the true martial Emperor Palace. Previously, the fake Lingxi didn't care about Long Chen at all, which made them think that Long Chen was just a wishful-thinking pitiful worm, so he didn't have any fighting spirit in his heart. But now, that cute young girl had finally decided to stand by Long Chen's side. This was a matter of gaining face. Why didn't the people of the true martial Emperor Palace support Long Chen? With the backing of the true martial Emperor Palace, Long Chen wasn't weak today. Wang Chen didn't need any answer. The way Lingxi tightly held onto Long Chen's arm was the answer he wanted. Looking at the hatred, anger, unwillingness and humiliation in this man's eyes, Lingxi could only say, I'm sorry, Wang Chen. I only love him in this life. And I won't marry anyone else but him. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. I can promise you anything else, but this is the only thing. Marriage is a matter between 2 people, and they need to love each other sincerely. But she has always treated you as a brother, and I believe you also treat me as a younger sister. I hope you can give us your blessings. Lingxi's unwavering words caused everyone to fall silent. They looked at Wang Chen curiously, wanting to see what kind of expression Wang Chen, who had been so mighty and domineering because he had entered the Nirvana Tribulation realm, would have now. He was very strong, but he didn't win the heart of the girl. Wang Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He smiled bitterly, and his expression kept changing. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. It was obvious that he had gone through a lot of torture in his heart. This was a gift from Long Chen. Wang Chen wasn't a kind person, and he had never been a good person. He cared more about his reputation than anyone else, and Lingxi was recognized as his future wife. But now, this girl was saying such words to him in someone else's arms. Not to mention giving her blessings, Wang Chen was already calm enough if he didn't fly into a rage on the spot. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes had already turned blood red. He didn't say a word, and the nirvana force in his body was stirring. Lingxi closed her lips sadly, and looked at Long Chen with her beautiful eyes. Long Chen hugged her slender waist. Facing the angry faces of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, he was a challenger, so he didn't need to speak politely to them like Lingxi. The people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace also didn't need to be polite. Long Chen hugged the woman in his arms tightly, and looked at Wang Chen. Facing all the experts of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, he didn't care about the ashen faces of Ling Song and Granny Yen. He said coldly, I'm sorry everyone. I've always been a bold person, and this is my goal for the past 9 years. She is already my woman, and as long as I, Long Chen, am alive, no one can take her away from me. Last time, she left me because of my incompetence,
But this time, I'm no longer the same person. My current strength isn't enough to have her. However, in less than a year, I'll personally go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and ask the 4 great sword masters for Lingxi. You can laugh at me for bragging, laugh at me for overestimating myself, and even laugh at me for being a toad lusting for swan meat. I won't care, because I've heard too many mockery, and those who laughed at me are now corpses. He looked at the woman in his arms with a resolute gaze. What more could a man ask for in his life? To have a woman who treated him as her name, and was willing to give up everything for him. For her, he was willing to sacrifice his life and shed his blood. What was there to be afraid of? Long Chen's words might seem exaggerated, but for some reason, when they came out of his mouth, everyone could feel his strong fighting spirit and unyielding spirit. Perhaps one day in the future, within a year, he might really be able to break into the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and cause a huge upheaval in the 3 realms and 9 realms. Let's go, Chen. Lingxi's eyes were filled with tears, and she suddenly felt incomparably happy. Today, they had almost defied the heavens and earth, just to be together forever. Such a relationship had surpassed everything, and there was no reason or external force that could separate them.